ladies, we've got the video book. This is not the final version, it's just a very quick version which we want to do to put out. Remember, link below, if you want to get the free PDF. The book now, the Plasma Bible, is available on Amazon, printed version in Kindle, and now you have it available as well in video version. And by the time you watch this video, very likely it's already in audible.co.uk, so you can listen to it if you wish. And it's my gift to you that you've been following us for so long. So if anyone else charges you an arm and a leg, at least get this free material first. So I know we've got loads and loads and loads of free training for you, which is guaranteed much better than what they ask you to pay for. So if you have taken paid for training, use this material. It's free. You've got nothing to lose other than gaining knowledge and experience. So watch this amazing video book. It's only the, what do you call it, the rough version of it, so there's no much embellishment, but we're going to have a better version later on. But this is something that we wanted to give you quite quickly, so enjoy it. If you want, the PDF is in the link below. It's free, get it if you want, and the printed version is on amazon.com.co.uk. Any Amazon, pretty much, other than Australia. I think in Australia is only on Kindle at the moment. So pretty much most of the world you can print it if you want. It's not free, because people need to get paid to print. We're the only guys who work for you for free, as long as we can. But it seems as if it's working because we're getting more and more orders through other things. So please, 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 if you want, get the free ebook. It's PDF format. You can read it wherever you like. And following is You're Amazing. I think it's 11 hours of me narrating this amazing book, which is free to you. Thank you. Enjoy. The first Plasma Fibroblast Bible, written by Andreas Russo and narrated by Andreas Russo. Andreas Russo started working on electrical plasma, also referred to as fibroblast, in 2013. It has been a long journey, and the main bulk of this book is taken from the online training platform voltaicplasma.com, which Andreas Russo has worked on for a number of years now. Andreas Russo has produced the most successful training videos on the use of plasma devices and has travelled the world over to teach several professionals on the correct use of these devices. Voltaicplasma.com, at the writing of this book, is being visited by over 100 worldwide visitors daily, and the number keeps growing due to the accuracy of the online training and the detailed degree of information you can find only in this website. It is the best online training platform and resource to effectively learn how to use electrical arcing for aesthetic purposes. And one of the most amazing things is that it is mostly free. It blows away any other paid-for training program on plasma fibroblast, and it is free of charge. While others charge you thousands of dollars or pounds for one-day training, this platform is for most part free, and it delivers an immense amount of value which the other courses will not live up to even 10% of the value of the free course we have available on our website. Andreas Russo started creating voltaicplasma.com in 2015 out of frustration of having several professionals being overcharged for information which should have been free of charge in the first place. Today, we're proud of disrupting the marketplace and making this knowledge
ubiquitous and available at your fingertips. Forward. We acknowledge all the people who have undergone the several treatments we have carried out throughout the world over all these years. Most of them have already been published on our YouTube channel, and you can view them all on demand free of charge. This book and the free online training on voltaicplasma.com would not have been possible without them and the support from all our previous. The mission of this book is to provide you with an oversight of the marketplace in plasma or fibroblast. This has now become the norm in several clinics the world over due to the several applications in this technique has. This has now become the norm in several clinics the world over due to the several applications this technique has. Several people are still attempting to sell the training plus the device for $2,000 or $4,000. However, this is becoming more and more complicated in order to sustain, provided the enormous resources the internet has to offer. Several people are still attempting to sell this training plus the device for $2,000 to $4,000. However, this is becoming more and more complicated in order to sustain, provided the enormous resources the internet has on offer. This is why since 2015 we keep releasing all the training we have provided the world over for free. It is simply not possible to compete with the speed and intelligence provided online for free. The era of the local gurus selling their secrets on plasma treatments and techniques are gone, as there is no real secret anymore in the sphere of plasma. We have almost revealed all in our open and free training platform, voltaicplasma.com. Since 2013, when I started in plasma designing the beauty tech, I had the vision of free online. Since 2013, when I started in plasma designing the beauty tech, I had the vision of free online training. This is because this is the only future. There is not going to be space for highly priced courses. If you have ever been sold one of these courses, you will have experienced the classic once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to join our whatever family. You are sold a lifestyle which you are not going to have. And guess what? You are not going to be part of any family. Then, if you want to learn, you will eventually find our videos and our website. The people who study and do not impulse buy have access to the best training for free, and they are wise in their investment in equipment. Not needing to spend this capital will allow you to invest more where it is really needed in your business. Anyway, even if you have invested $2,000 or $3,000 US to allow you to perform this treatment, come to learn the real stuff for free. We have worked on voltaicplasma.com website for several years now. We have worked on the voltaicplasma.com website for several years now to allow you to learn the real stuff. Not the hype you get from the other places where they overcharge you. What is the marketplace like and where is it going to go? In 2014, Plexer attempted to enter the UK market and some other markets. This was so much fun to watch. They were selling their 3 devices in a box for £10,000 to £15,000 depending who you talk to. They managed to sell some just over 50 in a couple of years. That was it. More and more devices entered the marketplace. and they were all better than the Plexa and less expensive. Up until 2017, when an internal partnership inside the Italian company broke up, soon Plexa was literally pushed out of the UK market due to a very highly competitive marketplace where more and more devices were available and the knowledge of the techniques have become accessible to everyone thanks to our videos. Now we see a similar trend. There are still companies out there selling the training with some devices, but the price is constantly dropping. This is thanks to two factors: the internet, cheap devices accessible from the internet. The mission of this book is to allow you to access in book format and audio format the most important principles of plasma, or also referred to as Fibroblast. The knowledge is now commonplace. The devices are too. We foresee this market being literally commoditized and training companies trying hard selling these same techniques forced out of the marketplace because this knowledge which you have at your fingertips or at your earpieces thanks to this book and all the information we placed in voltaicplasma.com. We foresee the only training academy to survive in the future being our website voltaicplasma.com. This is because there is no other way. Online training is the only way, and it was my vision to create a completely free online training platform which is attracting more and more visitors over time. At the time of writing this book, the daily visitors of voltaicplasma.com is over 100. Every day, people are taking our online tests and getting our certificates online. If by any chance our website is down, we get notified pretty much within 1 hour over an email or some other means. This is done by people completely unknown to us. Why did I have the vision of voltaicplasma.com? I was fed up of seeing people being sold very expensive, overpriced programs and devices. It was outrageous to me that in this day and age, people were spending precious capital, sometimes over $5,000 for a 2-day training course, including the device. I knew that the person spelling out the secret in the open would take it all. And this is what it is happening due to two factors. More people are sold these devices. They require real training and support. The claim I'm about to make is quite bold, but I believe it is true. The best training and support on the use of this type of devices is only currently available on voltaicplasma.com. If you do not believe me, please try us. We are free. You have nothing to lose other than the time it takes for you to learn. And if you want to compare, you can compare us with other paid-for courses. You will eventually come to our website to learn what you need to learn anyhow. Simply because this is the best, most comprehensive way to learn the correct use of professional plasma devices. At the beginning of our journey with plasma, some devices were sold for 20k GBP. Then it went down to 15k, then to 10k, after a while 5k, and downward. Also, I have seen several companies come stay for a while in the market to then disappear. And the cycle continues. Every time I see another marketing stunt on the various social platforms advertising these courses, I know it is short-lived. Consequently, our voltaicplasma.com website is gaining more and more visitors as companies are advertising. This is because as they advertise, we gain more and more exposure as we are the only crazy ones giving it all away. and I mean it, we are giving it away. We give away for nothing so much knowledge that we got several people getting in touch with us simply because they could not learn enough from the expensive courses done by others. Why plasma has become ubiquitous in aesthetics? The plasma revolution, this is how we refer to it. Within a very short period of time, it is being adopted the world over and very fast. Why is that? There are several reasons for that. The number of applications in aesthetics. One device can perform so many different aesthetic treatments, it is unreal. It beats most lasers in several applications, including tattoo removal. The simple technology is a real game changer. There are so many applications that it is not possible to cover them into detail just in one book, and not even voltaicplasma.com. Some people even claim to teach you everything within one day course. The ease of learning the techniques, although the applications are almost infinite, the most important ones are relatively easy to teach and learn. The fact that most devices are not very expensive. The requirements for this type of device are so little that they are not nowhere near as expensive as the nearest competitors, the lasers. And as we will see in this book, in many cases, plasma beats lasers by miles. Lack of legislation to regulate the use of these devices in most countries. This is happening so fast that no legislator has had time to react to this revolution, and plasma is now available in most parts of the world. Only in a few countries it was claimed that these are medical procedures and not aesthetic procedures, therefore requiring regulation. Limitations of this book. Before you embark in reading this book, please note that a picture is worth 1,000 words, a video 1,000 pictures. Unfortunately, there's no way we can include the videos in this book. But if you want to learn all the tricks and secrets of the plasma job, which people do not tell you about, then go to Voltaic Plasma, where most of the videos are stored, and you can learn at your own pace, accessing the videos and the online training material. There are also online tests, downloadable certificates, and several other electronic resources. Unfortunately, the writing word on a book is not as interactive as we have made our online training platform with all the online tests and loads of free training tools. So after you have read this book, if you are serious about learning how to use plasma fibroblast for aesthetic treatments, go to voltaicplasma.com and start your course. Most of it is free. Unfortunately, we will not be adding the huge number of case studies we have published in voltaicplasma.com. This is a matter of timing. We want to finish this book as soon as possible so that you can have it and use it. However, you can access all the case studies whenever you like on our voltaicplasma.com website. The case studies will generally show you the before, healing progression pictures, as well as the afters. But this is not all. In the case studies, you can also watch how the treatment was carried out in detail. So once you have finished with this book, go and have a look at the case studies we have. We are one of the very few, if not the only ones, who have taken the bother to build real case studies. VoltaicPlasma.com was created in order to democratize the learning necessary in order to become familiar and ultimately an expert in this field. Why did we build so many case studies and made them in videos? Let me tell you a story which is going to be an eye-opener. When I started this business, I was competing with unscrupulous established companies. especially one which I will not mention. They were charging an arm and a leg for their devices and their training. It was a true rip-off, and this was the main reason for me to start this business. I wanted to be a disruptor, the disruptor, and indeed I was. The competitors felt so threatened by me that tried everything, including bribery, to put me out of business. I was very inexperienced, and I did not know how they would have possibly put me out of business. It was impossible in my head, because after all, the market was with me, as I was pumping out so much valuable information for free, and on top of it, our devices were much cheaper and better. One of the strategies they used was to claim that our device were dangerous, and according to them, all sorts of strange things would happen to people who had the treatment performed by our devices. Anonymous blogs appeared claiming that our devices were fake, dangerous, and the public was at serious risk. I remember really well receiving a comment on one of our videos with the clear threat that our devices were dangerous and they would have been recalled. I was terrorized and baffled. How can you recall our devices from the marketplace? Impossible, I thought, but I was still troubled. One day, in May or June 2014, we had an employee from the MHRA, Medicine and Healthcare Authority in the UK, knocking on our door. I was not in, but my girlfriend answered the door, and the gentleman asked a number of questions, also some amongst which were not pertinent at all. It was as if this MHRA employee was trying to get out of his way to try and find out my weak spot. He would ask questions like, "Is this house an HMO?" hoping that I would be running the house as an HMO without a license, of course. Also, he would ask other questions which were not that pertinent either, but clearly aimed at trying to find ways to see where I would have made a mistake. I was terrorized, simply because all I was doing was building the business, but I did not study the law, and I had no clue where I could have fallen foul of the law. I simply did not have a clue. Because of the way this alleged MHRA employee behaved, he was suspicious to me. I believed he was not really an MHRA employee. This is because public servants never behaved the way this gentleman did. This gentleman seemed very keen to dig as much as possible, also asking some questions that felt like trick questions. It was very suspicious. Never a police officer or any other public officer was ever so keen. So I checked, called the MHRA main phone number, and there was certainly a gentleman under the name given to me. My mistake was to have marked the device as a medical device with medical applications. Later, when I had time to study the law and consult with all the public bodies, it turned out not to be a problem whatsoever, because it could have been resolved very quickly and easily. But at the time, since I did not have a clue of the legislation and how it was interpreted and implemented, I was caught off guard. When a device is marketed as a medical device, it must have a medical CE mark. Obtaining a medical CE mark is an expensive and lengthy process in many ways and for several reasons, which I was about to learn very, very quickly. Basically, the MHRA employee, after having established that the device did not have a medical CE mark, insisted that my company had to recall all devices in Europe. He cleverly first asked where they were sold, and the name of the distributors. And then he ordered my company recalled all devices to safeguard public health. Such a bunch of bollocks. This was deja vu, because a few weeks earlier I received another message in one of our videos exactly stating that all devices would have been recalled from each distributor. This message came from the competitor. It was now clear the MHRA employee was as if he was working directly under the orders of my competitor, and he was determined indeed. He insisted that if I did not recall all devices, I would have faced prosecutions and several fines. He insisted that if I did not recall all devices, I would have faced prosecutions and several fines. Although I found the legal way to get out of his remit simply by stating in a phone call to the MHRA employee in question that we would rewrite the manual to remove all medical claims, and therefore the device would not require a medical CE certification, but a simple CE declaration of conformity, which is essentially a self-certification. This was not good for this MHRA employee. This was confirming that the gentleman was in fact working for the competition, not only the MHRA. Well, he was working for the MHRA, but very likely with a bonus from the competition should I go down. I lost sleep. I fell into a deep depression and I did not know what to do. It was a real nightmare. I felt so bad that I wanted to sleep all the time in order to forget what was going on. For the first time in my life, I fell into a deep depression. I did not have the strength to react. I was trying to find the way to get the CE medical mark, but it took too long, in the region of 6 months to a year, if I was lucky. And I was still being forced to recall all devices by this MHRA employee. I kept thinking and trying to find a solution, but there was no convincing of this MHRA employee. Little by little, it appeared clearer and clearer that the strategy of making the device non-medical was the right one. I suspected that devices without a medical purpose and only aesthetic purposes did not fall into the medical legislation remit. This was the key I needed to get out of trouble. I learned this because I was constantly trying to find a solution even during my depression. What I did was making several inquiries with the notified bodies, those companies who issue the CE medical mark. When I was explaining the main uses of the device, they said it was not a medical device. This was very strange. How was it possible that I had notified bodies saying that the main uses of the device I was marketing, like tattoo removal, moles removal, skin tightening, etc., also non-surgical blepharoplasty, were non-medical, while the MHRA employee was so adamant that it was a medical device and it was so dangerous. It was becoming clearer and clearer. The circumstantial evidence was ever in my face. The employee had vested interests. I called the MHRA asking if a device for tattoo removal was a medical device, and some nice gentleman from the MHRA said it was not medical. I immediately asked for his email address, and I asked the same question, this time in writing, and he replied in writing. I had the evidence now in writing that even the MHRA said that tattoo removal devices are not medical devices. So I knew I did not have a way out. The employee wanted his bonus from my competitor, and I did make a few legal mistakes. But in hindsight, not that big. I did not know how the law worked, and I also hired a couple of lawyers who charged me in the region of £2,500 for consultation, but they did no less than me. A complete waste of time, completely useless. I believed at the time that if I fought, I would have lost more, and I did not have a clue about legislation. And I did not have any financial resources to weather the storm. The competitor didn't know what they were doing, and they were doing it well. They destroyed me without them even needing to sue me. They were very smart. They decided to kill my business, and they managed it without even doing it themselves directly. I was at a huge disadvantage. Given the situation, what I decided to do was the following. Since I was operating under a limited company, the company did not have anything, and it was new. All the distributors might as well have sued my company, and it would have not mattered at all. I could have started afresh very soon once the storm was over. But I needed to get the MHRA employee to get his bonus and have the competitors believe they won. I needed to rest and start afresh without those mistakes. So I decided to play dead. When the deadline to recall all the devices imposed by the MHRA employee came, he sent me another email reminding me of the documents I needed to fill in order to fulfill the recall. I just could not fill these documents. I hated it. I would not do it. So what I did was simply replying to the MHRA employee saying that as far as we were concerned, the device was now only a tattoo removal device, and the manual was changed accordingly and passed on to all the customers, hence not his remit anymore. I also mentioned that a tattoo removal device, by the admission of the MHRA itself, is not a medical device, and I also mentioned in the email that it was not the MHRA trying to force me to recall the devices, but it was him. After this email, I am sure he knew I knew about his bonus. He also knew I knew he could not prosecute me that easily. But of course, he wanted his bonus from the competition. So what he did the following week was extraordinary. He flew to Slovenia to meet with one of my distributors, maybe to investigate or something else. Basically, the MHRA employee found out that it was true that the MHRA itself confirmed in writing that a tattoo removal device is not a medical device and it does not require medical CE. He knew I had a great line of defense. At that point, he stopped traveling because he realized that a prosecution would not have stacked up in any way at all. So he decided to write to each single medical body enforcement agency of each European country to enforce the so-called recall that way. Basically, each distributor received a call from each agency intimating them to send the devices back, otherwise prosecution would have ensued. One by one, each distributor called me. It was one of the worst summers in my life, the summer of 2014. But it taught me a very important lesson. By September, the so-called recall was done on paper only. I refunded my largest distributor and everything was quiet once again. At that point, I started feeling better in October 2014. I spent the whole summer up until October in Sicily. At the end of October, given that I have had the peace of mind I required, I felt much better. I started jogging once again, and I went back to the UK. I hid in Scotland. I did not want any attention from anyone while I was rebuilding the business. In October, I decided to restart. Now I would restart keeping the law in mind first, not the sales and marketing. One of the first things I did was going back through my history and see what other mistake I could have made that the competitor could have used once again. I went into great detail, and whatever I could have found, I made sure it was legal and in order. I checked and double checked because I know that all I had to do to be successful was to survive the next attack. I went into great detail, and whatever I could have found, I made sure it was legal and in order. I checked and double checked because I knew all I had to do to be successful was to survive the next attack. But I was determined to know the law better than the law enforcement officers themselves. I said to myself, before I sell anything, I must triple check I have the hard evidence that it is 200% legal. And so I did. One of the things I did during the summer 2014 was to stop selling all products out of caution. I even thought for a second to stop letting my properties in fear that my competitors tried to get a tenant of their team inside one of my properties. So I became paranoid and became very careful with selecting tenants. And guess what? During that period, the inquiries made by Italians trying to live in my houses was at a record high. I said to my girlfriend, no matter what, do not get any Italian to move into my house. Such a coincidence. So many Italians were interested in renting my properties without even viewing them. Going back to October 2014, I wanted quiet and peace. So I went to Scotland, where nobody knew I had a place to stay. One of the things I did was to study the law in cosmetics, as I was able to sell the Sun Remover online, and this product alone was a winner. I called the council and asked to speak to the officer from Trading Standards to check out on my Sun Remover. I knew selling was easy, but I had to put the legality of my products to the test first, because I know what was coming later. The Trading Standards officer from Renfrewshire Council was very nice on the phone and very helpful, and he suggested meeting in person. Such a contrast from our friend supposedly working for the MHRA. The Trading Standard officer came to meet me in the room I was staying and made all the suggestions as what I was required for compliance. The Trading Standard officer came to meet me in the room I was staying and made all the suggestions as what I was required for compliance. I took notes during the meeting and I sent all the documents he requested. All good. Green light on the Sun Remover. One source of income was restored. I had money coming in again. Now it was the turn of the plasma device. I have to bulletproof the CE mark. So what I did, again, called Trading Standards, but now in Nottingham, because by the time I was working on the plasma device legalities, I had already moved back to Nottingham. Once again, the officers from Trading Standards were very helpful, and they wanted to meet with me, and they did in my house in Nottingham. Like the officer in Scotland, they were very helpful, and they later told me that the competent body for the plasma device was the HSE, the Health and Safety Executive. By that time, I had already studied the interpretation of the relevant legislation. I knew exactly how the MHRA could enforce and realized that the only way they could enforce anything was through real prosecutions, which are not easy to carry out successfully. I knew exactly how a competent authority could have legally challenged the CE mark and realized that it required prosecution, and even that was not easy. To make it simple, if a device is a medical device, the only valid CE mark can only be affixed after a notified body issues the Declaration of Conformity. If the Declaration of Conformity is not issued by a notified body, then the CE mark is simply not valid and the device is not safe from a legal standpoint. However, when a device becomes aesthetic, then the CE Declaration of Conformity can be written by the legal manufacturer, and it is backed up by something called the technical file. The only thing a competent authority can do to challenge the validity of a CE mark of an aesthetic device is to ask for the technical file. If the competent authority deems that the technical file is not good enough, then it can decide to start prosecution. And the outcome is not certain, especially if the manufacturer defends the case in court. Because of this, it is extremely rare that a competent authority brings forward prosecution, because it can lose it, wasting loads of money and time. In case of a medical device instead, if the CE mark is not issued by the notified body, the prosecution is successful by default. There is no way to defend it. Now, going back to the plasma device, what I did was to send the technical file to the HSE, of course without the HSE even asking for it. Then I gave notice to the HSE in writing saying, if you would like to challenge our technical file, please do so within 1 month's time. If you do not, then I will place it on the market. Please note that the technical file was very complete and very good for a one-man operation. I did this in March and April 2015, and in August I started marketing on the internet again. In this way, basically my CE mark for the beauty tech was bulletproof. Guess what? This work paid off because they came for me again in April 2016, but they failed this time and did it miserably. So what does this story have to do with the insane number of case studies we have? Very simple. One of the claims made by the competitors and the haters was that our plasma device was dangerous and ineffective. Basically a con, since nobody was really publishing any proof of anything at all in terms of the effectiveness of their device. All I had to do was film the procedures and publish the results, including the procedure itself. So I started taking loads of before pictures. The videos were easy as I was used to video every procedure, collecting the pictures from the healing progression and the final results. Because of this, today we have the vast collection of true results where you can see the before pictures, the entire video of the procedure, the healing progression and the final results. I tell you, the competition in 2016 did not know how to attack me anymore. Since their last CE mark attack was not successful, all they could do was saying that we were cheap. By the way, today the Italian competitor does hardly sell anything in the UK at all. Pretty much dead in our market. So now you know why I am so passionate about our case studies. which you can watch and study from our website. Voltaic arc, sometimes referred to as plasma or fibroblast. What is it? It is simpler than many people busy selling you stuff make it out to be. People who are interested in selling you stuff have also the vested interest in making something simple appear difficult. Fibroblast or plasma, in essence, is an electrical spark or electrical arc. Nothing more, nothing less. It is not as if selling you stuff is bad. It is instead that the selling methods used are sometimes confusing on purpose. In this section, you will hopefully understand what plasma or electrical arcing devices are in simple terms. Electrical insulators, when subject to a high enough voltage, undergo an electrical breakdown. When electrical breakdown occurs, the electric current starts flowing through the insulator, and what was the insulator then becomes an electricity conducting substance during the electrical breakdown. In other words, voltaic arc, plasma or fibroblast is the electrical discharge which occurs in the insulating substance during an electrical breakdown, and this happens at a specific voltage and specific conditions in an insulator. The electrical spark can take place in an insulator, be it plastic, SF6, mineral oil, or even air or vacuum. A dramatic electrical arc, which we are all familiar with, is lightning, where the insulator is air. This natural phenomenon of arcing, sparking, or fibroblast was first scientifically described by Sir Humphrey Davy in an 1801 paper published in William Nicholson's Journal of Natural Philosophy, Chemistry, and the Arts. Today, this natural phenomenon is very well understood and has a vast variety of applications. Many technologies using plasma have been developed over the last 200 years to help us in everyday life. Let us look at some of the applications of electrical arcs. They are used in welding for industrial applications, industrial cutting for manufacturing, electric or plasma arc furnaces in melting, electrical discharge machining, EDM, also referred to as spark machining, spark eroding, burning, die sinking, wire burning, wire erosion in a manufacturing process whereby a desired shape is obtained using electrical sparks. Arcing is also used in modern domestic and industrial light bulbs, spotlights, theatre lighting, metal halide lamps, high-frequency lamps, and many other types of light bulbs. Spark plugs are used in the internal combustion engine of vehicles to initiate the combustion of the fuel in a timed fashion. Arcing is used in movie projectors. Electrical arcing devices have been used extensively for time detonators in controlled demolition. They are used to ignite or gas domestic hobs. Electrical arcing is being studied for electrically powered spacecraft propulsion. In medicine, electrical arcing has been in use since early 1900s for electrocoagulation, destruction of tumors, and more. In aesthetics, electrical arcing is used for tattoo removal, skin tightening, benign mole removal, etc. All those applications and more take advantage of the simple well-known phenomenon of electrical arcing. The few applications we have seen are those in which the properties of electrical arc have been harnessed to our advantage. Sometimes voltaic arcs are not desired physical phenomena. In electric circuit breakers, entire technologies have been developed thanks to the requirement to control and extinguish the arc. Electrical arcs are also unwanted and suppressed in electrical motors and in oil-filled power transformers in which a spark or arc could have catastrophic consequences and even cause explosions. So we have seen how plasma and voltaic arc have been used for many years and has many different applications in everyday life, and it is applied in a vast variety of modern technologies, machines and various devices. A bit of history and context about plasma or fibroblast. Since there is a lot of sales jargon over electrical arcing in aesthetics and medicine, with some people self-proclaiming themselves as the creators or inventors of this new technology, we are providing you with some valuable context and history about plasma or fibroblast. As we will see, this is not a new technology, it is just that you happen not to have seen it before in the context you are seeing it now. Electrical arcs are used in many aspects of our lives. They are sometimes referred to as plasma or fibroblast for marketing purposes. Devices generating an electrical arc have been used in operating theatres since the early 20th century. The first electrosurgical unit, also known as the Bovie generator, is credited to William T. Bovie while he was working at Harvard University. The first use of an electrical surgical generator in an operating theatre was on October 1st, 1926 at the Peter Bent Brigham Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts, in the United States. The first operation is believed to have been performed by Dr. Harvey Cushion, an American neurosurgeon. Ever since, due to its versatility, the use of electrofulguration or electrodesiccation have expanded worldwide. Later, thanks to the increasing availability of voltaic arcing generators, the practice has extended to aesthetic uses. The voltage used by surgical and aesthetic equipment ranges between 500 and 10,000 volts peak to peak and are capable of injecting high currents through the body, through its surface, depending on how they are used. So, how is it possible that these sparks, at times injecting high currents, can travel through our bodies without causing any harm? We have all experienced mild electrical shock by an accidental contact with a live wire in our houses, and we know the unpleasant it can be. So, how is the same electrical power used safely? If we were to use the same peak-to-peak voltage 50 Hz as found in domestic supply, we would experience an electric shock. The magic is in the operational frequency of the device. The frequency output generating by these devices starts from 50 kHz. Note, this is 50,000 Hz, not 50 Hz. This higher frequency avoids the undesired electromuscular stimulation, which in turn avoids electric shocks. Because of this principle, electrical surgical devices have high currents at high voltage, therefore high power, and can thus be put through the human body without any harm either to the internal organs or nervous system. Remember that the first electrosurgical unit was used by a neurosurgeon, and this provides an idea of the level of confidence and inherent safety of such devices. Thanks to this, these devices have been in widespread use in the medical and aesthetic world since the 1930s. Today, the use of voltaic arcs in medicine include electrocoagulation, meaning coagulating blood vessels which require the blood flow to be stopped, hemostasis, The destruction of soft tissues, including but not limited to removal of tumors, ablation. The cutting of a variety of tissues in the operating theatre. Additionally, in aesthetics, electrical arcs with high-frequency currents have applications in skin tightening, the removal of benign moles and benign skin lesions, tattoo removal, red vein cauterization, and much more. Voltaic arc in aesthetics, electrofulguration and electrodesiccation. The difference between electrodesiccation and electrofulguration. Plasma or fibroblast is also the same as electrofulguration, something which has been very well known in medicine for a long time. In this section, we will explore and explain the difference between the two so that you can even have a better context of what plasma is actually for in aesthetic applications. As we've seen, medium and high frequency AC currents have been in use since the 1930s. This led to the development of monopolar and bipolar radiofrequency currents with diverse applications in aesthetics. In this page, we will focus our attention on two particular methods used in aesthetics: electrofulguration, the same principle used in electrocoagulation for medical use, and electrodesiccation. In illustration 3, we've got a picture depicting electrodesiccation and electrofulguration. This picture will provide you with a better context for understanding what fibroblast is in reality. In the illustration 2, we can clearly see the difference between electrodesiccation on the left and electrofulguration on the right. There are many devices on the marketplace which operate in one or both modes. The effects of electrofulguration are very superficial compared with the carbonization effects of electrodesiccation, also known as dehydration, ablation, or sublimation. Electrofulguration occurs when the electric arc takes place between the tip of the device and the skin. Electrodesiccation occurs when the tip of the device touches the skin and the electrical energy is applied onto the skin by the tip of the device itself. Effects produced by electrodesiccation are seen in the right-hand side picture. The dehydration effects spread much deeper than electrofulguration. For this reason, electrofulguration, plasma or fibroblast, is used for superficial skin treatments in aesthetics, as it provides a greater degree of accuracy than electrodesiccation. The difference in equipment operation between electrofulguration and electrodesiccation mode is very well known, as they have been used for many years for dermatological applications. Watch our YouTube video on what is plasma. So, what is the difference in configuration of these devices which allows either electrofulguration or electrodesiccation? The answer is the operating frequency and the power levels are usually the same or similar in both configurations. In electrofulguration, the voltage level is usually higher than when the equipment is set at electrodesiccation mode. Also, the other difference between the two types of configurations is the way the current flows through the body. Also, the difference stands on the fact that in electrodesiccation, the electrode is either in direct contact with the skin or even inserted inside the skin for permanent epilation. Illustration 3. Permanent epilation by using electrodesiccation with Areton pad. Electrofulguration configuration. Illustration 4. In fulguration configuration, the electrode does not touch the skin or tissue, and once the spark occurs, the current flows from the tip of the electrode down to earth following the path of least resistance. When the equipment is set up in electrofulguration mode, the electricity flows from the tip of the electrode through the body, which at medium-high frequency reacts as a Faraday cage down to earth, and a return pad is not usually needed. Because the current flows superficially to earth, the result is a very superficial carbonization of the superficial part of the skin, epidermis, lesion or benign mole. Illustration 5. Electrofulguration to stop minor bleeding used in medicine is usually referred to electrocoagulation. Illustration 6. Electrodesiccation configuration, a return pad is applied to close the current flow back to the equipment as shown in the figure. Due to this superficial carbonization effects and precision, electrofulguration has also been used for many years in order to stop minor bleeding in medical applications during surgery. In electrodesiccation, a return pad is used in order to close the current flow back into the equipment. In this case, the current flows from the needle electrode through the body into the return pad in a loop fashion, as seen in picture 7. As a result of this electric current closed path, the dehydration effects are far more effective and the ablation effects spread much deeper into the skin than the electrofulguration mode, in which the current simply flows to earth. Because of the dehydration effects of electrodesiccation penetrate deeper into the skin, in aesthetics, electrodesiccation configurations are mainly used for red vein coagulation removal and permanent epilation. This is because when the return pad is in use, the current flows deeper inside the dermis, and this is the configuration normally used for the cauterization of small thread veins or for permanent epilation, permanent hair removal. So to recap, when the equipment is required to function in electrofulguration mode, the return pad is not needed and the voltage of the tip of the device is increased in order for the spark to be generated. On the other hand, in electrodesiccation, the voltage of the tip of the device is decreased and the return pad applied on the patient. Because of this higher degree of precision in tissue carbonization, electrofulgurization, or plasma or fibroblast, is used in aesthetics for benign moles and benign skin lesions removal in general, tattoo removal, permanent makeup removal, brown spot removal, skin tightening, and much more besides. The uses of electrodesiccation when the equipment is configured with a return pad are usually permanent epilation or permanent hair removal, red vein coagulation for aesthetic purposes, benign skin lesions removal in general. Familiarize with the use of electric arc. Learn the basic principles of electrical arcing so that with enough practice you will gain the confidence you require to then start to apply these basic principles for aesthetic purposes. Please do not take this information lightly. This is because in the past, several companies charged sometimes thousands of US dollars for you to go through this type of exercise, and now you can do it on your own accord without spending a penny. This is one of the first exercises all those expensive companies will have you to go through. So pay special attention and replicate in your own time. Watch our YouTube video on this topic. Explanation video transcript. How to familiarize with the operation and immediate effects of AC electrical arc generators for aesthetic purposes. In this example, we will show you this exercise using hot plasma, which is to say electrical arcing in hair and not in argon, which we refer to as cold plasma. Since the use of electrical arcs sometimes seems quite daunting at the very beginning, This video will guide you through the basics in the operation of Voltaic arc for aesthetic applications. So, the main purpose of the experiments you are about to watch is for you to learn the basic principles so that with enough practice you will gain the confidence you require to then start to apply those basic principles for aesthetic purposes. For convenience, the test subjects are usually chicken wings, beef steaks, and chicken legs found at any local butcher. As you will see in our YouTube video, the carbonization effects of AC electrical arcing, also referred to as plasma, are dependent on three main factors. How long the arc has been applied for at any point, the power output of the specific device you are using. When the Voltaic arc is applied in spray mode, the speed of movement of the electrode while the arc takes place, the output frequency at the tip of the device. In the video, we will show you the basics of the spot operation and the spray operation. The two modalities of operation are two fundamental ways of using Voltaic arc for aesthetic purposes. For the purposes of the type of device we are using in this demonstration and ease of operation, if you are right-handed, grab the device as if it is a large pen in this way. This way, if you are left-handed. Position the bottom of your palm on a stable hard surface, be it the forehead of your client or any other hard and stable surface available on your client's body. This will allow you the maximum degree of control of operation by simply moving your wrist in this way. Often, during the first attempt on using an electrical arc generator, people tend to touch the skin or surface with the tip of the electrode. As you can see, at very low power, this has no or very little effect on the test meat or the skin. The best way to practice and learn how to generate the arc with this particular device is to increase the power setting of the device and slowly moving the tip of the electrode closer to the surface until the arc takes place. This exercise will help you familiarize with the way Voltaic arcs are initiated. With this portable device operated at minimum power, there is a very little effect if the tip of the electrode touches the working surface or skin. Generally, in order to generate the arc, the electrode has to be kept at a minimum distance from the skin before the arc takes place. With this battery-operated device, when set at very low power and the electrode touches the skin or any particular surface, the arc extinguishes and there will be little effects on the skin or soft tissue, i.e. mole or benign skin lesion. Exercise on how to generate electric arc or spark. For the sake of this exercise, set the equipment power setting at a high enough level so that it is easy for you to generate the arc. Then slowly decrease the distance between the tip of the electrode and the surface. While you are slowly decreasing the distance, at a certain point the spark will take place. See the Paschen law. In order to extinguish the arc, simply increase the distance again. You will notice that the higher the power setting of the device, the wider the minimum distance required to generate the arc. Conversely, the lower the power setting, the closer the tip of the electrode needs to be in order to start generating the spark. The following experiment is meant for you to understand why, with this particular portable device, it is recommended to place your other hand on the client's body while you are applying the AC Voltaic arc. With this particular battery-powered device, In this experiment, set the output power at maximum level. Start trying to generate the arc, but keep the other hand away from the meat. Now, as the arc is generated, touch the meat with the other hand. Notice how the arc increases in power as you touch the meat with the other hand. Conversely, the power is much lower when you do not touch the meat with the other hand. This is because when you touch the meat with the other hand, the high-frequency current has an extra low-resistance path to Earth, which decreases the overall resistance it encounters, therefore increasing the power of the arc and hence the carbonization effects. Practice of the spot mode or spot operation. This mode of operation is mainly used for skin tightening for aesthetic purposes. Now that we have practiced the fundamental exercise which allows to generate voltaic arcs, we can start practicing the simplest of the methods used in aesthetics, the spot operation. This type of operation is normally used for skin tightening. Please note that other methods are also suitable for the same applications. However, the spot operation is generally very effective and easy to use for skin tightening purposes. Because this is only an exercise, in order to familiarize with this technique, set the equipment at any given power level which allows you ease of operation. In this video, we have used the highest possible power level setting to demonstrate this principle. When you will be applying the spot mode or spot operation for aesthetic purposes, the power levels will generally be far lower. First of all, apply very short bursts in different areas as shown here. Stop and look at the effects on the chicken skin. As you will see, the effects on the chicken skin are hardly noticeable. Then move to another area and apply the arc for approximately 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 6 seconds, and finally 10 seconds. Observe the effects. Now, as you can see, the lower you keep the arc on, the more the carbonization effects at each spot. So, the longer the arc is applied, the larger and deeper the effects of the voltaic arc. So, with this exercise, we've learned how the carbonization or ablation effects are directly dependent on the duration of the exposure to the arc. Practice of the spot mode or spot operation. This mode of operation is preferred in aesthetics for thermabrasion for tattoo removal, brown and H-spot removal, mild thermapeeling for localized skin tightening, benign moles and benign skin lesions removal, and much more. For ease of this exercise, the first time you practice the spray mode operation, set the equipment at maximum power, and as soon as a spark is generated, while keeping the electrode a constant distance from the surface of the chicken skin or meat, make a sweeping movement while keeping the arc on. The power will be set high only for this exercise to allow you ease of practice. As you gain confidence at high power levels, then practice at lower power levels down to the minimum setting. Normally, the power level used for aesthetic treatments, with exception for mole removal by using voltaic arc, are very low. In this last exercise, you will see that by increasing or decreasing the speed of the sweeping movement, the carbonization effects vary, even if the power setting of the equipment remains unchanged. What you will notice is that the higher your sweeping speed, the more superficial the carbonization effects, whereas as the sweeping speed decreases, the carbonization effects penetrate deeper into the skin of the chicken or meat surface. In order to later move to utilizing voltaic arcs for aesthetic applications, practice on your own by using all different power levels and spend some time practicing and having fun drawing whatever you wish on the meat. As you've seen in this video, the effects produced by the electric arc are directly related to the way the equipment is used and the arc applied. In aesthetic treatments, the final results will be dependent on the way you perform each procedure. Therefore, if you purchased a Voltaic arc generator for aesthetic purposes, the best advice is to start practicing as shown in this video. Practice makes it perfect, and there is nothing called as too much practice. So repeat all these exercises on your own and have fun. Fibroblast and skin tightening. What to expect from fibroblast skin tightening treatments? Skin tightening using Voltaic arcing, also referred to as plasma, produces mild appreciable cumulative improvements in the appearance of fine lines and also reduces the appearance of sagging skin. Although it has been heavily advertised as the substitute to surgery, Voltaic arcing or fibroblast is not a substitute for cosmetic surgery. The only known way to achieve dramatic results is through the use of cosmetic surgery. The basic principle of skin tightening by using electrofulguration, plasma. Young, elastic skin depends on the number of structural proteins such as collagen and elastin. These proteins help your skin resist temporary changes such as stretching, folding, or wrinkling. As we age, our bodies produce less of these structural proteins, making our skin more prone to show signs of aging, such as fine lines and wrinkles. A mild superficial control burn by using AC Voltaic arcs, DC Voltaic arcs, or lasers induces a skin tightening effect, which helps the skin restore more of its natural elasticity. This occurs because localized heat stimulates the skin's regenerative response, resulting in firmer, tighter skin between the wrinkles and hence the reduction in the appearance of wrinkles and fine lines. Similar results are also possible by using other skin rejuvenation methods like AHAs, alpha hydroxy acid, based cosmetic peels. However, the use of Voltaic arc or cosmetic lasers are generally more selective because it can be applied exactly where required, therefore inducing the skin tightening exactly where your client needs it, with a higher degree of precision. We refer to this type of skin tightening as localized skin tightening or targeted skin tightening. Generally, localized skin tightening can be accomplished by using laser devices, electrical arcing devices. The basic principle used by all these types of devices is the same, which is the targeted delivery of heat into the skin. When this is done, the skin tends to respond by generating new collagen, which results in tighter and firmer skin. Methods to accomplish skin tightening using electrical arcing. Skin tightening using electrical arcing, or also referred to as plasma, can be accomplished into two main ways. By using the spot mode or spot operation, using the spray operation. Both methods deliver the required heat into the skin needed to cause a very localized skin tightening. The localized skin tightening, in turn, reduces the appearance of saggy skin and fine lines. In particular, the fine lines are improved by the pulling effect of the skin tightening effect applied between the lines. Spot mode or spot operation. The spot mode is the preferred method to apply skin tightening by using electrical arcing on various parts of the face. It is the preferred method because it delivers consistent and reliable results, and it is very easy to learn, especially for beginners. The spot mode is used extensively for upper eyelid tightening, lower eyelid tightening, cross-feet attenuation, periorbital lines attenuation, mini facelifts, smoker lines attenuation or perioral lines attenuation, atrophic scar attenuation including acne or chickenpox scar attenuation. Illustration 7. Spot mode. Watch our YouTube video. Watch our YouTube video. In illustration 7, we can see how the intention is to feather out the treatment as we move away from the wrinkles. In other words, the spots are applied in a more tight fashion where the wrinkles are deeper, closer to the eye. As we move away from the eye, then the distance between the spots is increased. You will also note that in case of fine lines, the wrinkles tend to disappear while we are applying the spots. This is not a permanent effect. This is a normal immediate reaction of the skin to the dehydration effect of the superficial carbonization caused by the electrical arcing, also referred to as plasma. The spot mode is carried out in the following way: by applying short bursts between the wrinkles and not inside the wrinkles folds. Applying the spots inside the wrinkles could worsen the appearance of fine lines instead of improving them. The bursts must be placed randomly without forming lines or patterns of any type. Applying the spots randomly ensures the most uniform skin pulling effect. Spray mode in skin tightening. The spray mode is not normally used for skin tightening. Instead, it is commonly used for tattoo removal, permanent makeup removal, moles removal, including xanthelasma, seborrheic keratosis, syringoma removal, and most of other benign lesions and hypertrophic skin imperfection removed for aesthetic reasons. Skin resurfacing to improve the appearance of hypertrophic scars. However, after several numbers of treatments, when the users gain plenty of confidence with the use of electrical arcing for skin tightening, some prefer to move to spray operation. In some cases, this is also the natural way to increase the treatment intensity while using the spot mode. As we will see later on, one of the ways to increase the treatment intensity is decreasing the distance between the spots. In the following video, we will see how a medium and high intensity treatment is carried out by applying the random spots very tightly together. After the treatment is completed, the spots are placed so tightly together that it seems as if the area was treated in spray mode. Spot mode treatment intensity. When using the spot mode or spot operation, the treatment intensity is dependent on a number of factors. The power setting of the device is only one of them. Namely, the overall intensity of skin tightening treatments using electrical arcing is dependent on duration of the arc. The longer the arc is applied at each point during the spot operation, the higher the intensity of the skin tightening treatment. Conversely, the shorter the duration of the arc, the milder the intensity of the treatment. Remember that in any case, excessive exposure to any voltaic arc at any intensity can result in injury. Power level. The higher the device power setting, the higher the intensity of the treatment. The distance between the spots. The shorter the distance between the spots, the higher the treatment intensity. Conversely, as the distance between each spot is increased, the treatment intensity is reduced. The area covered. The wider the overall area covered, the higher the overall intensity of the treatment. Therefore, the intensity of the treatment in the spot mode or spot operation is determined by 4 main factors and not only the power setting of the device itself. However, said all the above, it is important to mention that a high-intensity treatment does not necessarily lead to proportional improvements. In other words, the degree of improvement is not directly proportional to the intensity of the treatment. If, for example, over the course of a treatment, the duration of the arc at each point is approximately 1/4 of a second, and it leads to an improvement of approximately, say, 4. If we increase only the duration by doubling it, by keeping all the other parameters the same, like the power level, area covered, and the distance between the carbonization spots, the improvement will not necessarily be double because we have doubled the duration of the arc at each spot. More generally, doubling the overall intensity of the treatment does not necessarily lead to an improvement which may be twice as good. It will only be slightly better. Therefore, even after you have gained enough confidence, it is generally advisable to conduct milder treatments than you would otherwise consider possible. The basic principles of plasma skin tightening. Why does it work? In this section, we will explain the basics as why and how plasma skin tightening works for skin tightening and the physics that lead to its efficacy in skin tightening. This is a very important section because plasma skin tightening has applications in upper eyelid tightening, also referred to as non-surgical blepharoplasty, lower eyelid tightening, crossfeet attenuation, neck lift, and several more. First of all, plasma skin tightening should not be referred to as skin shortening. This is because the physics of the procedure itself does not allow the skin to shorten as advertised by several marketers. Skin shortening is only currently possible by using surgery. It is understandable how the desire for short-term earnings from marketing hypes can appeal many companies the world over. The way Fibroblast plasma works in terms of skin tightening is relatively simple, and more simple than several marketers would like you to believe. Here you will see how simple it is, and it is not rocket science. Plasma skin tightening is based on the phenomenon of skin contraction after burns. As we know, and if you do not, you can verify this information very easily on the internet, after burns, the skin contracts. As you should know, plasma or fibroblast causes a controlled small burn into the skin. It is controlled because otherwise the burn would cause a scar in the area where you applied the treatment. Hence, the burn has to be calibrated well so that the effects of skin tightening of the burn take place, but there is no scarring at the end of the treatment. In several cases of deep burns, the skin contraction is so severe that skin grafting becomes necessary. A. The skin contraction is so strong that it literally pulls down the mouth from the side. B. Immediately after a skin grafting operation. C. After the area has healed from the skin grafting surgery. In the image above, we can see on A how the skin contraction causes the pulling of the mouth. On the right, C, we can see how after skin grafting, the pulling effect is gone. This is because the natural effect of skin burning is the contraction of the skin itself. It could not be simpler. With fibroblast, all we are doing is inflicting a controlled skin burn. This is all, but we have to be careful not to cause any scarring. This is why plasma skin tightening works so well that some marketers have referred to it as skin shortening. But as you can see from our several case studies we have published, this is not shortening, but it is tightening. This is because in order to cause a shortening, you would need to cause a burn so deep that a scar would be, in most cases, inevitable. The physics of fibroblast. All we are doing with the magic word fibroblast or plasma is injecting heat into the skin by simply using a small electrical spark. This is the most simplistic way to explain it. Some sparks may be different to others depending on the circuitry of each device and the frequency at the output of the device. What we mean by frequency is not power level, but it is actually frequency. If you want to learn the definition of frequency, this is simply the period inverted, or 1 divided by t, where t is the period. You do not need to even understand what a period is, but to make it simple, at the output of these devices you have a sine wave which has a certain frequency. If you examine the output of one of these plasma devices on the market, they pretty much have a certain output frequency. The output at the tip of the electrode is an oscillating sine wave similar to the one you see in the picture above. Depending on the frequency and the circuitry of the devices, the effect on the skin may vary in terms of how deep the burn penetrates inside the skin and its effects on the skin. Distance between the spots and treatment intensity. The spot operation is the fundamental technique used in plasma skin tightening. Below, you can see the classic spot mode or spot operation applied between the wrinkles as it should. Never apply the spots inside the wrinkles. Illustration 8. Classic spot mode or spot operation applied. Now, we assume that the spark which the device we are using is producing an injury in the right way, not to leave any scar. In the picture, we can see the illustration of an electrical arc onto the skin. As you can see in the picture on the right, the spark produces a carbonization of the epidermis. Also, besides the carbonization of the skin, given the high temperature at the point of contact between the skin and the arc, there is heat propagation into the skin. One of the claims made by heavyweight marketers in the early 2010s, who have now disappeared from the UK market altogether, was that their device had a magic power of only delivering heat onto the carbonized area without affecting other areas of the dermis beneath it. These claims, although made with financially motivated scientific rigor, was of course revealed to be false. Illustration 9. As you can see in the picture above, the spark produces a carbonization of the epidermis. This is yet another reminder that any so-called scientific studies or papers will demonstrate whatever the company will want you to believe. So, if you are a doctor obsessed with scientific paper-based evidence, please note that the results of any scientific paper will demonstrate whatever the company who funds the study wants you to believe. This is specifically true if there is a brand name in the so-called scientific paper or study. This is simply because doctors want to have scientific evidence, and all the marketing companies have to do to sell you a device at a high price is to produce the so-called scientific evidence, which always demonstrates whatever the original manufacturer wants you to believe. Over the years, we've seen plenty of claims made by marketers of supposedly unique features which then disappeared from the horizon. Illustration 10. This picture depicts the heat propagation caused by the electrical arc. In the figure below, we simply show the temperature distribution in the skin when the electrical arc is applied onto the skin. The carbonization effect on the skin due to electrical arcing is a very well-known phenomenon. It is nothing new. It is also known that electrical arcing produces different gradients of temperatures from the carbonization surface. Different temperature distribution as shown in the above figure, and hence irradiates heat into the skin. In the picture below, we have the representation of two separate sparks side by side at a certain distance between one another. This is to explain the heat propagation inside the skin from two carbonization sources. Illustration 11. We have the representation of two separate sparks side by side at a certain distance between one another. This is to explain the heat propagation inside the skin from two carbonization sources. Point X, the total heat felt by that point, is the sum of the heat emanated by source 1 on the left and also source 2 on the right. Therefore, the total heat at point X is X1 plus X2. As a consequence, if we place arc 1 and 2 closer together, the heat felt by point X will be higher, of course. Conversely, if we increase the distance between the two arcs 1 and 2 at point X, the heat will be lower, of course. This is why the distance between the two spots is so important in determining the intensity of the treatment. The closer the spots are together, the higher the intensity of the treatment, because the higher the quantity of the heat injected into the skin. Conversely, the further apart the spots are, the less intense the treatment. This is why the distance between the spots is a major determining factor of the treatment intensity using electrical arcing. Arc duration and treatment intensity. Also, the duration of the arc is a fundamental factor in the intensity of the aesthetic treatment using the spot operation. Let's assume for talk's sake that the leftmost picture depicts the arc being operated on the skin for half a second, in the middle picture for 1 second, and in the rightmost picture for 3 seconds. Obviously, the longer the arc is applied onto the skin for, the higher the ablation effect and more heat is injected into the skin. As seen in the leftmost picture, the carbonization and the ablation of the skin is very shallow compared to the ablation of the carbonization while the arc is applied for longer. Hence, also the longer you apply the arc while keeping the power of the device the same, the deeper the ablation and also the deeper the heat penetrates into the skin. As you've seen in the section how to get familiarized with electrical arcing device, the longer you keep the arc on, the deeper the ablation and also the deeper the heat penetrates into the skin. In conclusion, the longer the duration of the arc, the higher the intensity of the treatment due to the higher amount of heat injected into the skin. Introduction to upper eyelid tightening. One of the applications of plasma skin tightening is upper eyelid tightening. Eyelid tightening using plasma or electrical arcing is becoming more and more popular around the world because it is cost effective, it leads to very good, appreciable, predictable results. The results are cumulative. This means that you build upon the improvements already achieved after previous treatments. It is generally very easy to carry out and it is also very easy to learn. Localized skin tightening using electrical AC arcing, also referred to as plasma, is applied for upper eyelid tightening with very good cumulative results. Therefore, after a few sessions with AC electrical arcing, your client will enjoy a substantial, more youthful look by improving the appearance of sagging and heavy-looking eyelids. Upper eyelid tightening has been so successful the world over that this treatment has been sold to doctors by several companies and to patients by doctors as non-surgical blepharoplasty. This is because of the sometimes very good short-term results which the treatment can produce. Alternatives to electrical arcing for eyelid tightening or plasma. Electrical arcing or plasma is only one of the several methods used for eyelid tightening. Similar skin tightening effects are accomplished with the use of cosmetic lasers, mainly CO2 lasers, and also some electrocautery units properly configured. Generally, the power level required for this type of aesthetic treatments is very low. Additionally, similar results can be accomplished with certain specialized cosmetic peels. To summarize, similar eyelid tightening effects can be also performed by using cosmetic lasers, mainly CO2. There are many different devices available on the market which can be set up at the right wavelengths in order to carry out these types of cosmetic treatments. Consult the manufacturer's recommendations. Specialized chemical peels, i.e. glycolic acid or mandelic peels made in a special formulation. Specialized radiofrequency equipment functioning in electrofulguration mode. Clear protocols are in place. Results are consistent and repeatable. Consult the manufacturer's recommendations. Advantages and disadvantages of eyelid tightening in general. The following are the advantages and disadvantages of eyelid tightening using CO2 lasers, electrical arcing, and specialized cosmetic peels. Please note that although clients can generally resume their normal activities after this type of aesthetic treatment, the perceived downtime of eyelid tightening procedures can be similar to surgery, especially if the treatment intensity is high. This is because of the swelling which normally follows 1 to 2 days after this type of aesthetic treatment. Advantages over conventional surgery. These techniques require only topical anesthetics, i.e. numbing products like EMLA, and are very easy to perform, with exception of the use of cosmetic peels which do not require it. The skin recovery process lasts normally between 3 to 10 days after every session, depending on the treatment intensity and other factors, including the methods and product used. Of course, bleeding during and after these aesthetic procedures do not usually occur. It can occur with certain CO2 lasers and electrical arcing devices if the power level is set over a certain threshold, or if the electrical arcing is applied for longer than a certain period of time during the spot operation. Then some minor bleeding can occur. The risks of infections are very low compared with surgery. No general risks associated with surgery, as these are non-surgical easy aesthetic procedures. No incisions are performed and therefore no scarring is usually left. These procedures are extremely easy to learn and can be carried out by any trained beautician. The clients are able to resume their normal activities immediately after every session, provided that this does not increase the risks of infections. However, a certain aftercare has to be followed until complete recovery. Disadvantages versus conventional surgery. Eyelid skin tightening brings about minor cumulative improvements in the appearance of saggy eyelids. If the amount of skin to be tightened is considerable in order to achieve the desired results, surgery is the best and most effective method. The results of eyelid tightening are not comparable to blepharoplasty and should not be proposed as an alternative to surgery. This is because dramatic results can only be achieved using surgery. Fat cannot be removed by using any skin tightening method. More than one session, sometimes several, may be required to achieve the desired results depending on the amount of skin droopiness and overall intensity of the treatment. If the amount of loose skin is significant, Surgery may be the best option for those who desire dramatic changes. This is also because there is a perceived downtime due to swelling. Therefore, it is not advisable to attempt several treatments to achieve dramatic cumulative results while exposing the client to several swelling episodes if a simple blepharoplasty can achieve the desired results in one session only. Eyelid tightening by using aesthetic lasers. As we have discussed, electrical arcing is not the only effective method used to achieve eyelid tightening. Some conventional surgical lasers or cosmetic lasers, often CO2 lasers, can be set up to carry out eyelid tightening by using standard skin tightening techniques. Illustration 13. Example of immediate results after CO2 laser skin tightening on the periorbital area. When using lasers to carry out this type of cosmetic procedure, the client should wear intraocular laser eye shields for protection. In the video below, you can see an example of eyelid tightening carried out using an aesthetic laser. The laser is used on the orbital and periorbital area superficially in order to cause mild, non-harmful burns. This has to be done carefully because if not set properly, the device could damage the dermis, causing permanent scarring to the client. Immediately after each session, the area will appear full of tiny burns caused by the laser. The area treated will recover a week after undergoing the session with the skin tightening laser. With a skin tightening laser, a typical treatment ablates 11 to 33% of the skin, removing the old or damaged collagen, which contributes to laxity. The heat generated in the tissue also helps the surrounding skin tightening, stimulating further collagen remodeling and reducing the skin area, skin tightening. For most people with moderate wrinkles or hooding, 4 to 5 treatments will result in satisfactory results. For those with very early signs of crow's feet and fine lines, 2 to 3 sessions can help as a maintenance type of aesthetic treatment to low signs of aging. Illustration 14. Typical results after a number of laser skin tightening treatments. Overview of eyelid tightening with electrical arcing equipment. Electrofulguration equipment or AC arcing specialized equipment are widely used throughout the world for eyelid tightening. In the picture below, we see the result of the beauty tech being used to perform a single session of eyelid tightening. Eye protection during this type of procedure is not required like in laser treatments. The use of topical numbing products is recommended for the comfort of the client and ease of the treatment. Each session usually lasts between 5 to 15 minutes at most, depending on the area to be treated. Illustration 16. The results after only one high-intensity treatment with a beauty tech. Please click on the picture to watch how the treatment was carried out. Also, AC electrical arcing can be used to tighten the skin around the eye, resulting in the attenuation of periorbital wrinkles. This can be done during the same session of eyelid tightening if required. It is important to avoid reapplying the arc on the area already treated until the area has recovered properly, usually after 4 to 6 weeks. Additionally, although in many cases it is possible to achieve the desired results within few sessions, 2 to 3, it is preferable to split the treatment into multiple sessions instead, 3 to 5. This is because spreading the treatment allows the aesthetic practitioner to have more control over the outcome of the procedure. This is done by varying the intensity of the treatment. Also, during the skin recovery period, some areas could tighten more than others. Therefore, it is advisable to perform at least 2 sessions on every client. even in those cases where the desired results can be achieved within one session only. Usually, during the first session, the experienced beauty practitioner will normally cover a wide area of upper eyelid in order to achieve the best possible results. The subsequent sessions can be used to fine-tune and correct any imperfections or unevenness left after the first or previous sessions. In certain cases, due to particularly high client's pain threshold, the whole eyelid tightening procedure can be carried out without the use of any numbing product. However, the use of an appropriate numbing cream is always advisable to make sure the client is at ease during the treatment. No medication of any kind shall be applied neither by the beautician nor by the client, other than appropriate antiseptic products to reduce the likelihood of infections during the recovery period. At home, the client should only wash and rinse the whole face as usual, dry with a clean cotton cloth, being careful to gently pat and not rub the treated area. No makeup nor other creams should be worn before the area treated with the plasma device has recovered completely. During every session, the beauty therapist must always take precautions to minimize any unexpected sudden movements of the client. In certain cases, due to particularly high client's pain threshold, the whole eyelid tightening procedure can be carried out without the use of any topical numbing product. However, the use of an appropriate numbing cream is always advisable to make the client at the most ease during the treatment. Illustration 17. Eyelid tightening using the appropriate plasma or arc generating device. With eyelid tightening using the appropriate plasma or arc generating device, after a number of treatments, the results of eyelid tightening may resemble those of a blepharoplasty. However, eyelid tightening will not bring about the same dramatic results only achievable with surgery. Eyelid tightening can be performed by appropriately trained beauticians as well as doctors, dermatologists, and plastic surgeons, as sedation is not required. The procedure is very easy to learn and risks to the clients are remote. Eyelid tightening with the appropriate plasma device has the added advantage that even minor corrections can be made in a virtually risk-free and cost-effective way. Each correction made to the client is long-lasting. No scarring has ever been reported using the appropriate plasma device properly. Each session can last 15 minutes at most. It will last longer depending if the user covers a particularly large area. Topical anesthetic is not strictly necessary, but the use of an appropriate numbing product is always advisable for the comfort of the client. The client can always resume their activities immediately after each session. It is recommended that the desired results are achieved in more than one session, especially if the area to be tightened is extensive. The costs associated with eyelid tightening are reduced by over 60 to 70% compared with conventional surgical procedures. Increased business due to many clients being in fear of surgery or higher costs of traditional surgery. This enables more clients to opt for this type of treatment as it is only minor. Illustration 18. Minor improvement in the appearance of saggy eyelids. What to tell the client before the treatment? Wait until the scabs have fallen off. Although clients can resume their activities immediately after each session, they will not look their best during the healing progress, which lasts up to 7 to 10 days in normal circumstances. The area treated must not be covered with any type of makeup, mascara, creams or any other products until the area has fully healed. Wash gently with soap twice a day. Any other treatment or wearing any type of makeup could result in unnecessary infections and undesired effects. The treatment could be uncomfortable to the client, therefore numbing products shall be used for ease of treatment and comfort reasons during the eyelid tightening procedure. Swelling 1 to 3 days after the cosmetic treatment is normal and to be expected. It is always better to make the client aware of this at consultation stage. Eyelid tightening brings about cumulative improvements of the appearance of saggy or droopy eyelids. Do not promise the dramatic results which can be only accomplished with surgery. Patch testing. Patch testing should always be performed before starting a full eyelid tightening treatment. Patch testing is important so that you can demonstrate that if the aftercare is performed correctly, the skin will recover well and there are not adverse reactions to this aesthetic treatment. The patch testing for eyelid tightening has to be performed at the same treatment intensity you intend to carry out the treatment. For example, if you'd like to use the equipment at a certain power setting with the spots at a certain distance, say 1 mm apart, and the arc duration 1/4 of a second, instantaneous bursts, perform this treatment at the desired intensity you intend to carry out the treatment and perform it on a small area behind the ear. Before applying the numbing product, removal makeup thoroughly by using normal makeup removal procedures. Removal makeup from the face. Once you have removed all the makeup, apply an appropriate non-flammable antiseptic on a clean cotton pad and gently rub the area you are going to treat with the electrical arcing device, the upper eyelids. At that point, you can apply the appropriate numbing product on the upper eyelids. Use of numbing products before the treatments. Eyelid tightening is not the only aesthetic treatment when the use of numbing products is recommended. Tattooing, laser tattoo removal, laser skin tightening, mold removal procedures, and several other aesthetic treatments require the use of some numbing products to put the client at ease during the aesthetic treatment. Like with most other aesthetic treatments, it is possible to perform eyelid tightening using electrical arcing without applying any numbing products. However, most clients have a low pain threshold, therefore, if the area is not numbed properly, eyelid tightening can become a very unpleasant experience for both the client and the beauty therapist. The unpleasantness of the treatment may prevent the client from undergoing further sessions due to the discomfort caused by the previous treatment. Also, when the client has an unpleasant experience, it becomes much harder for the beauty therapist to perform the treatment correctly. This is all easily resolved by using the appropriate numbing product correctly before beginning the treatment. A very common topical numbing product available on the market in most parts of Europe, including the UK, is EMLA. EMLA is available of 5% formulations from most chemists in the UK. This is a product which can be purchased and used without a medical prescription. Because of this, EMLA is also the preferred numbing product used by tattoo artists for tattooing and performing body piercings. EMLA is used by applying the cream on the eyelids and covering the cream with normal cling film, the same that can be purchased from any supermarket. The cling film is applied in order to cause an occlusion effect, which will amplify the effects of the numbing ingredients of the EMLA numbing cream. The area is then left to rest for approximately 40 to 45 minutes in order to achieve the desired numbing effects. Unfortunately, although available without prescription from any chemist in the UK, the EMLA formulation requires a relatively long wait in order to become effective, and it is not generally very effective if a cling film is not applied on top of the cream. If you attempt to start the aesthetic treatment before the 40 minutes, the area will likely not be numb enough in order to carry out the aesthetic treatment in ease and comfort. Additionally, the topical effects of the EMLA formulation end within 5 to 10 minutes from the time the cling film is removed and the EMLA residues are wiped off. Therefore, the window of time while you can perform the treatment in comfort is relatively brief. Given that the use of numbing products are heavily regulated, EMLA is the main product available over the counter in the UK. Some medical practitioners can be authorized to use other numbing products. The formulation that has been used extensively and successfully by medical practitioners who use electrical arcing devices for aesthetic purposes is a topical custom formulated product. Formulation: active ingredients are lidocaine 20%, prilocaine 5%, tetracaine 5%. This topical numbing product is either made in a gel or a cream formulation. In European countries like Italy and Spain, this is made by most local chemists who have an internal licensed laboratory to manufacture these types of products. In Europe, this type of topical formulation can only be made under medical prescription, therefore under the sole responsibility of the medical practitioner who orders the product. Due to current legislations, this is a product which can be used by medical practitioners only or under their direct supervision. The main advantage of using this type of formulation is that the desired numbing effects are achieved almost immediately and are so good that the client will only feel a tingling sensation when the electrical arc is applied. The area where this formulation is applied becomes numb within 5 to 10 minutes after the application. Please note that these types of products are not meant to be completely absorbed. Therefore, all you have to do is to apply the cream or gel on the area you intend to treat and leave the product to do its job. With this formulation, there will be no need to apply a cling film because the product itself will be strong enough to achieve the desired numbing effects. Whenever you start a treatment on the client, remember to remove the topical anesthetic on a small area only. The common mistake made by beginners is to remove all the numbing product at once. For example, if the topical anesthetic has been placed on both upper eyelids, the untrained beginner usually removes the cream on both eyelids before starting the treatment. The main problem is that the effect of most topical numbing products do not last long. In case of EMLA, only 5 to 10 minutes at most. Therefore, the effect of the topical anesthetic could start to fade before the end of the treatment, making the procedure cumbersome. In the video below, you can see an example of the spot mode operation during a high-intensity treatment. The spots are deliberately applied very tightly in order to carry out a high-intensity treatment. As you can see, the topical numbing product is only removed on the upper eyelid and in stages, while it is left on the lower eyelid, which is going to be treated as soon as the upper eyelid treatment is over. In the video, a custom numbing product is applied. There is no need for occlusion with cling film. The video is fast forwarded. Therefore, it is advisable to remove any type of topical numbing product in small patches while you carry out the electrical arcing treatment. This will ensure that the area you will be treating will still be numb, ensuring maximum comfort to your client and ease of operation to the beauty therapist. In the video, you can see an example of lower eyelid tightening. The treatment was performed by a trainee. As you can see, the topical numbing product is still applied on the upper eyelid. In this way, the upper eyelid will still be numb when the beauty therapist will perform the eyelid tightening. Custom numbing product applied, no need for occlusion with cling film. Illustration 19. For eyelid tightening and similar skin tightening procedures using electrical arcing, the use of local injectable anesthetic must be avoided even if the beauty practitioner is authorized to use them. Watch our video. How to perform upper eyelid tightening. The preferred method of performing eyelid tightening is the spot mode or spot operation. This is because the spot mode or spot operation is very easy to learn and leads to consistent and predictable results. The spots should be applied randomly without forming any straight line or particular recognizable pattern. One method commonly used to ensure that the spots are applied randomly is to try and apply the Voltaic spots in a zigzag fashion. The distance between each spot varies according to the intensity of the treatment of the specific treatment. This varies between 3 to 4 mm apart for very mild intensity treatment to very dense spot application which resemble the immediate result of the spray operation. A smoke evacuator should be used to get rid of the fumes caused by the cosmetic treatment. In the video below, you can see an example of overall high-intensity treatment. The treatment begins as a low-intensity treatment, but then the intensity of the treatment is increased by applying more Voltaic spots. The treatment was carried out by a trainee under supervision. As we can see in this video, upper eyelid tightening, lower eyelid tightening, and cross-feet attenuation can be all incorporated within one session. However, this is not advisable in most cases because the overall intensity is increased dramatically. This causes dramatic swelling events and a certain level of discomfort which can be easily avoided by simply splitting the treatment in various different sessions, each dedicated to the particular area to be treated. For example, one for the upper eyelids, one for the lower eyelids, and another one for cross-feet attenuation. Please avoid performing high-intensity treatments in any case, as this can lead to protracted inflammations and various adverse reactions including skin laxity. Therefore, always opt for low-medium intensity treatments. Treatment intensity, advantages and disadvantages. In general, the degree of tightening achieved is related to the skin tightening treatment intensity using electrical arcing. As we have seen in skin tightening, the intensity of the treatment is related to a number of factors and not only the power setting of the device itself. Click here to revise this section. The higher the intensity of the treatment, the better the eyelid tightening results once the area has recovered. Therefore, the less the treatments will be required in order to accomplish the desired results. The more the swelling and blistering after the treatment, the more the discomfort levels after the treatment, the longer it will take for the swelling and blistering to subside. The longer the downtime, the higher the likelihood of undesired effects. Conversely, the lower the intensity of the treatment, the milder the eyelid tightening results, the less the eyelids will tighten. The less the swelling or blistering after the treatment, the less the discomfort levels after the treatment, the less time it will take for the swelling and blistering to subside. The shorter the downtime, the lower the likelihood of undesired reactions. Minor bleeding. Illustration 20. Please do not attempt to perform high-intensity treatments in order to achieve dramatic results within one session. Most of the times, doing so does not lead to those dramatic results only possible with surgery. Minor bleeding is a rare occurrence when using AC electrical arcing devices for this type of applications. Additionally, minor bleeding also occurs after the use of lasers for similar skin tightening applications, including laser tattoo removal. Bleeding occurrence is particularly rare, especially if the intensity of the treatment is very mild. The likelihood of minor bleeding increases as the arc duration increases, the power setting of the device increases, or both. Please note that minor bleeding is not an indication that the treatment has not been carried out correctly, as this can occur despite the type of device used, technique, or intensity of the treatment itself. However, some degree of minor bleeding can occur even at very low intensity treatments in those cases where fine blood vessels are present on the treated area, especially on the upper eyelids. The carbon residues. As we will see in mole removal or brown spot removal, the carbon residues need to be purposely removed in order to accomplish the desired results. This is done by using a cotton pad impregnated with non-flammable antiseptic. In case of skin tightening and especially eyelid tightening, the carbon residues should not be purposely removed. In case of skin tightening and especially eyelid tightening, the carbon residues should not be purposely removed. This is because throughout our experience, we have seen that best and fastest recovery is achieved when the carbon residues are not intentionally removed. This is probably due to the microtraumas caused by rubbing the cotton pad while trying to remove the carbon residues. Therefore, while performing skin tightening and especially eyelid tightening, do not intentionally rub the area you treated with the cotton pad as you would do in other aesthetic applications. If you are applying an appropriate sterile topical product soon after the treatment, including antiseptic, make sure you do not rub it on the area you treated. Just apply the product very gently, including the use of any sterile claim. As you can see, if you're using our website voltaicplasma.com in the video, no effort is made to remove the carbon residues. This is deliberate. In case you have applied a sterile cream, most commonly a sterile soothing topical product, you will find that the carbon residues will mix with the cream, making the cream brownish. This is normal. The carbon residues are sterile anyway, as you have cleaned and disinfected the area before applying the numbing product. Immediate apparent contraction during eyelid tightening. The immediate noticeable effect of eyelid tightening is an apparent skin contraction. Please note that this is not permanent and not representative of the end results of the particular session you are carrying out. The results will become apparent only once the area has fully recovered after the swelling has subsided and the scabs have fallen off or the peeling process is over. This apparent immediate skin contraction can result in the fine lines to apparently disappear completely. However, this is not a permanent effect because this is simply due to the superficial dehydration effects of the electrical arcing. If you're using our website voltaicplasma.com, you can watch a video. In this video above, we can see how the skin contraction due to dehydration effect lead to the fine line to apparently disappear. Once again, please note that this apparently dramatic effect is temporary, and it is not strictly representative of the end result after the area has recovered. Sometimes, in 40% of the cases, as the arc is applied, the area around the skin reddens noticeably. This means that the skin reaction to the treatment can be quite significant, and the swelling following the treatment can be quite intense. Swelling usually starts the day following the treatment. Swelling and downtime. Swelling is a characteristic to eyelid tightening using plasma or lasers, and it should be always expected after this type of aesthetic procedure. Swelling can be minimized using certain techniques, but never completely avoided, because in order to produce the desired localized skin tightening, a deliberate controlled burn has to be caused to the eyelids. Also, swelling is associated to the perceived downtime because the client prefers to withdraw from social activities until the area looks normal again, and makeup can be used as usual. Please note that the swelling should not be cured because it is not a disease, and it is a direct transient consequence of the controlled burn caused by the aesthetic treatment. A common mistake made as aftercare treatment is the use of antihistamines to try and alleviate the swelling. However, this type of swelling does not respond to antihistamines. During the downtime, some clients can experience a certain degree of discomfort. The degree of discomfort depends on the sensitivity of the skin to the treatment as well as the overall treatment intensity. The higher the treatment intensity, the more the swelling and the discomfort which can be experienced by the client during the period of time in which the swelling is most pronounced. As the swelling starts to subside, so will the discomfort levels. Swelling starts on the following day and usually peaks on the second day. The third and fourth day after the treatment, the swelling usually starts to subside slightly, and in most cases the swelling will have subsided completely on the fifth day. While the swelling starts to subside, the scabs starts to form. Please note that the scabs do not always form, however they do in most cases. The scabs will normally have fallen off by themselves on the 6th or 7th day after the treatment. The swelling intensity and discomfort levels are not only dependent on the intensity of the treatment but also the individual skin reaction. In case of high intensity treatments, blistering can also develop. The fluid inside the blister can also be transferred to the under eyelids eye bags. Sometimes the blistered eyelid can give up some fluid during the recovery period. This is when the aftercare is very important, and it has to focus on avoiding possible causes of infection. This is simply done by keeping the area clean, avoid possible causes of infections, and applying the appropriate antiseptic twice a day. Once again, swelling is a normal reaction to be expected after high-intensity treatment, and it normally starts to subside 3 to 4 days after the treatment by itself. How to reduce swelling and downtime? We have investigated all possible ways to reduce the swelling period, consequently reducing the perceived downtime and discomfort to a minimum. It is important to emphasize that due to the very nature of this type of aesthetic treatments, including those using lasers, swelling can be attenuated but never eliminated. In order to minimize the downtime after any type of laser treatment for skin tightening, a soothing product is used in order to alleviate the burning feeling soon after the treatment. Any treatment focused to reduce the burning sensation and later attenuate the swelling has to be carried out immediately after the treatment to be most effective, typically within 5 minutes from the time you have completed the treatment. We have found that if the treatment is carried out at minimum medium intensity and an appropriate numbing product is applied both soon after the treatment and at intervals a few hours after the treatment and the following day, the swelling is reduced to a minimum. If the treatment is carried out at the right intensity, the skin is not particularly sensitive and the right product is applied, then the swelling is reduced to such a minimum that it is hardly visible and most clients do not feel any discomfort during the skin recovery period. How to perform the treatment with our device. Set the device at minimum power level for a battery configuration if you are using the earlier version of the Voltaic. Apply the arc in instantaneous bursts, approximate arc duration 1/4 of a second. Only increase the intensity of the treatment by reducing the distance between the spots to a minimum. You can apply the spots one beside the other as shown in the video above. Do not use a higher power setting than the one recommended here, otherwise the swelling will be substantial despite the soothing product or soothing technique used. Do not treat an area larger than the one shown in the video above. Apply the suitable soothing product immediately after the treatment. Please bear in mind that this is the most important application of the soothing product. This is when the skin will be most receptive to the soothing treatment. Make sure you do not deliberately remove the carbon residues and you do not rub the area too hard, as this could cause microtraumas which could delay the recovery process. Keep spreading the soothing product very gently until the gel or the cream has been completely absorbed. Instruct the client to reapply the product before going to sleep in the same fashion as you have done at your premises. The product then has to be reapplied the next day, first thing in the morning, in the afternoon and before going to sleep. This soothing product has to be used also the second day after the treatment 3 times a day. The soothing treatment can be discontinued the 3rd day after the treatment once, if they form, the scab start to become apparent. Please bear in mind that certain skin types are particularly sensitive and reactive to the treatment. Therefore, in these cases, the clients may show the normal signs of swelling despite the method used in order to soothe the area after the treatment. This particular type of skin reaction is predictable, especially if the surrounding area you have treated reddens visibly a few minutes after the treatment. About the soothing product to be used. There are several soothing products on the market and this is not a heavily regulated product type, therefore you have a wide selection. Please make sure that the products you use are sterile and are suited for purpose. Some products, although advertised as soothing skin products, are not suited for this particular purpose. Therefore, check with the manufacturers before selecting each specific soothing product. Please be aware that using products that are not manufactured using appropriate methods and hence not suitable or packaged properly can increase the likelihood of developing an infection. Therefore, make sure the soothing product you are using is fit for purpose. We have made a specific product for this particular type of application. For more information, click here. Please bear in mind that the most effective application of these soothing products is right after the aesthetic treatments are carried out. The subsequent applications are effective but not as effective as those applied immediately after the aesthetic treatment has ended. Use of intense cold as soothing solution. Some beauty practitioners use ice packing as a soothing solution. This is an effective option used soon after burns of any type to soothe the part and decrease the adverse effects of the burn. This is an effective option used soon after burns of any type to soothe the part and decrease the adverse reactions to the burn. And this is also most effective immediately after the burn has occurred. Hence, intense cold is most effective if applied immediately after the aesthetic session has ended, within 5 to 10 minutes. Scabbing process. As swelling subsides, normally scabbing develops. It usually develops in place of the Voltaic spots which you have previously applied during the aesthetic treatment. In certain circumstances, especially when particularly low intensity treatments are carried out, scabbing may not develop. As the scabbing develops, also the feeling of discomfort will be replaced by minor itchy feeling which will slowly fade away as the scab start to fall off by themselves. Illustration 22. Scabbing. If scabs develop, it is important they are not picked by the client. Picking the scabs may not only delay the recovery period but also may lead to long-term marks on the skin. Pink skin. Once the scabs will have fallen off by themselves, the area which has been treated will be slightly pinker. This is a normal reaction to most skin resurfacing treatments, including Voltaic arcing skin tightening. This is because the new skin formed after treatment has not enough melanin to match the rest of the skin. Amongst all professional skin resurfacing devices or products, this also occurs with most professional skin peel products. After a while, the pinker skin will gradually develop the normal skin color of the surrounding skin. This happens gradually over the following weeks. When can the client use makeup? The use of any type of makeup, including mineral makeup, makeup products advertised suitable after laser treatment, is strictly forbidden until the scabs have fallen off by themselves. Most makeup products are not sterile, and it has been shown that their use clearly jeopardizes the healing process, or also referred to as skin recovery. This leads to adverse reactions, including infections, which can lead to scarring. Often the use of makeup before the right time lead to long-term hypopigmentation or cause the formation of red dots. Even if appropriate sterile products are used, the area becomes occluded for an extensive period of time, and this can increase the likelihood of bacteria proliferation inside the area that is supposed to be recovering in the fastest possible way. This delays the normal skin recovery process and increases the chances of developing undesired long-term effects, including hypopigmentation. Broad-spectrum sunscreen. The use of sunscreen, preferably physical protection, is mandatory for at least 3 months. UV protection must be worn on the treated area in the morning before going out and in early afternoon. Exposure to UV sources have been shown to increase the likelihood of developing long-term hyperpigmentation, not only after the use of skin tightening using Voltaic arcing, but also after the use of glycolic acid peels, lasers, and other skin tightening procedures, including skin resurfacing in general. When to repeat the treatment? The long-term effects of eyelid tightening by using electrical arcing is a long-term targeted tightening of the eyelids. This improves the appearance of saggy eyelids. The skin tightening effects are cumulative, therefore repeating the treatment leads to very good long-term results. The treatment can often be repeated after 8 weeks, provided that no adverse reactions have been reported and only low-medium intensity treatments were carried out. Although high-intensity treatments should be avoided, in case they have been carried out, the wait time between treatments should be 6 months. Ask the client if the treated area feels tender to the touch or sensitive. If this is the case, do not repeat the treatment until the area feels normal again. Different people have different skin reactions to the treatment, and the beauty therapist has to ensure the area has recovered fully. If the area is somewhat tender to the touch or particularly sensitive, then this means that the treated area is still undergoing some recovery or regeneration process. Once the recovery is completely over, the skin will feel normal again. By skin recovery, we refer to the downtime, the period while swelling or scabs are still developing, while the area looks unsightly and makeup cannot be worn. The skin will still be recovering and forming new collagen a few days and sometimes weeks after the scabs have fallen off. Long-term adverse reactions to the plasma eyelid tightening treatments. Despite the heavy advertising as completely safe and carefree treatments, plasma eyelid lift treatments are never completely risk-free despite the device used or the way the treatment has been carried out. This is not currently a topic covered in the main marketing literature, as this puts the interests of manufacturers at stake. The potential adverse reactions are hyperpigmentation. This is only due to the exposure of the area to UV radiation while the long-term healing process is taking place. This is never due to the type of device used or the way the treatment has been carried out. Pink atrophic spots, where the spots were applied, which last up to 6 months after the treatment. It is not completely clear what causes this long-term adverse reaction. However, so far, this has ultimately subsided on its own over the long term in any case. It is thought this is likely due to the use of makeup or inappropriate products during the long-term healing process. Protracted long-term healing process coupled with inflammation of the area. This adverse effect has been reported only after high-intensity treatments. Also, for this reason, it is highly advisable to only carry out low and or medium-intensity treatments. Protracted periods of skin laxity on the upper eyelids where high-intensity treatments were carried out. The laxity is also associated with a mild feeling of discomfort on the area treated. This adverse effect has been reported after treatments with all devices, especially after high-intensity treatments. Illustration 25. Laxity a few weeks after a high-intensity eyelid tightening procedure. Points 3 and 4 are due to the overall intensity of the treatment. Therefore, it is highly recommendable to avoid high-intensity treatments in all cases. As mentioned earlier, the slight advantages of performing high-intensity plasma treatments on the upper eyelids are seldom worth the protracted swelling, pain, discomfort, and the increased likelihood of protracted long-term healing and laxity. This can easily discourage clients from undergoing further treatments. Claims on non-surgical blepharoplasty. Some manufacturers are advertising plasma eyelid tightening as non-surgical blepharoplasty. We have had the opportunity to use those devices, and we have noticed the common trait with all other plasma devices for similar intended uses on the market. The real results of plasma eyelid lift is a minor improvement of the appearance of sagged skin, and after several trials with those devices, it is believed it is not practical to achieve the same results as surgical procedures using electrical plasma. Although the long-term results after a number of eyelid tightening treatments may be good, this is seldom comparable with the results of any surgical blepharoplasty intervention. The temptation of making these claims is easily understood given the large demand to achieve surgery-like results without surgery. However, seldom plasma treatments can match the results of surgical procedures despite the technique and device used. The claim which seems more appropriate and has been more widely accepted is plasma eyelid lift leads to a minor improvement in the appearance of saggy eyelids. It is recommended to all aesthetic practitioners to make realistic claims in their advertising of plasma procedures despite promises made by others. It has now been accepted that people are willing to undergo these treatments even if the claims made about these treatments are realistic. Reviews of these types of Voltaic plasma procedures made by professionals without vested financial interests in selling these types of devices or the treatments all have felt that it would not be realistic to expect results which are equivalent to surgery in cases of a great amount of loose skin to be removed. Every time one undergoes a plasma treatment, he or she will go through the healing process and the long-term healing. During the healing process, both long-term and short-term, a number of adverse reactions could take place. Therefore, if the improvement sought by the individual is dramatic, surgical procedures should be recommended instead. Not all cases are suitable for these types of procedures. Although several people would like to have the same results as surgery with the use of plasma eyelid tightening, in case of considerable skin laxity, this procedure should not be recommended. This is because several number of sessions may be required in order to achieve the results desired by the client. Every time the client undergoes a plasma eyelid tightening treatment, he or she undergoes a number of potential adverse reactions. Therefore, repeating the treatment a number of times exposes the individual a number of times to the same potential adverse effects. Therefore, the higher the number of treatments, the higher the likelihood of an adverse reaction to occur. For this reason, plasma treatment should not be replacing surgical dramatic improvements. On the other hand, if the improvement sought is only minor, then medium-mild intensity treatments can be far more advisable to surgical interventions in the first place. 1 to 2 treatments can achieve the desired results, like in this case presented below, where the tightening was satisfactory after only 2 treatments. People with minor laxity are the best candidates for this type of aesthetic procedures. This is because 1 or 2 low-medium intensity treatments are usually sufficient to achieve their desired results, and they will not be exposed to the inherent risks of the procedures several times. Further advice: do not use any type of injectable anesthetic as a numbing solution for upper eyelid tightening. The main aftercare principle after eyelid tightening are: avoid infections. The skin will recover on its own accord without any product, provided that no infection develop. The use of inappropriate products, including makeup or unsuitable creams before the scabs have formed, can be detrimental and lead to undesirable effects. Appropriate broad-spectrum protection must be worn every day. While the use of broad-spectrum total sunscreen increases protection against the possible adverse effects of rays exposure, these adverse effects are still possible even using broad-spectrum protection. Hence, direct or indirect exposure to ray sources must be purposely avoided whenever possible. Any form of tanning, including artificial, must be avoided for at least 3 months after the last treatment. Do not use any medicinal product. Only use those sterile products suggested in the aftercare product list of the manufacturer. If you would like to use different aftercare products, consult with your specific manufacturer whether their products are suitable to be used after this type of aesthetic treatments. If in doubt, do not use any products other than mild antiseptics. No antihistamines. Swelling is not an allergic reaction. Swelling is a normal and to be expected reaction to the superficial burn caused by the electrical arcing treatment. Do not use topical antibiotics as a precautionary measure. Remember that antibiotics are used to cure infections and they are not supposed to be used to prevent them. It has been shown that indiscriminate use of antibiotics will eventually lead to bacterial resistance to the specific antibiotic used due to bacteria's natural selection process. Avoid the treatment on those clients with herpes simplex, even if there are no flare-ups at the time. If the herpes simplex is dormant, the client should undergo an antiviral therapy before any eyelid tightening using either lasers or electrical arcing. Do not use plasters of any type. No other forms of occlusion like bandaging shall be used during the downtime. How to perform plasma upper eyelid tightening for the first time. Here you will find all the important instructions which will help you carry out your first plasma eyelid tightening in complete safety and avoid the most common treatment mistakes. We will take you through the best way to use our plasma devices for aesthetic uses correctly step by step, providing you with clear video examples that you can take as reference when you carry out those type of aesthetic treatments. We will make clear distinction between low, medium and high intensity treatments. We will provide you with the necessary visual reference experience for you to carry out your first plasma upper eyelid tightening procedure with confidence. Before going ahead and study this section, please study the plasma eyelid tightening module. Preface. One of the most common aesthetic practitioners' initial challenges is that they are not confident carrying out their first plasma eyelid tightening procedures on their own. Here we will clarify this issue, and as we will see, it is relatively easy to carry out your first eyelid tightening in complete safety. As we have already learned, the preferred technique for upper eyelid tightening is the spot mode or spot operation. This has been used extensively around the world and it is very easy to learn. There are other ways to use plasma for eyelid tightening like the spray operation, but this is not always straightforward to learn. When you start using plasma for eyelid tightening for the first time, you should use low intensity treatment. There is no clear-cut distinction between low, medium, high intensity treatments. A low intensity treatment can fall into medium intensity treatment only by changing a few parameters of the treatment like the duration of the arc and or distance between the spots. Similarly, a medium intensity treatment can fall into a high intensity treatment and vice versa. A high intensity treatment can become a medium intensity treatment too by changing some parameters. Even if there is no clear-cut definition of low, medium and high intensity treatments, it is easy to recognize the intensity of this specific treatment by looking at them as they are being performed. At live training sessions, you are shown how these types of treatments are performed on one person only. This webpage will show you several examples so that you will have more reference experience in order to perform these types of treatments in complete confidence and safety. Given the number of examples you will be able to watch in this webpage and our YouTube channel, you will be equipped with all the tools you require to recognize the difference between the different types of intensity treatments and learn how to carry them out for the first time. How to carry out the first plasma upper eyelid tightening procedure. Please note that this webpage has been made for the use of the BT Tech and or the devices marketed by Areton Ltd. For instructions of other devices, please refer to the original manufacturer's instructions and training. The first step for you is to familiarize with the way plasma devices are used on Familiarize with the use of electrical arcing devices webpage on voltaicplasma.com. There is extensive information on how to become accustomed to the use of these devices for the very first time. Once you have completed the exercises on the test meet and you are comfortably able to use the device at the minimum power level, then you can start the use of the device for eyelid tightening for the first time. If you have the Voltaic, set the device at minimum power level with 3 battery configuration. In any case, do not be tempted to use a higher power setting than the lowest one. If you are using devices sold by other companies, use their instructions for these procedures. Use only short bursts duration of less than 1/4 of a second as seen in the video below. Distance between the spots between 3 and 2 millimeters apart. You can also distance them 4 millimeters apart if you wish. Cover a relatively small area of the upper eyelid. It is easier to understand what we mean by watching a video example. The following video is your reference for low intensity treatment when you carry it out for the first time. Watch our YouTube video. Medium intensity. Once you have performed your first low intensity upper eyelid tightening treatment and you have seen the results, then you can move to perform medium intensity treatments. Normally, medium intensity treatments are performed by only changing the duration of the arc slightly and reducing the distance between the spots. Also, the area treated will increase slightly. If you're using the Voltaic, the device setting is level 1 with 3 battery configuration. The distance between spots is decreased slightly and ranges between 1 to 2 millimeters. The duration of each spot is in the region of 1/4 to 1/2 a second. The video below will provide you with some reference treatments to emulate in order to reproduce this type of treatment intensity. Watch the YouTube video. High intensity treatments. After witnessing the results of low and medium intensity treatments, you may be tempted to perform high intensity treatments in order to achieve far better results. Please remember that the results of plasma eyelid tightening cannot be rushed, and the improvements achieved due to the treatment cannot produce the miracles that many short-lived marketers advertise. There are limits to what it is realistically possible due to the physics of this type of treatment. The problem with high-intensity treatments is that while the results may be marginally better than low and medium-intensity treatments, the immediate reactions and increased likelihood of potential long-term adverse reactions can discourage people from undergoing further plasma tightening treatments. Additionally, it has become clear that high-intensity treatments do not bring significant improvements compared to medium-intensity treatments. In other words, high-intensity treatments do not bring about proportional improvements to the tightening sought out by the clients. In terms of results, high-intensity treatments only bring about a minor long-term improvement compared with long-term results of medium-intensity treatments. The immediate transient adverse effects of high-intensity treatments are major swelling, which is inevitable after high-intensity treatments, even using appropriate soothing products. Soothing products can sometimes alleviate the severe swelling. Pain following the first 24 hours after the treatment. This does not mean that low, medium intensity treatments do not lead to the same short-term swelling and pain. However, they are far more moderate than what occurs in high-intensity treatments. Watch our video on high-intensity plasma treatment. Unfortunately, it is not true that adverse effects cannot occur after these procedures. The treatment itself consists in inducing a controlled burn of the upper and lower eyelids. Therefore, depending on the way the burn has been carried out and the particular type of skin, the likelihood of adverse effects differ. As a general rule of thumb, The higher the overall intensity of the treatment, the higher the likelihood of adverse effects occurring after the upper eyelid tightening procedure. We have carried out thousands of high-intensity treatments over the years without major adverse reactions. However, although rare, the few adverse reactions reported over time have only followed high-intensity treatments. One of the main problems with high-intensity treatments is that the swelling and pain are the most intense after these types of treatments, and this alone may dissuade people from undergoing further treatments despite the results. Rarely, high-intensity treatments can lead to some of the medium-term adverse effects. Prolonged period of redness, also referred to as long-term healing, this can last up to 6 to 8 weeks after the treatment. Long-term laxity, lasting up to 3 months after the high-intensity treatment. This has been reported to occur after high-intensity treatments, and it takes place during the long-term healing, but it is transient. However, in some rare cases, it can last for several months. It is as if the area gets worse in the long term instead of getting better. In most cases, this is coupled with long periods of inflammations. These adverse reactions have not been reported after medium-low intensity treatments. Therefore, high-intensity treatments should always be avoided in a commercial environment. Please note that the main cause for people to be encouraged from undergoing further treatments has been the severe swelling and pain following the treatment. The long-term healing and laxity are very rare occurrence. Please remember that despite the amazing expectations and promises made by different manufacturers, these types of treatments have their inherent limitations due to the skin physiology and the inherent physics of the treatment itself. Plasma treatments cannot shorten the skin because electrical plasma simply does not cut the skin. Some manufacturers bring forward the immediate carbonization, therefore deep dehydration, to show that there is an immediate shortening of the skin. However, please note that the immediate skin contraction of the area after the carbonization, also referred to as sublimation for marketing purposes, is only transient because the dehydration will be over as soon as the swelling takes place. After examining the effects of most high-intensity treatments using Voltaic plasma with different devices, we have come to the conclusion that performing high-intensity treatments are more disadvantageous than advantageous. This is because the minor added tightening are overshadowed by the increased pain and swelling. Also, the likelihood of potential adverse reactions is higher. The intense swelling and pain after high-intensity treatments are sufficient to discourage people from undergoing further necessary eyelid tightening treatments to achieve the desired effects. High-intensity treatment, on rare occasions, has led to long-term inflammation of the area lasting up to 3 months and laxity. Laxity is the opposite of tightening, and its likelihood of occurring can be minimized by only performing low-medium intensity treatments. Laxity can be corrected by further eyelid tightening treatments. The most common adverse reaction is hyperpigmentation. However, this is never due to the way the treatment is carried out. It is only to do with the early exposure to UV radiations. To learn more about the effects of high-intensity treatments versus medium and low-intensity treatment, please study the section Long-Term Healing. Long-term healing after plasma eyelid lift high-intensity treatments. Overview. There are 2 healing phases in localized skin tightening using electrical plasma: short-term healing and long-term healing. While the short-term healing results in swelling and the scabbing, the long-term healing deals with the long-term regeneration and remodeling of the skin. While the former takes place immediately after the treatment and it is over within a few days, the latter usually takes place over the course of weeks and sometimes even months. During the long-term healing, the skin is still subject to the redness, tenderness, and is still being remodeled. The remodeling lasts as long as the feeling of tenderness is still occurring. The long-term skin recovery period depends on several factors, in particular the intensity of the treatment. Remember that the treatment intensity is dependent on a number of factors and not only the power setting of the device. In particular, the longer the duration of the arc, the deeper the heat will be propagated inside the skin. The closer together the spots, the more intense the heat. Generally, the higher the intensity of the treatment, the more intense is the redness after the procedure and the longer it takes for the long-term healing to be over. The duration of the long-term healing is also dependent on the individual's skin recovery ability. Certain appropriate soothing or healing products can reduce the time required for the long-term healing process. What is the long-term healing process anyway? Well, the short-term healing process can be easily explained by comparing it to the effects of skin burns and small injuries. The long-term healing process has to refer to something slightly different. We relate the long-term healing process to the familiar topic of skin regeneration after mole removal or minor skin wounds recovery process soon after the scabs have fallen off. After the scabs have fallen off following plasma aesthetic treatments or minor skin injuries, the new skin is usually red and has a different texture to the rest of the skin. The area can also be itchy and tender for a while. Also, the long-term skin recovery process is similar to that which occurs after deep skin cosmetic peels. Like in skin peels, the deeper the peel penetration, the longer the redness after the treatment. However, generally, the long-term skin recovery period after plasma treatment takes longer. While a peel long-term recovery can last up to 3 weeks, with a feeling of tenderness and dryness of the skin, the redness and tenderness and dryness can last up to 3 months. This is normal and to be expected after plasma high-intensity treatments. While the skin is still red and tender, it is still being regenerated and remodeled. In order to understand what it is happening during the long-term healing, we will have to take the mole removal example. When the new skin regenerates, it is of a different red-pink color and it lacks pigmentation. Also, the texture is different. Illustration 26. Area a few days after plasma mole removal. The area is red soon after the scab has fallen off. The new skin will eventually return to its normal color and texture, consequently blending with the surrounding skin. Over time, the skin texture and color will return to normal, and it will be difficult to tell any treatment was carried out at all. After mole removal, the scabbing takes place. Once the scab has fallen off, the area will be red and have a noticeably different skin texture to the surrounding skin. This is because the new skin has formed instead of the old skin lesion. When the new skin forms, it is usually of a vivid color, and it also has a noticeably different skin texture. Illustration 27. Detail of the right eyelid a few days after a benign skin lesion removal procedure using electrical plasma. The area is red, pink, after the scab has fallen off. The difference in color between the treated area and the surrounding skin will slowly fade away over the following weeks. Similarly, the new skin texture will blend with the surrounding skin over the course of the following weeks. Redness after localized plasma skin tightening. In a similar fashion to mole removal after localized tightening treatments including plasma upper eyelid lift, the new skin will be red after the scabs have fallen off. The same applies to localized skin tightening during electrical plasma. Once the scab has fallen off, the area has an intense red color like the one seen in mole removal. Additionally, in case of localized skin tightening, the skin will tend to regenerate due to the thermal stimulation caused by the burn inflicted by the electrical arc. Therefore, the redness inflammation is caused by two factors: the new skin being regenerated after the minor injury caused by the electrical arc, the heat stimulation caused by the treatment. Illustration 28. This picture shows the scabs falling off after the intense plasma upper eyelid lift procedure. Some of the scabs are still present, and this picture shows clearly how, as the scabs fall off, the area is noticeably red from the plasma eyelid lift procedure. After the short-term healing, the new skin is naturally red. Furthermore, the skin undergoes a further continuous slow process of regeneration and remodeling during the time it takes for the area to recover from the thermal stimulation burn caused by the plasma superficial skin burn. In other words, inflammation, redness, and skin remodeling are an all-in-one effect of the long-term skin healing process. Illustration 29. Red meat type of color after the scabs have fallen off. This is a normal occurrence after plasma localized skin tightening. Since the redness is due to the skin regeneration process, exposure to intense UV light during the long-term healing can lead to hyperpigmentation. As a rule of thumb, when the redness has completely subsided, then direct sun exposure is less likely to lead to hyperpigmentation. Furthermore, if the treatment is repeated before the long-term healing is completely over while the area is still tender, the treatment becomes unbearably painful even using most common over-the-counter topical numbing products. Therefore, as a rule of thumb, if the area is still red or tender, the treatment should not be repeated until the area has returned to normal and the tenderness faded completely. Please note that the end of the redness does not mark the end of the long-term healing. The area may still be subject to long-term healing even while not appearing red at all. What marks the end of the long-term healing is the end of the tenderness instead. In any case, the redness is not permanent and it subsides over time. What does the long-term healing feel like? Tenderness and redness should not be the cause for concern, because this is a normal part of the long-term recovery process. It will eventually subside on its own accord without leaving a trace as long as no exposure to intense UV light has taken place. The following applies to high-intensity treatments without the use of any soothing or healing products. Itchiness. The initial feeling is of itchiness. This starts during the scabbing process and continues soon after the scabs have fallen off. It usually lasts approximately 7 to 10 days after the scabs have fallen off. Tenderness. While the itchy feeling subsides slowly, it is replaced by a feeling of tenderness. The degree of tenderness and its duration is dependent on the treatment intensity. The end of the long-term healing process is marked by the end of the feeling of tenderness. Dryness. This feeling can occur as soon as the scabs have fallen off, and it can last all throughout the long-term healing period. A stinging feeling is also common all throughout the long-term healing when applying creams, sunscreens and cosmetics. Illustration 30. This picture was taken 1 month after the plasma high intensity treatment. Redness and tenderness of the area and slight laxity after a plasma high intensity treatment. Even low intensity treatments do cause similar reactions. However, the symptoms last less and their intensity is far milder. Please note that the redness can still have subsided while the healing process is still ongoing. What really marks the end of the long-term healing process is the end of the tenderness. Plasma upper eyelid tightening remodeling during the long-term healing period. An important aspect of the long healing process is the skin remodeling. There is usually a clear change in skin structure immediately after the scabs have fallen off. However, the change at that point is evident but not permanent. The skin structure will change over the course of the long-term healing while the skin feels still tender. The following pictures are a demonstration of the remodeling happening over the course of a few hours after the scabs have fallen off. Illustration 31. The day after the scabs have fallen off completely, the area is significantly red. Some results may be apparent already in most cases, however, the area is still subject to change over the following hours and days. After the scabs have fallen off during the long-term healing, the change becomes significant and relatively rapid. In the picture below, you can see the difference in terms of tightening a few hours later. However, the area is still red. Illustration 32. A few days after the scabs fell off after plasma eyelid lift treatment using the spray operation. The area is still red and still subject to remodeling. The area has tightened further compared to the picture taken immediately after the scabs have fallen off. The area will be still subject to change over the course of long-term healing. Once the tenderness is over, the results can be regarded as virtually permanent. Illustration 33. Eyelids over 1 year after the last plasma upper eyelid lift procedure, November 2016. This is the long-term result of the plasma procedure. Please bear in mind that the skin is a live organ and subject to change over the long term anyway. Therefore, however slow, the skin will change over the long period even after the long-term healing process is over. Once the desired results are achieved, the treatment can be repeated when required, usually several years later. Skin laxity is a temporary adverse reaction to plasma eyelid tightening treatment. Please note that in all cases examined so far, skin laxity has been a transient effect only observed during the long-term healing process while the area was still very tender. The transient effect has been observed only after high-intensity treatments. Illustration 34. Upper eyelid laxity 3 weeks after a plasma high-intensity upper eyelid tightening treatment. This was a transient effect and it was part of the skin remodeling during the long-term healing. This effect has only been observed after high-intensity treatments, and in all cases observed, this was transient. The picture was taken at the end of November 2016. The treatment was performed at the beginning of November 2016. Treatment date 7/11/2016. If skin laxity occurs, it starts to take place a few days after the scabs have fallen off on their own accord. In any case, even if the laxity is taking place, the skin tightening will still occur in the long term. Skin laxity has subsided in all cases observed. Illustration 35, 14th January 2017. Laxity reducing over time. Tightening taking place during the long-term healing. Therefore, because high-intensity plasma treatments lead to extended periods of redness, extended periods of tenderness, skin laxity, carry out low-medium intensity treatments instead. If the plasma eyelid rejuvenation treatment is carried out at low-medium intensity, the minor improvements may be achieved without the need of going through extended period of inflammation, which can discourage people from undergoing further treatments. Therefore, even if you are an experienced practitioner in these types of procedures, this is a further reason for always opting for a medium intensity treatment. In all cases observed, the redness and tenderness always subsided, hence these symptoms are all transient. To date, no case of chronic tenderness or redness has been reported despite the thousands of high-intensity treatments performed the world over. Additionally, in case of high-intensity treatments, the temporary laxity is not a cause for concern, as it is also transient. The skin remodeling lasts as long as the area is still tender. Long-term healing. Once the tenderness subsides, the skin remodeling is over. This is when the results become representative. Also, another problem reported is the presence of small atrophic red spots, sometimes lasting a number of months, where the Voltaic plasma spots were applied. They are most likely caused by the use of makeup during the short-term healing process. All the effects discussed here are transient. However, hyperpigmentation is the only undesired effect, which may become permanent. Despite that, it can be easily removed by using certain other aesthetic products. Upper eyelid tightening aftercare. The main principle of aftercare after eyelid tightening using plasma is very simple. Any possible source of a bacterial infection has to be deliberately minimized. Anyone who is about to undergo plasma eyelid tightening should read this topic. There is more about aftercare in this section, aftercare. Swelling is characteristic of this type of aesthetic procedure, and it should always be expected after using Voltaic plasma on the upper eyelid area. This is because the area will be recovering from an intentional burn. Therefore, the natural side effect is swelling. Swelling can be minimized using certain techniques, but never completely avoided, because a deliberately controlled burn has to be caused to the eyelids in order to induce the desired localized skin tightening. Although swelling is to be expected, there is no reason to try and cure it, because in all circumstances it will subside on its own accord. Therefore, the use of any ointments or medicine is only detrimental. Several people without the appropriate training have suggested even the use of antihistamines, which is only used to treat allergic reactions, and other uses which have nothing to do with the type of aesthetic treatments we are talking about here. A few adverse effects have been caused by the use of incorrect creams and products in order to minimize or cure the swelling. Please note that the swelling should not be cured, because it is not a disease, and it is a direct transient consequence of the controlled burn caused by this type of aesthetic treatment. healing progression. This is a general account of the healing progression after plasma upper eyelid tightening. More detailed information can be found on Plasma Upper Eyelid Tightening Healing Process case study, where we examine in detail 3 different healing progressions after upper eyelid tightening. However, the following will provide an overview of the healing progression. Day 1. The swelling peaks the day following the treatment. Some clients might find it harder to open their eyes as soon as they get up in the morning the first day following the treatment. Gradually throughout the day, the swelling will subside slightly. Discomfort, pain and slight discharge can occur, but it is normal. Day 2. The swelling is the same or slightly less than the previous day, day 1. The swelling peaks soon after waking up and subsides slightly throughout the day. Sometimes swelling also spreads to the eye bags even if no plasma treatment was carried out on the lower eyelid. This is normal because the upper eyelid communicates with the lower eyelid, and some fluid inside the upper eyelid can spread to the eye bags. This is normal, and this undesired swelling of the lower eyelid will subside over the following days. Day 3. The swelling should start to subside noticeably, and the spots where the electrical plasma was applied will start turning into scabs. The scabs must not be picked and should fall off on their own accord. The discomfort experienced during day 1 and day 2 should have subsided dramatically. No further pain should be experienced on the 3rd day following the treatment. For these people who experience eye bag swelling, this should still be present during the 3rd day. Day 4. No discomfort or pain should be felt the 4th day following the treatment. Some residual minor swelling can still be on the upper eyelids. No more pain or discomfort should be felt. Day 5. All swelling should have subsided and some scabs may still be present. The minor swelling on the eye bags should have almost subsided. Day 6. The scabs should have started to fall off. In most cases, during day 6, people will struggle to tell whether any aesthetic treatment has ever been performed. Day 7. Almost all scabs should have fallen off. At this point, it is okay to start using total physical sunscreen and apply makeup as usual. Week 2. The area, although has healed, it may feel more tender to the touch than usual, and people may experience a stinging sensation while applying creams or washing normally. The area may look pinker than usual. Week 3 and 4. The treated area may be still slightly tender and pinker than the non-treated area. Month 2. Tenderness should have subsided and the area should have fully blended with the surrounding skin. Aftercare at home. The main principle to follow in the aftercare is just minimizing the likelihood of contracting any bacterial infection or scratching the area while the scabs have formed. Eyelid tightening aftercare during the 3 days while the swelling is present consists of do's: washing the area with neutral soap twice a day at night before going to sleep and in the morning immediately after getting up. Wash the area as gently as possible. Rinse profusely with cold water. Do not use warm or hot water to rinse. Dry the area using a clean towel, patting the area gently but never rubbing it. Wash the eyelid area during the day only if the area has been exposed to dirt or dust. Make sure all linen in your bed are very clean and try to minimize contact with bacteria while sleeping. Don'ts. Do not use makeup of any type. Do not touch your eyelids or the area treated in general with your hands. In case of accidental rubbing or touching, wash the area immediately as directed above. Do not use any creams of any type. The use of creams can lead to bacteria proliferation, delayed healing, and some minor adverse effects. The use of inappropriate creams can lead to infections, especially if used before the scabbing takes place. Do not use ice packing at home, as this could cause the area to get in contact with bacteria. The use of ice packing can be soothing, but the added risk of making the area in contact with bacteria can be more detrimental than advantageous. Aftercare while the area has scabbed. Avoid picking the scabs. Avoid sun exposure. Avoid the use of any creams and makeup. Aftercare after the scabs have fallen off. The area will still be slightly pink and sensitive. When applying creams, you can have a stinging sensation. Apply total physical sunscreen every day before going out in the sun. If using makeup, applying physical sunscreen on the area treated before applying the makeup. Avoid deliberate direct sun exposure for at least 3 months after the treatment. Early sun exposure, even while you are wearing sunscreen, can increase the likelihood of hyperpigmentation. Plasma upper eyelid healing process case study. Plasma eyelid tightening is an effective treatment which produces results, and like most effective treatments, the area will get worse before it gets better. In this section, we are going to study the healing progression of plasma upper eyelid tightening. Illustration 37. The leftmost picture depicts the upper eyelid before any plasma upper eyelid tightening treatment was carried out. The middle picture is a detail of the right eyelid the day after one of the plasma upper eyelid tightening treatments. The rightmost picture is another picture several months after the last plasma eyelid tightening treatment. As seen here, despite the dramatic immediate after effects of the Voltaic plasma eyelid tightening treatment, no signs of the procedure are left. This section is very important because both practitioners and clients undergoing the upper eyelid treatment are scared when they are confronted with the immediate swelling and other natural reactions to the treatment. As seen above, the immediate effect 1 or 2 days after the upper eyelid tightening may be scary, but eventually the area heals and the tightening effect will take place. This section has been written in order to shed a spotlight on the natural healing progression after plasma upper eyelid tightening. This is because swelling is a normal transient side effect of fibroblast, and this has been cause for unnecessary concern. Plasma eyelid tightening is an effective treatment which produces results, and like most effective aesthetic treatments, the area will get worse before it gets better. Illustration 38. In the middle of this picture, there is yet another example of dramatic swelling which occurs the day after plasma upper eyelid tightening. Inevitably, the swelling subsides on its own accord without the use of any medicine or medical attention. The swelling following upper eyelid tightening had been the cause for concern, and it has also been the source of speculation about plasma upper eyelid tightening treatments in general. As we will see, this is a completely normal reaction to this type of aesthetic treatment, which has to be expected in all cases. We have grouped this information and made it openly available so that anyone who performs this type of treatments or undergoes plasma eyelid lift can have a point of reference. In this way, not only those who perform the treatment for the first time, and also those who undergo the treatment are made aware in detail of what to expect. As we will see, the symptoms during the healing process can be dramatic. However, they are all transient and they do not require medical attention. They will all subside on their own accord within a few days after the treatment. Please note that we will only focus here on the short-term healing process. The long-term healing progression is not covered here. Difference between the healing after upper eyelid and other plasma localized tightening treatments elsewhere on the body. The healing process after plasma upper eyelid tightening is rather similar to that of localized plasma skin tightening on other areas of the face and body. Some degree of minor swelling and discomfort are experienced after plasma localized skin tightening treatments in general. However, these are not generally a cause for concern or alarm. The healing after localized plasma skin tightening on most parts of the body involves minor swelling, minor burning sensation, slight discomfort, scabbing. After plasma upper eyelid tightening, the symptoms are similar but magnified and dramatic. This is due to the intrinsic sensitivity of the upper eyelid, which is notoriously more delicate than other parts of the body. The upper eyelids are more delicate and sensitive than other parts of the body. After plasma upper eyelid tightening using Voltaic plasma, swelling is much more dramatic than the one experienced after localized plasma skin tightening. Everything is magnified. The burning sensation is more accentuated, more intense, and sometimes more difficult to cope with, etc. In particular, not only the swelling is more dramatic, but while in localized plasma skin tightening, where the swelling is only minor and confined to the treated area, in upper eyelid tightening, the swelling can also spread to the lower eyelids. Illustration 39. Minor swelling experienced the day following lower eyelid tightening. This is only minor compared to the swelling experienced after upper eyelid tightening. In other words, everything that happens during the healing process after plasma localized skin tightening on most parts of the face and body also occurs after upper eyelid tightening, but most symptoms are more dramatic when the procedure is applied on the upper eyelids. Upper plasma eyelid tightening healing process overview. In plasma upper eyelid tightening, the area gets worse before it gets better. Because of this, one of the main issues is the dramatic reactions which occur following the treatment, especially the swelling of the upper eyelids. However, swelling is a natural reaction to the burn induced by the Voltaic arc, and it is not only to be expected, but it is exactly what is needed in order to achieve the upper eyelid tightening sought by the client. Also, some of the aesthetic practitioners new to this type of procedure can sometimes be caught by surprise by these reactions during the healing period. The confusion about the healing process about plasma upper eyelid tightening is primarily due to the fact that there has not been sufficient structured information exploring in detail the healing process. This has caused unnecessary anxiety to some people undergoing the treatment. Illustration 40. In the middle, we can see how the severe swelling can make it difficult to open the eyes fully. This occurs only the morning following the plasma treatment. This is a normal reaction to be expected after this type of aesthetic treatment. The normal healing process of plasma upper eyelid tightening involves major swelling of the upper eyelid the day following the treatment, lasting 24 to 48 hours. The swelling of the lower eyelids, eye bags, can occur even if the lower eyelids have not undergone any treatment, lasting up to 72 hours. Intense burning sensation lasting 12 to 24 hours. Discomfort lasting 24 to 48 hours. Pain lasting 12 to 24 hours. The sometimes dramatic upper eyelid swelling and discomfort experienced after plasma eyelid lift had been the cause of worry and even distress at times to those people undergoing plasma upper eyelid lift but were not well informed about the immediate after effects of the procedure. Although they may appear dramatic, such as pain, discomfort and swelling, these symptoms should not be cause for concern. As we will see, these symptoms are all normal effects which are transient and to be expected in all cases. None of these effects can be completely avoided because they are caused by the very nature of the plasma aesthetic treatment itself, i.e. an intentional controlled skin burn. However, they can be somewhat attenuated by using certain products and lowering the overall intensity of the treatment. Pain. The information reported about the pain experienced is based on the feedback received by the people who underwent these types of aesthetic treatments over the years, several hundreds. As we know, the pain is caused by the burn inflicted during the treatment. Therefore, this is a normal reaction to this type of aesthetic procedure. Pain lasts up to 24 hours in most cases. The second day following the treatment is mostly pain-free, and the pain is replaced by a feeling of slight discomfort first and itchy sensation after. Illustration 41. The pain after plasma upper eyelid lift is very subjective. However, this representative sketch provides an idea of the way pain is experienced. While discomfort is experienced by everyone undergoing plasma upper eyelid lift in different ways, on the other hand, the pain experienced after the treatment is dependent on the particular individual sensitivity to pain. Sometimes pain is not reported at all. In fact, there had been several cases where the individuals never reported pain as such, just discomfort. The level of pain experienced by people who are particularly sensitive to pain also goes hand in hand with the level of swelling. Generally, the more the swelling, the more the pain experienced. Illustration 42. The upper eyelid swelling can make it difficult to fully open the eyes the morning following the treatment. The pain experienced and swelling go hand in hand. Where the swelling is at its peak, this is also when the pain experienced is at its highest. As the swelling subsides, the pain and discomfort subside too. The pain and discomfort are replaced by an itchy sensation when the scabs start to develop. In general, the level of pain experienced is dependent on the sensitivity of the particular individual to pain, the intensity of the Voltaic plasma treatment. The lower the intensity of the treatment, the less pain experienced during the day following the treatment. The higher the overall intensity of the treatment, the more the pain felt after. The use of soothing products immediately after the treatment and during the healing process, including the use of ice packing. Please note that the use of drugs for pain relief is possible, however seldom necessary, and not as effective as the use of the appropriate topical soothing products. Comparison of 3 swelling cases. 3 cases will be presented here, and as we will notice, the pattern in the skin recovery is similar. The upper eyelids swell in very similar ways. The degree of predictability of the swelling is relatively high. Also, the swelling subsides in similar ways, making its development a very predictable phenomenon. Furthermore, it can also be reliably predicted when the swelling is supposed to subside completely. In the cases presented, no ice packing or soothing products were used. The treatment intensity applied was also particularly high. The healing occurred without the help of any medication or drugs. Illustration 43. Representative cases are presented here with photographic evidence. Over 300 cases were also examined, and they reported the same or very similar healing patterns. Given the high number of cases examined, these are deemed sufficient to bring forward reliable conclusions about the issue of swelling after plasma upper eyelid tightening. There could be some minor statistical deviations, however, these are not considered to be very significant given the large number of cases observed and feedback reported to date. Day 1 after the procedure. This is the swelling which occurs the day following the treatment. As seen in the pictures below, the degree of swelling is very similar in all 3 cases. Illustration 44. The day following the treatment is when the swelling is at its highest. The peak occurs first thing in the morning and it subsides throughout the day. Day 2 after the procedure. The day following the treatment is when the swelling is at its highest. The peak occurs first thing in the morning and it subsides throughout the day. Illustration 45. The second day following the treatment, the swelling on the upper eyelid has either subsided completely or almost completely. Everybody who underwent the treatment could open their eyes fully or almost fully. Day 3 after the procedure. On the third day, all swelling subsided completely. The residual swelling on the lower eyelid has either subsided or almost subsided. In all cases, the eyes can be fully opened. No more discomfort is reported, and it is replaced by an itchy sensation instead. The scabs have fully formed. Illustration 46. On the third day, the scabs are fully formed and the discomfort is replaced by an itchy sensation. Day 4 after the procedure. The scabs have fully formed and they start to fall off on their own accord. No more discomfort is felt and the itchy sensation has intensified. Illustration 47. The fourth day, the scabs start to fall off. The itchy sensation intensified. In some cases, like the one on the right, the scabs fall off immediately depending on the skin type and how the treatment is performed. Day 5 after the procedure. Illustration 48. The fifth day, the scabs should have almost fallen off on their own accord. No discomfort, only an itchy sensation. Almost all scabs have fallen off, and this is when it is possible to start applying the makeup and sunscreen. In most cases, this marks the end of what it is commonly referred to as downtime. Day 6 after the procedure. The area looks slightly irritated but returned to almost normal and the long-term recovery takes place. At this point, most people will be unable to tell the area had undergone any aesthetic treatment at all. Illustration 49. The 6th day, old scabs are normally fallen off. No signs of the treatment are normally noticeable. Only on some rare cases, some residual scabs are still to fall off, as shown on the leftmost picture. At the time of the treatment, the individual on the left was 66, 44 in the middle, and 34 of age on the right, respectively. The pictures show how the healing appears to occur faster on the youngest subject and slower on the oldest ones. No sufficient cases have been examined in order to bring forward a conclusive opinion on the matter of speed of healing relative to the age of the individual. Swelling of the lower eyelid or eye bag swelling following upper eyelid lift. Eye bag swelling is another reaction to be expected after the plasma upper eyelid lift. This has also been a cause for concern to those who had undergone these types of aesthetic treatments but were not aware of the type of short-term reaction. During the healing process, although the lower eyelids have not undergone any treatment at all, they often swell too. It is interesting that the lower eyelids or eye bags swell even if no treatment has been performed to the area at all. This is because the upper and lower eyelids are interconnected. Therefore, the fluid produced after the controlled burn on the upper eyelids tend to travel to the eye bags. The way the lower eyelid swelling can occur varies from person to person, and sometimes it may even not occur at all, especially in case of low medium intensity treatments coupled with the use of appropriate soothing products. Illustration 50. 2nd day following plasma upper eyelid tightening high intensity treatment. The upper eyelid swelling has almost completely subsided, but the swelling appeared on the lower eyelids eye bags instead. The fluid is transferred to the eye bags. However, this reaction has to be expected in any case. The swelling of the lower eyelid can occur either the day after the treatment coupled with the swelling of the upper eyelid, but it often occurs the 2nd day after the treatment. The lower eyelid swelling is caused by the fluid on the upper eyelids transferred to the eye bags during the 2nd night after the treatment. As we know, in any case, the fluid will naturally be absorbed by the body and will leave no trace. In conclusion, the swelling of the lower eyelid is transient and will subside completely on its own accord without the use of any treatment of any type or medication. Plasma upper eyelid lift healing process table. The following table goes through the healing progression after plasma upper eyelid lift in detail. The table has been built based on our experience and feedback received after treating hundreds of people using plasma devices for aesthetic purposes. Please note that any individual reaction could differ to a certain extent from what described therein based on technique used, overall treatment intensity, individual reaction to the treatment, and device used. However, as a rule of thumb, if the swelling has not subsided completely by the 4th day after the treatment and the scabs have not formed yet, contact your aesthetic practitioner. Conclusions. Pain, discomfort, swelling of both upper and lower eyelids are all normal reactions in plasma upper eyelid tightening. Generally, they are all to be expected. However, they all subside on their own accord without the help of any medical treatment or medication of any type. In all cases examined, swelling, pain, and discomfort peaked throughout the night after the treatment and the following morning. The day following the treatment is also the most challenging, and this is when the pain, discomfort, and swelling peak. Swelling of the lower eyelid was observed in some occasions the day following the treatment, especially when the treatment was carried out at high intensity and/or no soothing product or ice packing were applied to the area to soothe it. When the swelling of the eye bags occurred, it was almost often observed 2 days after the treatment. Mostly, the swelling of the lower eyelid started to subside the 3rd day after the treatment. In all cases, the lower eyelid swelling subsided by the 4th day. In most cases, the scabs were fully formed on the 3rd day after the treatment. However, it has to be noted that scabs do not always form during the healing process. In most cases, the area returns to normal within 5 days, when all scabs have also fallen off by then. This usually marks the end of what most people perceive as downtime. In all cases examined, pain, discomfort, and swelling subsided without the help of any particular remedy or medication, and the area eventually returned to normal. No medical treatment was carried out in all cases, i.e., no medical consultation or use of any drugs or any ointments of any type, and the area healed on its own. Please bear in mind that most of the undesired reactions are due to poor aftercare during the healing period. Crow's feet attenuation. Previous knowledge on skin tightening using electrical arcing is required. One of the several applications of skin tightening using electrical arcing or fibroblast is crow's feet attenuation, Botox, and periorbital lines attenuation using plasma. It is important to differentiate this type of treatment from the effects of Botox. Botox is the preferred way to attenuate the crow's feet by simply relaxing the periorbital muscles, therefore preventing the formation of these wrinkles while smiling or making other facial expressions. In case of crow's feet attenuation using electrical arcing, the effect is a minor improvement in the appearance of wrinkles while the muscles are relaxed. Therefore, the effects will be visible while the muscles are relaxed. This treatment can also be combined with Botox. However, any Botox treatment must be carried out at least 40 days away from the last crow's feet attenuation using electrical arcing. How to perform crow's feet attenuation using plasma? Apply the normal pre-treatment routine before carrying out the aesthetic treatment. Use skin tightening between the lines and do not apply the Voltaic arc on the lines themselves. Illustration 51. The black spots represent where we would place the Voltaic spots in order to accomplish the skin tightening on the crow's feet. When you first start this type of aesthetic treatment, if you use one of our devices, set it at minimum power and apply very short bursts lasting approximately 1/4 of a second if you are using the spot mode. The distance between the spots must be approximately 2 to 3 millimeters. Illustration 52. Another example of where the Voltaic spots would be placed in a low intensity treatment. The spots are always applied randomly. In this example, you can see how lower eyelid tightening can be naturally integrated as part of the aesthetic treatment. Unlike upper eyelid tightening, this particular application of skin tightening does not cause the pronounced swelling characteristic of eyelid tightening. Therefore, the use of soothing product is not recommended. Remember not to remove the carbon residues intentionally by wiping them off during the procedure. Illustration 53. The Voltaic spots are applied randomly between the lines and never inside the wrinkles themselves. Sometimes scabs form 2 to 3 days after the treatment. Let the scabs fall off by themselves. You can repeat the treatment at 4 to 6 weeks intervals. Remind the importance of the aftercare to your clients. Mini facelift. Previous knowledge required skin tightening using electrical arcing. The main principle applied to mini facelift using electrical arcing or plasma is localized skin tightening. Use skin tightening between the lines and do not apply the Voltaic arc on the lines themselves. Mini facelift by using electrical arcing or plasma is usually carried out by applying the skin tightening where the skin would be pulled during a normal facelift procedure, which is close to the ears as shown in the video above. Also, if you prefer, you can apply the Voltaic arc spots on the entire face, and this has led to very good results. However, for the sake of this section, we will focus the treatment on the classic areas of a normal facelift. It is important to manage the client expectations for this type of procedure because the improvements will only be minor and cannot be compared to the dramatic results achieved with surgery. However, since the localized skin tightening effects of electrical arcing are cumulative, repeating the treatments a number of times will lead to good results. Illustration 54. The incision during a standard facelift surgical procedure is carried out along the hairline and around the ear to achieve the desired pulling effect. While using electrical arcing, the Voltaic spots are applied close to the ear to reproduce a similar pulling effect. Although in the examples in the videos, you can see how high-intensity treatments are usually carried out to perform many facelifts during electrical arcing. When you first use electrical arcing devices for this type of treatment, it is highly recommended use low-intensity treatments. The first time you use electrical arcing for many facelift, if you are using one of our electrical arcing devices, set it at the minimum power level. Apply the spots distancing them 2 to 3 millimeters apart and use an instantaneous spot duration approximately 1/4 of a second. As you gain experience, you can then progressively increase the intensity of the treatment by decreasing the distance between the spots. Sometimes scabs form 2 to 3 days after the treatment. Let the scab fall off by themselves. You can repeat the treatment at 4 to 6 weeks intervals. Remind the importance of the aftercare to your clients. Jawline. Plasma skin tightening can also be used to improve the appearance of the wrinkles around the jawline. The main technique used is the spot operation. Like in normal skin tightening, the intensity of the overall treatment is determined by the power level of the respective device you are using, the distance between the spots, the duration of each Voltaic burst, and the overall area you treat. To revise this section in connection with the localized skin tightening, please click here. If you want to watch a couple of examples of jawline tightening, please watch the following videos. There's 2 videos to watch. Atrophic scar attenuation. Improving the appearance of depressed or atrophic scars like acne and chickenpox scars is very easy using AC electrical arcing. The previous knowledge required is skin tightening using plasma. In this section, you will be able to learn how to assess the type of atrophic scar you're dealing with and have the knowledge base at your disposal to best choose the method to remove or attenuate them. Scars can come in different shapes and forms. In this section, we will discuss the most common types of scars. The main distinction made between scars is the differentiation between atrophic and hypertrophic scars. A hypertrophic scar is raised, protruding, whereas an atrophic scar is a visibly depressed part of the skin. A hypertrophic scar is left after a deep injury, i.e. deep wounds infected during surgery, superficial wound followed by protracted infection. And in case of atrophic scars, these are usually left after acne, chickenpox, and other types of skin inflammation. Burn scars are not discussed here, and they are referred to as contractures. To learn more about this type of scars, please read this section. Illustration 55. The two main types of scars, atrophic or depressed scars, and hypertrophic or protruding scars. In illustration 55, we can see the main two types of scars which can develop after an injury or traumatic event has occurred to the skin. Atrophic depressed scars or hypertrophic raised scars. It is important to emphasize the difference between keloids and hypertrophic scars because they are often mistaken for one another. Illustration 56. Example of keloidal formation, not to be confused with normal hypertrophic scars. Keloids and hypertrophic scars are fundamentally different. To learn more about the difference between hypertrophic scars and keloids, please read the section on keloids. Types of atrophic scars: ice pick, box scars, and rolling scars. Atrophic scars are those depressed areas or missing part of the skin left after a certain skin traumatic event, typically dermal inflammation. The likelihood of developing an atrophic scar depends on how deeply the inflammation has developed and the healing process. In some cases, an atrophic scar can also develop after a skin injury. Illustration 57. Depending on the type of skin inflammation, the scar which can develop can have different characteristics. In case of atrophic scars, this can be classed into ice pick, box scars, rolling scars. In certain other cases, especially when an infection persists for a long time or a deep wound has been inflicted, a hypertrophic scar can develop. Atrophic scars are usually classed into three categories: ice pick scar, box scar, and rolling scar. There are several types of skin inflammation which can lead to atrophic scar formation. The most common cause of atrophic scars are severe acne and chickenpox. However, other types of injuries can cause atrophic scars as well. More generally, atrophic scars are produced by skin conditions that cause an endured inflammation of the dermis. The most common atrophic scar formation process typically begins as a mild form of acne called comedone. This comedone is formed when oil secreted from the sebaceous glands combines with the dirt or skin cells in the hair follicles. This combination creates a plug that blocks the hair follicle. After the comedone forms, bacteria begins to multiply inside the blocked hair follicle. The white cells of the body rush to the site of the infection in order to destroy the bacteria. With the build-up of the white blood cells, pus is formed. In a few cases, the bacteria, white blood cells, and sebum can burst into the surrounding skin and cause further skin inflammation. With the aggregation of inflammation, pressure is created and this pushes the inflammation deeper into the skin. This in turn causes severe damage and can lead to the formation of nodules or cysts. The inflammation on the skin damages the skin tissues and disrupts the structure of collagen. When the resultant scar tissue is formed after the severe inflammation, it sinks into the skin and appears as an atrophic scar. Depending on the extent and depth of damage to the dermis, the type of atrophic scar can develop into ice pick, box or rolling scar. Illustration 58. The main difference between the three types of scars is not merely in the depth of the missing skin. It is mostly with the scar itself and the shape of the scar edges. The deeper the damage caused to the dermis, the higher the likelihood of the formation of ice pick scars. In case the damage is not involving the hypodermis, then box scars can develop. If the damage to the dermis is superficial, then the atrophic scar can develop into a rolling scar. Illustration 59. The difference in classification of an atrophic scar is not always very well marked, whereas the difference between atrophic and hypertrophic scars are very well defined and recognizable. In case of atrophic scars, the difference between ice pick scars and box rolling scars is quite marked. On the other hand, the difference between box scars and rolling scars can blur sometimes. This is because the edges of box scars tend to have a different degree of sharpness. Small depressed atrophic scars of a diameter less than 2 mm are usually referred to as ice pick scars. If the edges of the scar are sharp, then they are classed as a box scar. Usually the diameter of box scars are between 2 to 4 mm. When the edges are not very well defined, then the atrophic scar is usually referred to as rolling scar. Rolling scars are normally over 5 mm in diameter. The difference in classification of atrophic scars is not always very well marked, whereas the difference between atrophic and hypertrophic scars are very well defined and recognizable. In case of atrophic scars, the difference between ice pick scars and box rolling scars is quite marked. On the other hand, the difference between box scars and rolling scars can blur sometimes. This is because the edges of box scars tend to have a different degree of sharpness. In illustration 62, you can see an example of ice pick scars on the face caused by severe acne. These types of scars are clearly indented, typical of ice pick scars. The missing part of the skin can be reconstructed using minor skin grafting. Illustration 62. Ice pick scars or indented scars are generally caused by severe acne, where the inflammation has affected the hypodermis. Ice pick scars are deep, small and narrow. This can appear as if the skin has been injured by a sharp instrument such as an ice pick. Some people may have deep holes or large open pores. Often ice pick scars treatments can involve minor skin grafting to reconstruct the missing part of the skin. Ice pick scars appear on the face and other parts of the body after a severe episode of skin inflammation and are sometimes difficult to cover up. As the name itself suggests, this type of scar looks as if your skin has been pierced by an ice pick or sharp instrument because they are deep and very narrow. Not all acne, chickenpox or skin inflammation develop into ice pick scars. This type of atrophic scars appear only if the inflammation has affected the deeper parts of the dermis, hypodermis. Usually, the deeper the inflammation, the more the likelihood of forming an ice-pick scar. Very often, ice-pick scars appear after the formation of an infected cyst, which destroys the innermost parts of the dermis. Illustration 63. Typical example box scars. Their edges are very sharp and well defined. Normally they are 3 to 4 millimeters in diameter. Box scars occur when an inflamed acne lesion destroys the skin tissue, leaving a sunken area on the skin. They have an oval shape and look like depressions in the skin. Unlike ice-pick scars, box scars do not taper to a point. Depending on how severe acne was, the depth of the box scars varies. This kind of scar is most frequently seen on temples and cheeks, normally on young skin. When the scar have recently formed, the edges of the box scar are very sharp and very well defined. This is what characterizes box scars when they are recently formed. The difference between box scars and rolling scars can be blurred at times, as seen in the figure below, when the edges become less defined over time. Illustration 64. Over time, or after collagen regeneration treatments, i.e. cosmetic peels, laser resurfacing, plasma resurfacing, etc., the edges of box scars become less defined. Therefore, over time, the line between box scars and rolling scars become less and less defined, as shown in the atrophic scars displayed in this picture. Almost all box scars over time will transition to rolling scars. This is due to the normal collagen regeneration process, which occurs over time. This process can be speeded up by using collagen regeneration treatments like cosmetic peels, plasma skin resurfacing, laser resurfacing, microneedling, etc. Illustration 65. Rolling scars grouped close together. Over time or after a few skin resurfacing treatments, the edge of the scars start to smooth progressively. Normally, all aesthetic treatments for atrophic scar attenuation, which does not involve minor skin grafting or subcision, focus on accomplishing this first transition from box scars to rolling scars by using collagen regeneration techniques. Illustration 66. Typical example of rolling scars where the depressed areas have become blurred over time. Rolling scars are much larger in diameter than box scars, and because their edges are not as sharp and defined as those of ice-pick scars or box scars, they are much easier to fade using most skin resurfacing techniques. So to recap, atrophic scars are usually distinguished into 3 categories: ice-pick scars, box scars, rolling scars. The differentiation between box scars and rolling scars fades over time due to the slowed smoothing of the scar's edges. Illustration 67. Box scar 1. Ice-pick scar 2. Various types of rolling scars 3. Small hypertrophic scar 4. Small atrophic scar 5. In the next sections, we will explore the most effective aesthetic treatments used to remove the scar types 1, 2, and 3. Scar types 4 and 5 are usually attenuated by using skin resurfacing treatments. Electrical arcing can be very easily used to remove small scar types 4 and other minor hypertrophic skin imperfections. Atrophic scar removal and attenuation treatments. Atrophic scars are not as easily removed as hypertrophic scars are. However, there are a number of effective treatments available for atrophic scar removal and atrophic scar attenuation. Atrophic scar removal generally is more complex than normal hypertrophic scar removal. In case of hypertrophic scar removal, the ablative process focuses on removing the raised part of the scars using various methods: lasers, electrical arcing, excision, etc. Also, occlusion is another effective method for hypertrophic scar attenuation over time. This is used as a home treatment solution which is scientifically proven to lead to good results. First of all, it is important to make a clear distinction between atrophic scar removal and atrophic scar attenuation. The two main techniques are fundamentally different. Atrophic scar removal focuses on finding ways to fill or removing the skin depression which causes the atrophic scar. As we will see, this can be done effectively in various ways. The best and most effective methods depends on the type of each atrophic scars and where it is positioned. The best and most cost-effective method depends on the type of each atrophic scar and where it is positioned. Some atrophic scar removal techniques are surgical, while some others are straightforward non-surgical procedures. Atrophic scar attenuation are generally aesthetic and non-surgical treatments and focus on finding ways to gradually improve the appearance of atrophic scars. Atrophic scars sometimes can be challenging to remove completely because the aesthetic procedure has to focus on finding the best way to reinstate the missing part of the skin. Depending on a number of factors, this cannot be always straightforward. Sometimes, atrophic scar removal can involve some degree of minor skin reconstructive technique in order to achieve the best possible results in the least number of treatments. The strict requirement for reconstructing the depressed part of the skin is not always necessary because in certain cases, a satisfactory result can be accomplished by using simple skin resurfacing methods or other very simple aesthetic treatments. As we will see, this is specifically the case for superficial rolling scars treatment. Generally, in case of box scars, the natural skin regeneration process, which occurs over time or induced by using skin resurfacing techniques, leads to a progressive smoothing of the sharp edges of the atrophic scar, and therefore box scars normally progress into rolling scars over time. In case of superficial rolling scars, a number of skin resurfacing treatments generally lead to further smoothing of the rolling scars until satisfactory results. Illustration 68. Typical atrophic scars left after severe acne. The above picture shows the typical atrophic scars left after severe acne. In illustration 68, the depressed areas of the skin typical of atrophic scars are evident. The best line of treatment for these types of atrophic scar removal procedures may be surgical. The type of removal treatment for each scar may be different depending on each type of atrophic formation. The choice of the best type of treatment for each type of scar is left to the practitioner. The second line of treatment is the use of skin resurfacing techniques, localized skin tightening, or collagen regeneration treatments in general. These are used to fine-tune the results of the main scar removal treatments. Atrophic scar removal treatments, the use of minor surgical procedures, and atrophic scar removal procedures are usually the first line of treatment. These procedures focus on reconstructing the missing part of the skin caused by the acne or injury that produced the atrophic scars in the first place. As we will see, not one type of removal treatment suits all types of atrophic scars. For example, in case of very deep, relatively large pox scars, the best technique can be minor skin grafting, where a small section of the skin is implanted into the depressed part of the scar. In case of deep ice-pick scars, instead, the use of targeted potent cosmetic peels is usually effective in the removal of this type of atrophic scars. Atrophic scar attenuation treatments. These are all aesthetic non-surgical treatments. These aesthetic procedures focus on the use of collagen stimulation techniques or skin regeneration principles, skin resurfacing, and sometimes localized skin tightening. This is done using lasers and Voltaic plasma skin resurfacing, microneedling, cosmetic peels, etc. These are usually the second line of treatment after the main atrophic scar removal treatment. They are used as to perfect the results accomplished by the removal treatments. Also, scar attenuation treatments are used as first line of treatment in cases of superficial rolling scars. In this case, simple skin resurfacing procedures can lead to satisfactory results without the need for using minor surgical procedures. Ice-pick scars removal. In case of very deep indented scars, ice-pick scars, the smoothing effects of skin resurfacing procedures will be effective in improving the appearance of this type of atrophic scars. However, the missing part of the skin cannot be reconstructed by using traditional skin resurfacing methods. Traditional skin resurfacing treatments using lasers, microneedling, repeated cosmetic peels, or skin tightening using electrical arcing at the borders of the ice-pick scar usually lead to a degree of improvement in the appearance of this type of atrophic scar. However, this type of aesthetic treatments on their own seldom lead to satisfactory results in the treatments of very deep ice-pick scars. Additionally, these methods on their own are classed as ice-pick scars attenuation instead of ice-pick scars removal. This is because on their own, traditional skin resurfacing techniques cannot remove deep ice-pick scars. In fact, traditional skin resurfacing treatments on their own do not lead to the reconstruction of the deep missing part of the skin in deep ice-pick scars. Illustration 70. The use of TCA for ice-pick scar removal. The use of suitable potent cosmetic peels inside the scars is the preferred option for ice-pick scar removal. This method is referred to as bridging the ice-pick scars. Although this is considered the best practice for ice-pick scars removal, this is an easy non-surgical procedure. A very effective method used to reconstruct the missing part of the skin in deep and narrow ice-pick scars is the technique called bridging. Throughout the years, this method has been used the world over with great success for ice-pick scars removal. It is referred to as bridging because this technique takes advantage of the fact that the internal walls of the ice-pick scars are very close together. Because of this, when a superficial exfoliation is carried out inside the ice-pick scar during the healing periods, the internal walls of the scar tend to join together as extra collagen is produced to bridge the small gap of this type of atrophic scar. In other words, the highly concentrated cosmetic peel delivered inside the narrow scar causes a very superficial small wound inside the narrow walls of the ice-pick scar. As the internal walls of the atrophic scar heal, the effect is as if the scar starts to fill up with new skin tissue, which is formed between the walls of the scar, bridging effect. Therefore, the depth of the scar decreases visibly due to the new collagen formed inside the scar. The preferred product used for this application in many aesthetic clinics with very good and repeatable result is TCA. Highly concentrated trichloroacetic acid solution, over 80% in concentration, are delivered in small droplets inside the ice pick scar. Immediately after the TCA solution has been delivered, the atrophic scar turns white. This whitening will last in the region of 3 hours. It will then be followed by redness around the ice pick scar. A couple of days after the treatment, the scar treated will start turning black, a sign that the scabbing process and bridging is taking place. The scars usually recover completely within 1 week. Please note that other specialized cosmetic peels other than TCA can be used instead, leading to similar results in ice pick scar removal. Over several years, toothpicks impregnated with the potent cosmetic peel have been used to deliver the cosmetic substance inside the ice pick scar. Some aesthetic practitioners prefer the use of small, conventional mesotherapy type of syringes to deliver the small droplets of potent peel inside the ice pick scars. Please note that cosmetic peel is not injected but simply poured in droplets inside the ice pick scar. The use of a syringe allows a faster and more effective delivery of the cosmetic peel. In the video below, you can appreciate how this easy method is applied on a real case. During the healing process, the part has to be kept free of infections and disinfected twice a day. Sunscreen must be worn for at least 3 months after the last treatment, and exposure to sunlight or UV sources deliberately avoided for at least that period. This type of treatment has to be repeated a number of times in order to achieve good results. On average, 2 sessions are normally sufficient. This treatment is usually followed by the skin resurfacing treatments using lasers, electrical arcing, or cosmetic peels. Those techniques are used to fine-tune the results and correct minor skin imperfections. If using one of our AC electrical arcing devices to fine-tune the results after bridging treatments for ice pick scar removal, set the device at minimum power level and apply the spot mode on the edge of each scar and between the scars. Do not apply the spots inside the depressed part of the scars themselves. In the following video, you can see a Voltaic arcing treatment for acne scar attenuation. As you can see, the arc is applied between each scar and never inside the scar itself. Please note that, in this case, no bridging treatment was used before this Voltaic arcing treatment. Box scars removal. Before you perform any box scar removal treatment, make sure the area is vascularized, properly reached by blood vessels. This is especially important in recently formed scars, as some of them may not be ready for scar removal treatments. Scar tissue hard to the touch. Appreciating whether the scar tissue is properly vascularized is done simply by touching the scar tissue itself. If it is soft to the touch and not stiff, then this is a sign that the scar is adequately vascularized. If the area is stiff, then a number of skin resurfacing treatments are recommended before performing any of the following procedures. The preferred option to vascularize stiff scars is the use of microneedling. Other options involve laser resurfacing, Voltaic arcane resurfacing, cosmetic peels. If the skin is soft to the touch and you can pinch it with your fingers without encountering any stiffness, then you can go ahead and perform any of the box scars removal procedures described here. Illustration: different size and shapes of box scars. Some can resemble ice pick scars, while others can resemble rolling scars. We have seen how the preferred method for ice pick scars removal is the use of suitable highly concentrated peels to accomplish the bridging effect between the internal walls of the ice pick scars. This is possible due to the proximity of the walls of the ice pick scars. In case of box scars, because the walls of the scar are further apart than ice pick scars, the technique of bridging may not be the most suitable to accomplish the best results because the internal walls of the box scars are too far apart to join after the use of highly concentrated TCAA or other suitable cosmetic peels. Currently, the most popular treatments available for box scars removal are minor skin grafting or punch grafting, floating. When the box scar is particularly deep and placed on an area of the skin not particularly subject to stretching, like the forehead, temples, or chin area. Punch excision, discard, and close. It is done by making a little punch excision of the scar. This is the same technique used when performing skin excision to send the sample for the histological examination to verify a lesion is benign. After the excision is performed, the area is stitched up and heals by primary intention. Subcision. Subcision is used when the box scar is quite shallow and it is placed on an area of the face particularly subject to stretching or wrinkling. This technique focuses on making a wound inside the scar itself in order to triggering a hypertrophic scarring formation, which would elevate the depressed part of the scar. Fillers. Also, some aesthetic practitioners use fillers to try to elevate the depressed part of the box scar. Although effective, this technique is not explored here, as it is not a permanent solution and it requires ongoing treatments due to the fact that fillers will naturally be reabsorbed over time, within 12 to 24 months after the treatment. Therefore, every time the filler is absorbed, the treatment has to be repeated. Because the use of fillers is not a permanent solution and there are effective permanent box scar removal solutions available, we prefer to explain and explore those instead. Generally, there is no right or wrong removal treatment choice for box scars. This is because box scars come in different parts of the face, in different shapes and depths. Sometimes they resemble rolling scars if they're large. Sometimes they can resemble more ice pick scars. Therefore, it is the choice of the aesthetic practitioner to use the technique that it is deemed best suited for the particular box scar, based on its shape, position on the face, and depth of the depressed area. Minor skin grafting or punch grafting, floating. Skin grafting is used in many areas of skin reconstruction, and it is particularly useful and effective in reconstructing the missing skin in a box type of scar. Punch grafting is a simple minor surgical technique used to fill the missing part of the skin inside the atrophic scar. Another part of the skin is implanted into the missing part of the atrophic scar. Illustration: typical box and ice pick scars on the face. Based on the individual type of scar, the treatment can be different. This is a classical example of the various types of scars that a single individual can present. In this case, we have many box types of scars, and some other box scars can resemble ice pick scars. So the practitioner has to choose the type of scar removal treatment for each individual scar based on their experience and specific type of scar. There is never a right or wrong type of scar removal treatment for each scar. This punch grafting technique is generally used when subcision could be quite difficult to carry out, especially in case of particularly deep box scars. However, if the box scar is deep and located on an area of the face prone to stretching or wrinkling, i.e. periorbital area, cheeks, etc., then this technique should be avoided, as the new skin may not implant properly in place of the missing part of the skin. In this case, the punch excision discard and close technique should be used instead. Minor skin grafting, punch grafting, floating, provides the most optimal results in less mobile areas of the face, such as forehead and temples. Punch floating is the treatment of choice for most deep scars and usually heals in 3 to 4 weeks without leaving a trace of the particular incision used to make the punch. In the video below, we can see how the skin grafting is used to regenerate the missing skin of the depressed area of an atrophic scar. A surgeon deliberately inflicts a wound into the box scar. Once the wound is made, the small skin graft, punch graft, is implanted onto the fresh wound and stitched up. Stitches are used in case of large box scars. The stitches are removed within 15 days. In case of small box scars, given that the use of sutures would be impractical, skin glue is the preferred option used instead of stitching. Once the part has healed, usually further skin resurfacing treatments are used in order to correct minor imperfections left after this minor surgery. The main treatments used are laser resurfacing to smooth out the skin in general. In case of protruding imperfections, Voltaic arcing and laser ablations can be used to level off these imperfections. Also, a course of home peeling treatments can be performed by the client at home. Punch, discard and close. This is another easy and effective technique used with great success in the removal of box scars. It is carried out by excising the scar itself and closing it with stitches. The part is then left to heal by primary intention. The stitches are removed 7 days after the procedure. This technique is used when minor skin grafting or punch grafting floating is not the most suitable option for box scar removal, i.e. the scar is too large or the practitioner would deem the grafting to be unsuccessful. One downside with this procedure is that this technique will usually lead some other form of scar tissue due to the stitching. Fortunately, if the procedure is carried out correctly, the new scar tissue is normally slightly hypertrophic and hence very easily removed like any other minor skin imperfection. This then allows simple skin resurfacing treatments, scar attenuation, to blend in the new small scar with the surrounding skin area. In case Voltaic arcing or plasma is used after this procedure to smooth the area, then the arc is used on the top of the new hypertrophic scar in order to level it off with the surrounding skin area. Please note that not all scars left by the sutures may be hypertrophic, and the beauty practitioner has to choose the best technique for the specific skin imperfection left after the area has healed. Other skin resurfacing methods can be used too, including microneedling, localized and overall laser resurfacing, cosmetic peels, etc. As usual, these are secondary treatments aimed at fine-tuning the results and help the new scar to blend in and achieve a smoother skin after the box scar removal treatment. If some minor protruding or hypertrophic imperfections are left after healing, these can be easily removed by using Voltaic arcing, plasma, or lasers. Subcision. The main challenge in improving the appearance of atrophic scars in general is finding the best way to regenerate the missing part of the skin, which creates the hole in the skin. As we've seen, there are sometimes very simple and effective techniques, bridging, used for removing deep eye-speck scars. However, if the box scar is particularly superficial, then the punch, discard and close, or minor skin grafting or punch grafting floating technique would be unnecessary because too invasive, since there is a more simple, less invasive and effective permanent removal treatment for this type of shallow scars. This is done by achieving a minor elevation of the depressed part of the scar using a technique referred to as subcision. This is a technique where a conventional scalpel is carefully used to cause a deliberate wound inside the depressed part of the scar itself. Illustration: typical acne scars, some rolling and box scars. The practitioner may decide to perform subcisions to raise the depressed areas of the individual atrophic scars. The procedure is quite time-consuming but simple. Subcision is a technique used in order to raise the depressed area of the individual atrophic scar in general. This is done intentionally, inducing another process of scarification. Essentially, the atrophic scar is carefully cut at its bottom, and a wound is purposely formed which is left to heal. The natural scar generation process will produce extra collagen, which in turn will raise the previously depressed area of the atrophic scar. Scabs will form 3 to 4 days after the procedure. The scabs should fall off by themselves within 5 to 7 days, and the results are typically very good and permanent. After this type of simple surgery, the improvement is normally visible. However, further aesthetic treatments are usually recommended to correct the minor imperfections left after the surgery. In other words, surgical subcision is used to coarsely improve the appearance of shallow atrophic scars, and other aesthetic treatments normally follow to fine-tune the results. Normally, a number of skin resurfacing sessions are carried out once the area has recovered fully. This will allow to smooth the skin imperfections left after the subcision treatment. The skin resurfacing can be carried out by using cosmetic lasers, Voltaic arcing, or a number of sessions of cosmetic peels. Subcision is a simple technique and it is well explained as shown in the following video. This technique, subcision, is preferred when the atrophic scar, typically box scar and sometimes rolling scars, are relatively shallow. Usually, the depth of scar required to opt for subcision is between 1 to 2 millimeters. However, in case of particularly deep scars, this technique may be impractical and do not lead to very good results. Punch grafting and closing or minor skin grafting may be preferable instead. The best treatments to better the results after subcision are laser resurfacing, cosmetic peels, or microneedling. Atrophic scar removal treatments conclusions. Bear in mind that atrophic scars are generally difficult to remove completely. Therefore, a certain degree of improvement in their appearance is considered to be the most appropriate expectation for this type of aesthetic treatments. No treatment, both surgical or non-surgical, can always guarantee complete disappearance of the atrophic scars, acne scars, even if carried out correctly. Above, we have discussed the type of treatments that are notoriously effective in the removal of atrophic scar of various shapes and depths. These techniques have been used around the world for several years with great success. However, there is not right or wrong treatment choice for any given type of atrophic scar. The aesthetic practitioner is called every time to evaluate the type of scar individually and choose the type of treatment which he or she deems best suitable for each individual type of scar. Often, these treatments are followed by some atrophic scar attenuation treatments to fine-tune the results and get rid of minor skin imperfections. Atrophic scar attenuation treatments. Above, we have discussed the first line of atrophic scar removal treatments. They are effective and usually lead to very good results. These treatments aim at finding the most effective way to either bridge the small gap in narrow ice-pick scars, reconstructing the missing part of the skin in large and deep box scars, stitching up the missing part of the skin, small, deep bow scars, trying to elevate the depressed part of the skin by using subcision, shallow box scars. However, although effective, these techniques may leave some residual imperfections, hence in order to accomplish the best possible results, other follow-up treatments may be required. This is because almost any scar removal treatment can leave some degree of imperfections, both atrophic and hypertrophic. Sometimes these imperfections could present themselves as minor hypertrophic formations, other times as atrophic formations, most commonly resembling shallow rolling scars formations. The type of imperfections left depends on the type of scar removal treatment performed, the aftercare, and the reaction to the removal treatment itself. Illustration. Example of mixture of box and superficial rolling scars. The superficial rolling scar can be treated using the atrophic scar attenuation techniques described here, while the deeper box scars should undergo scar removal procedures before carrying out any scar attenuation treatment. Please bear in mind that in cases like this 4 to 5, please bear in mind that in cases like this one, 4 to 6 treatments may be required in order to attenuate the deeper atrophic scars, unless a scar removal treatment is carried out for deeper scars beforehand. These imperfections can be smoothed off using various techniques. If these imperfections are hypertrophic, the best post-treatments are either Voltaic arcing or laser removal of the protruding imperfections. If the imperfections are atrophic or depressed, there are several options for atrophic scar attenuation treatments. Atrophic scar attenuation is performed as a second line of treatment after the main removal procedures with the techniques described above. Typically, atrophic scar attenuation treatments focus on collagen regeneration and sometimes also localized skin tightening. This is done in various ways, using laser resurfacing techniques, suitable to remove hypertrophic imperfections and smooth atrophic areas. Voltaic arcing, also referred to as plasma, suitable to remove minor hypertrophic imperfections and smooth atrophic areas. Microneedling, suitable to stimulate collagen regeneration, therefore smoothing shallow rolling scars. Cosmetic peels, suitable to stimulate collagen regeneration, therefore smoothing shallow rolling scars. The aesthetic techniques presented below, although they should be used as second line of treatment, namely to attenuate the appearance of atrophic scars, they are very often used as the first and only line of treatment. This is because in several aesthetic clinics, the minor skin grafting techniques, punch and close or bridging, are not used, very often due to the personnel unfamiliarity with these removal treatments or lack of qualifications to carry them out. However, if the scar attenuation techniques are used as first and only line of treatment, they often lead to very good results on their own after several treatments. Illustration: typical example of superficial rolling scars which can be treated within 1 to 2 sessions with a good atrophic scar professional attenuation treatment. Even though many times the atrophic scars attenuation techniques are presented as the first and only line of treatment, whenever possible it is recommended to use them as the second line of treatment after the major atrophic scar removal treatments. Experience shows that coupling the scar removal treatments with atrophic scar attenuation presented below accomplish the best results using the least exposure to aesthetic treatments. The fact that atrophic scar attenuation procedures are advertised in several aesthetic clinics as all-in-one effective scar removal treatments shows that they are effective because their repeated use eventually satisfactorily fade the atrophic scars. However, in several cases, given that there are more effective techniques to achieve the desired results in less treatments and sometimes in more cost-effective ways, it is advisable to use the techniques presented below as a second line of treatment and market them as atrophic scar attenuation procedures. If using both the scar removal techniques presented above in conjunction with the appropriate scar attenuation procedures, satisfactory results are usually achieved, minimizing the number of treatments and therefore minimizing the cost to the client. Below, we explore the use of Voltaic arcing electrical plasma treatments in special detail. Voltaic plasma, like lasers, present the triple benefit of being used for removing minor hypertrophic imperfections left after the scar removal treatments, collagen regeneration stimulation, localized skin tightening. Laser resurfacing for acne scar attenuation. Lasers, normally CO2 and Fraxel, are often used for atrophic scar attenuation. These treatments are often advertised as scar removal treatments. Laser treatments stimulate collagen regeneration by causing a controlled burn into the skin. This burn causes a natural collagen regeneration and skin tightening effect. Depending on the laser wavelength, the burn or heat transferred into the skin can be more or less superficial. The higher the laser's beam wavelength, the deeper the heat penetrates into the skin. Conversely, the shorter the wavelength, the more superficial the heating effects. In the following video, you can see a CO2 laser treatment for superficial rolling scar attenuation. A number of treatments may be required to accomplish the best possible results. Mostly 4 to 5 treatments are usually required in order to achieve the desired results in case of deep scars. Please note that although they are often promoted as surgical treatments in aesthetic clinics to increase their perceived value, they are clearly non-invasive, non-surgical treatments. Voltaic arcing atrophic scar attenuation treatment plasma. Voltaic arcing plasma. The use of electrical arcing for atrophic scar attenuation is for removing the small imperfections left by the minor surgical procedures, i.e. minor skin graft and/or punch or close. If used for removing minor hypertrophic imperfections, i.e. minor hypertrophic scars naturally left after the use of minor skin grafting or punch and close, The common spraying technique can be used to ablate the minor hypertrophic formation with the view of leveling it off with the surrounding skin. This is the same technique used for moles removal. Like lasers, it is also used for its skin tightening and collagen regeneration properties to smooth the shallow rolling scars or the shallow atrophic imperfections left after atrophic scar removal treatment. Therefore, Voltaic arcing treatments are very good for atrophic scar attenuation in general. Attenuate shallow atrophic scars. When using plasma or Voltaic arc, use the typical Spock technique on the borders of the scars and never inside the scars themselves. What we are trying to accomplish is pulling the surrounding skin area so that after a few treatments, the scar will be less noticeable. Please note that for treatment of very deep scars, using AC electrical arcing can improve the appearance of this aesthetic condition by making the deep scar look more shallow. In most cases, however, the complete disappearance of the scar is unlikely. If the atrophic scars are isolated or far apart from each other, apply the spots around each scar. Never apply the arc on the depressed part of the scar, as doing so could eventually worsen the appearance of the scars instead of improving it. In the video below, you can see how the typical Spock technique is applied for a relatively large isolated atrophic rolling scar. This scar is over 15 years old, and therefore it has not preserved its original box type characteristics, the typical sharp edges of box scars, and it has evolved into a relatively large rolling scar. In this case, the atrophic scar was caused by a childhood wound and not acne or a cyst. In this short video, the Voltaic spots are applied very tightly together and the device is set at minimum power level. Watch the video here. In the following video, we can appreciate the treatment of another isolated rolling scar using skin tightening resurfacing techniques. As seen in the video, the technique used was a slight spray operation with the device set at the minimum power level. Although the preferred technique is the spot mode, some experienced users move to spray operation for skin tightening and skin resurfacing purposes. The following video presents another case of minor atrophic scar attenuated by using AC electrical arcing. As we can see in the video, the arc is applied in the spot mode at the borders of the scar itself to cause the desired pulling effects. As seen in the above examples, the basic techniques using Voltaic arcing for atrophic scar attenuation of any kind is very simple. This is a safe aesthetic treatment which does not involve surgery. Remember that for relatively deep scars, it is always recommended whenever possible to use attenuation techniques after the main atrophic scar removal treatments. This aesthetic procedure is also highly recommended for localized skin tightening and skin resurfacing after main scar removal procedure of deep and ice-pick scars. How to perform the treatment? Apply topical numbing cream before starting the treatment to achieve maximum comfort to the client during this type of aesthetic procedure. Use the intensity treatment you consider appropriate. Usually the first time you use Voltaic arcing for this application, it is advisable to set the power level of our device to minimum. Use an instantaneous spot duration and distance between the spots varying between 2 to 3 millimeters apart. The treatment usually lasts between 10 to 15 minutes depending on the area to be covered. Downtime ranges between 5 to 6 days, however, it can last longer depending on the intensity of the treatment and how the aftercare is carried out. In case of Voltaic arcing for atrophic scar attenuation, we defined as downtime the time period during which the area looks as if it's getting worse rather than better. This is the time period required for scabbing to form, during which the use of cover-up makeup of any type is strictly forbidden. Allow a minimum of 4 weeks interval between treatments. A slight improvement after each session is generally noticeable after the scabs have fallen off. In case Voltaic plasma is used as first line of treatment without prior scar removal procedure, this type of treatment has to be repeated 5 to 6 times in order to achieve reasonable good scar attenuation results. Remember that the use of plasma is recommended as a second line of treatment for smoothing off imperfections of both atrophic and hypertrophic formation left after the main scar removal treatments. If plasma is used as second line of treatment, usually 1 or 2 sessions suffice in order to achieve the desired results. Apply makeup only after the scabs have fallen. Apply total sun protection after any scab have fallen off for at least 2 to 3 months after the last treatment. Avoid direct sun exposure for at least 2 months. Generally, instruct the client to follow the normal aftercare instructions. Treatment of deep atrophic scars using plasma or fibroblast. In case of very deep scars, a slight improvement in their appearance will be possible by using electrical arcing. However, their complete disappearance or best results would be unlikely with this technique alone. Also, this applies to any other skin resurfacing technique for atrophic scar attenuation. This technique is primarily used to improve the appearance of atrophic scars in general and flatten shallow rolling scars by using the skin tightening and skin resurfacing property of Voltaic plasma. In case of medium, deep or particularly deep scars, the best option to accomplish dramatic results is the combination of the atrophic scar removal treatments, subcision and/or localized skin grafting, etc., followed by the plasma skin resurfacing discussed here. In this case, skin resurfacing using electrical arcing, lasers, microneedling, or cosmetic peels is done after the area has recovered from the scar removal procedure. Microneedling atrophic scar attenuation treatment. Microneedling. Microneedling is extensively used to stimulate collagen regrowth. This has good implications in acne scar attenuation. This is a non-surgical, non-invasive technique. Depending on the depth of the needle's penetration into the skin and the level of vascularization of the skin, a certain degree of bleeding can occur during the treatment. In the video, we can see a microneedling device for collagen stimulation. Cosmetic peels, atrophic scar attenuation treatment. Cosmetic peels. Collagen regeneration is at the basis of most scar attenuation treatments. As it is well known, collagen regeneration can be triggered easily using simple cosmetic peels. Please note that most cosmetic peels suitable for this application are all allowed in the Cosmetic European portal, which can be freely used for this type of treatment. Illustration: representative dramatic results of combined minor cosmetic surgery and skin resurfacing tightening. How to treat atrophic scars in practical cases. There are different approaches in treating atrophic scars, and in general, there is no right and wrong answer. Treating atrophic scars and improving their appearance can be a long process, and you can combine a number of different types of treatments to improve their appearance. The method proposed is treating the deeper scars and eye-spec scars to make them shallower first, and then perfect the results by using easier aesthetic treatments. The initial treatments should be tailored to try and improve the appearance of the deeper scars, identify the deepest and big scars, and apply the relevant aesthetic treatment to flatten them as much as possible. You can use subcision or punch discarding close to improve deep box scars. For eye-spec scars, the most popular is bridging methods using TCA. This is the most popular because it is non-surgical and TCA is widely available. However, you can also use punch, discard and close to improve the appearance of ice pick scars. If your clinic has a surgeon or medical practitioner, then the punch, discard and close method can be used. Minor skin grafting is also another option. Once the deeper scars have been flattened and they resemble shallower box scars, you can perfect the results by repeating the following aesthetic treatments: Voltaic arcing atrophic scar attenuation treatment, plasma; microneedling atrophic scar attenuation treatment; RF microneedling, cosmetic peels atrophic scar attenuation treatment. Smoker lines attenuation. Improving the appearance of these classic smoker lines, also addressed as barcode lines or perioral lines, is easy using AC electrical arcing. The previous knowledge required is skin tightening using plasma, so please study this section before coming to this topic. Introduction to perioral lines. These types of wrinkles are generally referred to as perioral lines. Peri means around, oro stands for mouth, because they are located around the mouth. They occur naturally due to the normal facial expressions of the perioral muscles. Everyone will eventually develop perioral lines over time because they are formed due to the normal everyday facial expressions of the mouth. At old age, perioral lines or smoker lines may not necessarily be caused by tobacco smoke. Smokers just develop them much earlier. The wrinkles become much deeper and more unsightly. Illustration: smoker lines are caused by repeated lip muscles contractions while talking, drinking, from straws, smoking, etc., but particularly exacerbated by the skin aging effects of oxidation due to smoking. Hence, perioral lines are usually referred to as smoker lines because they are highly accentuated in heavy smokers. Perioral lines are just deeper and more unsightly in heavy smokers who develop them earlier and faster than non-smokers. To read two interesting articles about the damage caused by cigarette smoke, please click here and here. Women are particularly self-conscious of their perioral lines, and sometimes women also seek aesthetic perioral lines attenuation treatments, even if they are non-smokers. Heavy smokers over 60 years of age usually have particularly deep and sometimes unsightly perioral wrinkles. Smoker lines may be challenging to fix because sometimes they can be particularly deep. However, there are many aesthetic treatments available to improve their appearance. Illustration: typical perioral lines exacerbated by the skin oxidation effects caused by tobacco smoke. It is important to emphasize that no aesthetic treatment can guarantee the complete disappearance of these lines, as any expression wrinkle can be attenuated even significantly, but never removed unless the facial muscles movements are impaired, both intentionally using Botox toxin or unintentionally due to medical conditions. The options to reduce the appearance of perioral lines. Although they can seem quite challenging to treat, there are several solutions for perioral lines attenuation. There are permanent and non-permanent solutions. We will explore the non-permanent solution first and the permanent solutions after. Temporary solutions. Non-permanent treatments to attenuate perioral or smoker lines are accomplished through the use of Botox injections or fillers, alternatively a combined treatment of both. Botox treatments have the effect of reducing the facial muscle movement that causes the perioral lines in the first place. However, the effects of Botox are temporary, and this treatment requires to be repeated over time. Also, fillers are used in order to fill the recess of the wrinkles themselves, like Botox fillers, are not a permanent solution, and they will get reabsorbed over time. This means that the treatment has to be repeated every time the filler has been reabsorbed. Permanent solutions. The main principle behind permanent solutions for perioral lines attenuation, also referred and advertised as smoker lines removal, is skin regeneration, collagen regeneration or stimulation, and skin tightening. Although some of the treatments may be incorrectly advertised as surgical procedures, by definition they are or aesthetics, non-surgical treatments. As it is well known, collagen regeneration and skin tightening can be accomplished in several ways. For example, using laser resurfacing, electrical arcing, microneedling, cosmetic peels, microdermal abrasion. Although the focus of this page is the use of Voltaic arcing plasma for perioral lines attenuation, we will touch briefly on each of the aesthetic treatments available for smoker lines attenuation. The following video provides a good overview of the approach which can be taken in tackling perioral lines by the professional aesthetic practitioner. Laser resurfacing. Laser treatments have very effective skin resurfacing and skin tightening properties. Therefore, they have been used over several years for perioral line attenuation. Both Fraxel and CO2 lasers are normally used for this application in aesthetic clinics, although as they are sometimes referred to as surgical methods for marketing purposes. They are clearly non-invasive, non-surgical procedures. Like in laser tattoo removal, a certain degree of bleeding can occur during these aesthetic treatments. Bleeding is a minor occurrence and it is temporary. This stops immediately after the treatment has ended because the minor bleeding is caused by broken superficial capillaries. Redness immediately after the treatment, lasting up to 24 hours, is a normal reaction to this type of aesthetic treatment using aesthetic lasers. The day following the treatment, redness is followed by swelling caused by the burn induced by the laser treatment itself. The degree of swelling is proportional to the intensity of the treatment and it peaks the 3rd to 4th day after the treatment. As the swelling subsides, a scabbing peeling process usually takes place. The scabbing can last up to 7 to 10 days after the aesthetic treatment, depending on the intensity of the aesthetic treatment and the particular skin reaction. Both swelling and the peeling effects disappear on their own accord without the use of any medicines or medication. The downtime of this type of treatment varies between 6 to 10 days depending on the type of treatment and the particular skin reaction. Microneedling. Microneedling has the notorious effect of collagen stimulation. Microneedling reduces the appearance of fine lines, including perioral lines, as a standalone treatment. There are also devices which combine microneedling with microcurrents used to heat the skin. This has a double collagen stimulation effect, not only through the microinjury caused by the microneedling, but also due to the microcurrent injected into the skin. Furthermore, there are other microneedling devices which inject skin rejuvenation substances through the skin. Peels. AHAs, alpha hydroxy acids, based products have well-known collagen stimulation regeneration properties. These properties make AHA-based cosmetic peels excellent products to reduce the appearance of fine lines and also perioral lines attenuation. There are several AHAs options for cosmetic peels suitable for this type of aesthetic treatment. The most popular is glycolic acid. However, there are several other options for this particular application, including mandelic acid, TCA-based products, etc. One of the main disadvantages of this aesthetic solution is that several treatments may be required in order to achieve the best possible results. By contrast, the main advantage is that they are relatively inexpensive because they are widely available on the market, and they can sometimes be used at home and not only in aesthetic clinics, making this a very convenient home-based aesthetic treatment. Microdermabrasion. Significant improvements in the appearance of perioral lines can be also achieved by using microdermabrasion treatments. By sanding down the skin around the perioral area, the treatment lessens the uneven pigment and brightens the skin around the mouth, thus improving the textural appearance of the skin around the mouth. Brighter, lighter and more evenly colored skin looks smoother and less wrinkled. Done right, these superficial treatments may also stimulate new collagen formation and the superficial dermis to help structurally reverse wrinkles too. Smoker lines attenuation using electrical arcing resurfacing and tightening. Over the years, Voltaic arcing, also referred to as plasma or microarcing, has been used extensively in perioral lines attenuation with very good results. As we will see in this section, this aesthetic procedure is safe and extremely easy to perform. It is recommended to advertise this aesthetic treatment as perioral lines attenuation instead of perioral lines or smoker lines removal. Although some clinics may advertise this type of treatment with Voltaic arcing devices as perioral lines removal or smoker lines removal, this is best to be advertised as perioral lines attenuation, as there is a mild improvement in the appearance of these fine lines after each treatment. With electrical arcing, the aesthetic treatment attenuates the perioral lines by pulling the area between the wrinkles, taking advantage of both collagen regeneration and localized skin tightening. Therefore, strictly speaking, Voltaic plasma cannot remove completely the vertical expression lines. With the pulling effect induced by the localized skin tightening, the wrinkles become less and less visible after each treatment. The best candidates for this procedure are women over 60 years of age who have been heavily smokers, because not only are they particularly motivated to have these wrinkles removed, but their vertical smoker lines are usually quite deep, hence easily attenuated using electrical arcing or plasma. Therefore, older women who have been smoking all their lives are usually very satisfied with the results achieved using this type of aesthetic treatment. By using electrical arcing, you will apply the same localized skin tightening techniques which allow wrinkle attenuation around the perioral lines at the edges. You can either use the spot mode or spray mode for this type of localized skin tightening. The first time you attempt this aesthetic procedure using any of our devices, set the unit at minimum power level and apply the spots in a random fashion with an instantaneous duration 1/4 of a second and distancing the spots between 3 to 4 millimeters apart. As you gain experience with this type of treatment, you can increase the intensity of the treatment by first decreasing the distance between the spots. Some experienced users move towards the spray operation as they gain experience. In the video below, you can appreciate an example of mild, low-intensity treatment for perioral line attenuation using electrical arcing. Our electrical arcing device was used at minimum power level. The aesthetic procedure in the video below is deliberately fast-forwarded. As you can see, the beauty therapist in this case has removed only part of the topical numbing product required to allow the treatment. Where the treatment is not being carried out, the numbing product is still applied. It is highly recommended to only remove the topical numbing product in small patches to ensure the area you are going to treat is still numb at the time of the treatment. A common mistake made by beginners is to remove all numbing product all at once. Depending on the product used, the numbing effects may be relatively short-lived. Therefore, if the area to be treated is relatively extensive, the effects of the numbing product may have faded by the time you can treat the area which previously had the numbing product applied on it. Treating the area while it is not numb can make the treatment rather uncomfortable to the client. For more information about the use of numbing products before the procedure, please click here. In the video below, we can see the same procedure at normal speed. It is clear that the treatment is deliberately superficial, low-intensity treatment. This is because the effects of the localized skin tightening do occur even when the arc has been applied very superficially, low-intensity treatment. It is always advisable to apply the arc superficially when first performing localized skin tightening using plasma. It is far better to perform the treatment at low-medium intensity rather than using high-intensity treatments. As explained in the skin tightening section, the intensity of the treatment is not directly proportional to the skin tightening effects. Rarely, high-intensity treatments are recommended for this aesthetic application. Therefore, when in doubt, always apply the arc, ensuring to be carrying out a very mild medium-intensity treatment. The treatment can then be repeated as required to achieve the desired results. Those who live a healthier lifestyle also develop some form of perioral lines over time. However, they are very easily attenuated due to the fact that there is no extensive skin damage caused by the oxidation effect of carbon monoxide in cigarette and tobacco smoke. In the video below, we can see an example of perioral lines attenuation treatment using plasma on a non-smoker. In this case, the client had made very clear her intention to attenuate her very mild perioral wrinkles. Normally, the beauty practitioner would not intentionally advise this treatment to non-smokers as their perioral lines are superficial, and normally other aesthetic treatments using electrical arcing may be preferred, such as eyelid tightening. However, should the client expressly request this treatment, you can go ahead and perform it using low-intensity treatments as demonstrated in the video below. The beauty therapist in this case used a mild spraying technique. The device used was set at minimum power level. As you can see in this short clip, the fulguration is applied very superficially in short spraying bursts. Remember that the minimum power level of our electrofulguration devices are meant to be used for all aesthetic treatments. It is especially recommended for beginner level. Protocol for perioral lines attenuation using our electrical arcing devices. Apply the usual procedures before this type of aesthetic treatment, such as screening the client, patch testing, explaining the content of the consent form, and apply the appropriate numbing product before carrying out this type of aesthetic treatment. The pre-treatment procedures are standard ones which can be found on this link. You can use the spot mode or spot operation between the perioral lines and not inside the lines themselves. When performing this type of aesthetic treatment for the first time, apply the spots randomly distanced between 3 to 4 millimeters apart. Apply the spots in a random fashion with an instantaneous duration 1/4 of a second and distancing them between 3 to 4 millimeters apart. As you gain experience with this type of treatment, you can increase the intensity of the treatment by first decreasing the distance between the spots. Only use the spray mode or spray operation after you've gained confidence performing these types of treatments using the spot mode. The user performs an epidermal superficial peel between the vertical lines. Only some experienced users move towards the spray operation as they gain experience. Most aesthetic practitioners prefer using the spot operation as it is easy to use and leads to consistent results. After this procedure has been carried out, the client has to look after the area appropriately until the scabs have fallen off on their own accord. The main aftercare required is the use of the appropriate antiseptic to reduce the likelihood of infections during the skin recovery process. Scab may or may not develop depending on the skin type and how the treatment has been carried out. In the spot mode, the scabs tend to develop where the ablation points have been applied. In the spray mode, the scabbing will be replaced by a mild peeling effect instead. The scabs, if they develop, they will start to form 2 to 3 days after the procedure. The client has to make sure to proactively avoid infections and avoiding picking the scabs which may form, and do not use any type of cover-up makeup until the scabs have fallen off by themselves. To review this section, please read the standard aftercare instructions. Treatment downtime. The client can resume any of their normal professional activities immediately after this aesthetic treatment. However, the client should purposely avoid any activities which can increase the exposure to potential infections. Normally, redness occurs immediately after this type of aesthetic treatment. There could be some degree of swelling associated to this treatment. However, swelling is a rare occurrence and usually takes place after high-intensity treatments and starts the day after the treatment, peaking the 3rd to 4th day, subsiding on its own accord. On average, the perceived downtime is 7 days, and this varies according to the intensity of the treatment and the individual skin reaction. The treatment can be repeated every 4 to 5 weeks, depending on the skin reaction to the treatment, i.e., the skin is still pinkish after 4 to 6 weeks. Wait until the skin color is normal before repeating the treatment. Normally, for deep perioral lines, smoker lines, 4 to 5 medium intensity treatments may be required in order to achieve the satisfactory results. In case of mild perioral lines, in non-smokers, 1 to 2 medium intensity treatments may suffice to achieve the desired results. Manage perioral lines after the permanent attenuation treatments. Although they may be challenging to improve, there are several aesthetic treatments available for perioral lines attenuation. Some of them are temporary, others are permanent. Once the main permanent aesthetic treatment for perioral lines attenuation has been carried out successfully, you may want to delay the recurrence. This is done by tackling the 2 root causes of perioral lines formation by reducing the muscle movements and delay the natural or induced by smoking skin oxidation, aging. The muscle movement cannot be impaired completely as it is necessary for normal daily activities. However, appropriate Botox injections can help reduce the muscle action and eventually delay the recurrence of the smoker lines. Therefore, the periodical use of Botox can serve as a preventative treatment to try and delay the worsening of the perioral lines over the long haul. Skin oxidation can be delayed simply by quitting smoking, taking on a balanced diet, reducing alcohol consumption, avoiding exposure to UV light, both from natural and artificial sources. Also starting or continuing regular moderate physical exercise can be beneficial. Brown spots. Superficial brown spots may appear due to the prolonged sun exposure without appropriate sun protection. It often appears in people over 40 years of age. Brown sunspots usually disappear after superficial peeling of the epidermis using AC electrical arc device or other cosmetic peels. This is because brown spots are usually quite superficial, and therefore a mild skin resurfacing treatment usually suffices in order to remove them. How to remove superficial brown spots using Voltaic arc. Apply the appropriate numbing product for your client's maximum comfort. Set the device at minimum power level, level 1 with 3 batteries if you're using the Beauty Tech. Gently spray the brown spot and wipe off the carbon residues. Usually, one gentle spray motion will suffice to remove the superficial pigments of the brown spot. If superficial brown spots are left untreated, the pigments of the brown spots move deeper into the skin over time, becoming eventually age spots. Age spots are usually found in clients over 60 years of age. It should be noted that age spots are not going to disappear using a superficial ablation. It is highly recommended not to try and remove age spots within one session, as this will require a deeper ablation then could later develop into scarring. Instead, it is recommended to perform 2 to 3 superficial treatments spread 4 weeks apart from each other and let the part recover between treatments for at least 4 weeks. Remind the importance of the aftercare to your clients. Moles and skin lesions removal, make sure they are benign first. When we are working to remove moles and benign skin growths, we first need to make sure that the lesion is not cancerous. This is very important because if you remove the lesion which was precancerous or cancerous, this could cause grave risks to the person you removed the lesions from. But why? This is because when you remove a mole for aesthetic reasons, all you are interested in is achieving the best possible aesthetic results. In case the lesion you removed was cancerous, likely you may not have removed it completely, and the cancer may continue to grow and spread without the person noticing it on time. Therefore, it is important to perform a correct diagnosis before removing the mole. But how is a diagnosis performed? Up until today, the way a skin diagnosis is made are symptom-based. The specialist examined the color, size, shape of a skin condition and asks you a few questions. Based on his/her experience or knowledge, he or she may be able to make an educated guess of the skin condition you may have. It is very important to understand that, up until today, it is very unlikely to have a 100% guarantee that any diagnosis made in this manner is correct, which is to say, based on the specialist's opinion alone. Normally, the easiest basic test your doctor or GP applies is the ABCDE rule. This is when the doctor tries to exclude that the particular lesion may be sinister. Medicine is never an exact science, and currently the only known way to have the best degree of certainty that you have a correct diagnosis of each skin lesion on your body is the use of histological examination. A histological examination is a detailed observation of the tissue of a living organism's tissue under the microscope. By examining the tissue in the microscope, one can have the best chances to make the most accurate diagnosis currently possible. To this day, the problem with histological examinations is that it is still impractical to perform on all lesions on your body for 2 reasons. Generally, because in order to extract the cell of the particular lesion, a biopsy is required. Biopsies are rather invasive and are very likely to leave a scar. Also, it would be impractical to perform a biopsy on each lesion on your body because there are so many of them. The real resources allocated, i.e. costs, to performing a histological examination itself are relatively significant. Illustration: a punch biopsy of the skin. The sample will be sent to the lab for a histological examination. A punch biopsy is generally only performed if the doctor deems necessary to perform further investigations. For these 2 reasons, scarring and costs, the doctor or specialist normally makes an estimation of how likely the lesions may be benign, harmless. In case the perceived likelihood of the lesion to be non-benign is relatively high, the doctor will opt to perform a punch biopsy to send the sample taken to the lab for a histological examination. In this way, by visual inspection, The diagnosis, although not 100% accurate, will provide the best compromise in terms of invasiveness and costs, while hopefully still maintaining an acceptable degree of accuracy. To summarize, only a histological examination can guarantee the highest probability of an accurate diagnosis. The specialist's trained eye can provide an indication, but it is never a guarantee of 100% accurate diagnosis despite his or her qualifications or experience. So, if you're not a specialist, what is the practical solution? You're not capable of formulating an accurate diagnosis, or if you are, you may not be even qualified to do it. The solution is simple. Learn yourself how to identify any possible cancerous mole. There is a lot of information and courses available for you to train your eye and ask the right questions. If you suspect the lesion may not be benign, immediately refer your client to a dermatologist. Make sure you include in your consent form a clause that states that you do not make any diagnosis and you remove any skin lesions under the assumption that each one of those the client wants to have removed has been previously examined by a specialist and declared non-cancerous. If you're not sure about the consent form, please feel free to use ours. It is on voltaicplasma.com. Moles and skin lesions removal. Manual excision using a conventional scalpel. Before considering removing a mole using any method, it is essential that a proper diagnosis of the mole is carried out. This is because if a potentially cancerous mole or birthmark is not properly removed, it can potentially aggravate risks to the client. Therefore, if there is the slightest concern that the mole could be dangerous, the client should be referred to a specialist. The specialist will perform a biopsy and the mole will be sent for histological examination. This is the traditional method for removing birthmarks. This is the best way to remove a mole or birthmarks that have chances of being cancerous. The birthmark itself is removed as well as a part of the surrounding healthy skin. This is necessary for histological examination. The histologist needs to examine both the birthmark and the healthy skin to make sure they will be able to make an appropriate diagnosis. Manual excision will almost always result in scarring. Therefore, it is now only used if the mole appears to be dangerous and there may be chances of further developments. Illustration. This is the traditional method for removing birthmarks. This is the best way to remove a mole or birthmark that have chances of being cancerous. Mole removal using lasers. The technique used to remove moles for aesthetic reasons is to ablate the skin lesion superficially. The ablation is generally carried out until the mole is flattened. In other words, the mole is burnt or vaporized superficially until it is level with the surrounding skin. Please note that this is a very generalized method. There are certain skin lesions like symphilasma, syringoma and others that require a deep ablation to remove them completely in one session. Illustration. Mole removal using laser. In the video, we can see an example of mole removal using a laser. This easy procedure is carried out by setting the device at a relatively high power and repeating the vaporization of the mole a number of times until achieving the desired results. As you can see, the practitioner rubs the fingers on the mole a number of times to appraise whether the mole is level with the surrounding skin. This method is used to achieve the best possible aesthetic results and minimizing the likelihood of scarring. The technique we have seen above is oversimplified because there are several types of moles, or more in general, benign skin lesions. Some moles require a deeper ablation than others. This depends on how the benign mole grows inside the skin. As we will see in removing some plasma, for instance, these lesions can grow deeply inside the skin, while some others, like seborrheic keratosis, are very superficial. However, when the practitioner is not sure about the best way to remove a mole, the leveling method is preferred as this minimizes the likelihood of scarring. Mole removal with Voltaic arc or Voltaic plasma. There are many ways to remove benign moles, and the use of AC electrical arc is one of them. Like aesthetic lasers, Voltaic arc, also referred to as plasma, allows easy removal of benign birthmarks and moles. If the mole is removed properly and the aftercare is followed, the risks of scarring are very low. However, a minor likelihood of scarring exists despite the method used and cannot be completely ruled out. This type of procedure can be performed by a healthcare professional as well as a beautician or any other appropriately trained non-medical personnel, as long as the mole is benign and removed for cosmetic or comfort reasons only. There are several types of benign growths which are referred to as benign moles. As a general rule, in order to minimize the risks of scarring, it is recommended that the mole removed is leveled off with the surrounding skin area. Remember that no guarantee can be made of a scar-free outcome despite the method or device used to remove the benign skin lesion. Certain particular types of benign growths may be rooted between the dermis and the epidermis and may require a specific technique to remove them in one session only. Having the knowledge of the type of benign lesion you are dealing with will help you in the effective removal of the lesion in a single session. If the benign skin lesion is rooted between the dermis and the epidermis, a slightly deeper ablation or burn may be required to remove the lesion in one session only. If these more deeply rooted moles are leveled off with the surrounding skin area, multiple sessions may be required to remove them effectively. The techniques generally used for benign mole removal is the spray operation. Generally, moles can be effectively and quickly removed by burning them off using AC electrical arcing, by starting from the top and working all the way down to level them off with the surrounding skin area. Particularly thick moles may be better removed with the device set at the maximum power level in order to remove the bulk of the mole effectively within a reasonable time frame. Normally, experienced users set the device at the top power level to coarsely remove the main bulk of the mole. However, when you first start using this type of device, it is advisable to apply the arc at a minimum power level or generally low power settings in order to gain confidence with this type of procedure. Also, if you're a first-time user of AC electrical arc, after every Voltaic arc should spray, wipe the carbon residues away by using a cotton pad impregnated with non-flammable antiseptic to clear the carbon residues. This will allow you to get used to the amount of mole ablation possible with the device set at the predetermined power level. When the carbon residues are cleared, you can see the level of ablation you have reached. You can also feel the remainder of the mole to be removed by running the tip of your finger on the mole you are removing. As long as you feel a small bump, this means that you will still have some work to do to level it off. Start reducing the power level of the device to a minimum setting when, after touching the mole, you feel that the bump is very thin and you're just about to level off the mole with the surrounding skin area. This is because reducing the power level will allow a higher degree of accuracy in the ablation of the mole. The lower the power level, the higher the degree of precision you will be able to operate in the leveling off of the mole. The more experience you gain, the more confident you will be in the removal of the mole. When removing small and thin moles, low power levels may suffice to remove the small moles quickly. If you suspect a mole to be thin, it is advisable to ablating the mole by using the lowest power level. You may also find that for small thin moles, a short spraying on top of the mole will suffice to remove them. Always wipe off the carbon residues after every burst, especially when you start removing the moles using electrical arc. Summary: make sure that the mole your client intends to have removed is a benign growth. Explain the content of the consent form and have it signed by the client. Explain that there are no guarantees that a scar may not replace the mole after removal. Take before pictures of the moles and store them electronically. They will turn out to be useful in the future. Apply numbing cream on the mole. Follow the instructions of the numbing cream supplier. Once the area is numb, wipe the cream residues away and start removing the mole. In case of particularly thick moles, if you are an experienced user, start burning the top of the mole with the equipment set at a top power level to remove the bulk of the mole within a convenient time frame. Wipe off the carbon residues after each burst to appreciate the level you have reached. Repeat the process until you have almost reached the surrounding skin level. When you're close enough to leveling off the mole, reduce the power level to increase the level of precision of the ablation in order to level off the remainder of the mole with the surrounding skin really well. For thin moles, use the device set a minimum power level and wipe off the carbon residues after each spray burst. You may find that in some cases the thin mole is completely wiped off after a short spray burst at minimum power. Apply the appropriate soothing product and antiseptic immediately after the removal. Emphasizing its importance, hand out the appropriate aftercare information sheet to the client. Explicitly instruct the client not to expose the area to potential infections. Explicitly instruct the client to use sunscreen and avoid direct sun exposure for up to 3 months after the treatment. The sunscreen must be used once the scab have fallen off, of course, not before. If you want to watch examples of how moles are removed using AC electrical arcing, please refer to the many videos on mole removal in our channel. If you want to watch examples of how moles are removed using AC electrical arcing, please refer to the many videos on mole removal in our channel. Seborrheic keratosis. Seborrheic keratosis are non-cancerous, benign skin growths that some people develop as they age. They often appear on the back or chest, but can occur on any part of the body. Seborrheic keratosis grows slowly in groups or singly. Most people will develop at least one seborrheic keratosis during their lifetime. Seborrheic keratosis are completely safe. They grow superficially on the skin and they certainly do not require any intervention other than for aesthetic reasons. Seborrheic keratosis are proven to be safe, therefore the removal is only for aesthetic reasons and they are not required to be removed for any medical reason whatsoever. Because seborrheic keratosis grow more and more on the body over time, they are sometimes referred to as senile warts. But they are not to be confused with warts because they have nothing to do with warts. Removing them using plasma or fibroblast is extremely easy. you have to spread the arc on top of the keratosis and then rub off the residue with a cotton pad. If after spraying once the keratosis is difficult to remove, repeat the spraying once again and repeat rubbing the keratosis again with the cotton pad. The results using electrical arcing are very good, and usually after healing, area looks as if the keratosis had never been there. Also, the keratosis removal using plasma is instantaneous, and the results are very good because of the nature of the seborrheic keratosis. Attention, because you must have an accurate diagnosis before going ahead and remove any skin lesion, and seborrheic keratosis can be confused with cancer. If the skin lesion is not benign, removing it using electrical arcing may cause issues in the future. Illustration: seborrheic keratosis. Syringoma. We have detailed information on syringoma on our webpage, syringomaremoval.com. Please visit this website to learn all about syringoma in detail. How to remove syringoma using electrical arcing. Remove all makeup thoroughly and make sure the area is clean. Wipe the area you intend to treat with an appropriate non-flammable antiseptic. Once the area is clean, dry and disinfected, apply the appropriate numbing topical product for the comfort of your client only during this simple aesthetic procedure. For medical practitioners only. If you are authorized to use injectable local anesthetic, you can do so for this particular aesthetic treatment only. However, this is not strictly necessary, and the use of effective topical numbing product will be usually sufficient to allow you to carry out this simple aesthetic procedure in complete comfort to the client and ease to yourself. For syringoma removal, it is advisable to set our electrofulguration device at minimum power level for maximum precision of operation. If you are an experienced user, you can also increase the power level slightly. However, the minimum power level is recommended as syringoma are rarely thick. Apply the spray mode to simply leveling the syringoma off with the surrounding skin as shown extensively on voltaicplasma.com. Remember to wipe off the carbon residues from time to time, preferably after every spraying operation. Syringoma recurrence. Please bear in mind that there is no currently known method to guarantee that syringoma are removed permanently. This is because syringoma tend to recur, and therefore the effects of syringoma removal can be only transient. This applies to any method used to remove syringoma, be it laser, electrical arcing, electrofulguration or electrodesiccation, TCA, and any other cosmetic peels including cryotherapy. This means that despite the fact that they are effectively removed completely during your professional aesthetic removal session, they can reappear a few weeks later in the same areas where they have been removed. Unfortunately, these recurrence effects have been extensively reported by several people who have undergone various aesthetic treatments to remove them. This is due to the very persistent nature of syringoma. Therefore, it is advisable to include this information on the consent form before proceeding to treat a case of syringoma to avoid future client disappointment. Xanthelasma. We have detailed information on xanthelasma on our webpage, xanthelasmaremoval.com. Please visit this website to learn all about xanthelasma in detail. If you're using Voltaic arcing for xanthelasma removal, you can either opt for leveling off this benign skin lesion with the surrounding skin area, or you can remove also part of the lesion which resides inside the skin. If you only level off this type of lesion, you usually require to perform a number of treatments in order to remove them completely. If you want to remove all symphylasma in one session, you should usually need to remove the deep part of the symphylasma as well. The usual question is, how do I know when to stop ablating the symphylasma? After wiping off the carbon residues with a cotton pad impregnated with non-flammable antiseptic, if you notice that some yellow fatty residues are still present, then you may want to carry on burning off the symphylasma until you remove all the yellow residues and there is no trace of any fatty deposits. Be careful, because if you ablate too deeply, you damage the inner part of the dermis. The risks of scarring increases. Remember that there is no currently known way to remove benign lesions while guaranteeing that the final results will be scar-free. All you can do is minimize the risks of developing permanent scarring. If removed completely, the new skin tissue grown after the part has healed usually has a pinkish texture to it, and this is normal. Illustration: symphylasma on upper eyelids. The first time you attempt symphylasma removal, remember to be cautious, and it is generally better to have the client come back with a smaller symphylasma than going too deep with the removal. The aftercare is up to your client, and if infections arise after the simple aesthetic procedure, risks of permanent scarring can increase. Skin tags removal using Fibroblast. Skin tags are very common but harmless small soft skin growths. They tend to occur on the eyelids, neck, armpits, current folds and under the breasts. One person may have anywhere from 1 to over 100 skin tags. Almost everyone will develop a skin tag at some point in their life. Middle-aged adults are most prone to developing skin tags. Obesity seems to be also associated with the tendency of forming skin tags. Illustration of skin tags. Removing a skin tag does not cause more to grow, and the procedure to remove them are generally easy and harmless. When removing skin tags by using electrical arcing, you have two possible approaches. Apply the electric arc on top of the skin tag and work all the way down until you have almost reached the base of it, skin level. At that point, if you have not already done so, reduce the power level of the device to the minimum to allow the greatest degree of precision. Continue the carbonization of the skin tag until you have leveled it off with the surrounding skin. Remember to wipe off the carbon residues from time to time to allow you to see the level you have reached. In case the skin tag you are removing is particularly large, you can apply the arc onto an area of the skin tags itself close to the skin level. Once the skin tag has become detached, you can then proceed to level off the remaining skin tag residues with the surrounding skin in order to accomplish good aesthetic results. The aftercare is left to your client. Some other treatments to remove them include freezing, tying off with a thread or suture, or cutting them off. Keloids. After the skin is injured, in certain cases the healing process can leave a raised or depressed scar. However, not all wounds will leave a scar. Normally, very superficial wounds do not leave scars, provided that the healing process is smooth and they are not significant infections. It is important to understand that generally scars develop when a certain degree of damage to the dermis has been caused, either by an injury or infection. The scar is a normal reaction to the damage caused to the dermis. How and why does a atrophic scar form? after the skin is injured, in certain cases the healing process can leave a raised or a depressed scar. However, not all wounds will leave a scar. Normally, very superficial wounds do not leave scars, provided that the healing process is smooth and there are no significant infections. It is important to understand that generally scars develop when a certain degree of damage to the dermis has been caused either by an injury or infection. The scar is a normal reaction to the damage caused to the dermis. In case of deep wounds, i.e. deep cuts like those of serious accidents or surgical procedures, they usually develop into some form of scarring even if the healing process is smooth and free of infections. This is because in deep wounds, the deeper part of the dermis, hypodermis, is usually affected, and whenever the hypodermis is injured in some way, the healing process will eventually lead to some degree of scarring, despite the way the wound has healed. Illustration: whenever the dermis or the hypodermis are affected by an injury, the wound will eventually develop into a certain degree of scarring. In case the injury only involves the upper part of the dermis, if the wound heals speedily and appropriate aftercare is followed, then the likelihood of developing a scar decreases dramatically. On the other hand, even a superficial wound can develop into a fully fledged hypertrophic scar if infections arise and persist over a long period of time. This is because the longer the infection persists, the higher the likelihood of a certain degree of damage to be caused to the dermis. Sometimes a scar is hypertrophic, thickened or raised, or atrophic, depressed, but always confined to the margin of the original wound or injury. Hypertrophic scars initially tend to be redder and often regress spontaneously, a process which can take 1 year or more. Hypertrophic scars develop during the wound healing process, and not only do they stop growing when the healing process is over, but also they decrease in size over time on their own accord. Illustration: example of hypertrophic scar. This picture was taken soon after the healing was over. This scar is still pinker than the rest of the skin. The scar is also confined to the borders of the original wound. Hypertrophic scar removal treatments such as cortisone injections, steroids, can speed up the natural scar shrinkage process. Also, hypertrophic scar removal is relatively easy by using most ablative methods, including lasers, electrical arcing, surgical excision, and other methods. This is because the hypertrophic scars will not tend to grow back. Illustration: another example of a recently formed hypertrophic scar. These types of scars are very easily removed by using most ablative methods in aesthetics, including lasers and electrical arcing. They do not tend to redevelop when removed. Keloids and the fundamental difference from hypertrophic scars. Keloids, by contrast, may start sometime after a cutaneous injury of any type, including normal acne, minor burns, chickenpox, ear piercing, and piercing in general, minor scratching, surgical excision, injections, tattooing, laser, aesthetic treatments including skin tightening, more in general, any event which will trigger the skin regeneration process. They can also develop after some minor inflammation. Often keloids can be mistaken for hypertrophic scars and vice versa. Keloids tend to extend beyond the wound site. This tendency to migrate into surrounding areas that weren't injured originally distinguishes keloids from hypertrophic scars. Also, another difference between keloids and hypertrophic scars is that hypertrophic scars are formed during the healing process and stop developing as soon as the area is healed. On the other hand, keloids do not stop growing when the healing process is over. Illustration. One of the reasons keloids appear often on the earlobes is due to ear piercing. This picture illustrates clearly how keloidal formations tend to grow well beyond the original boundaries of the original injury which caused it. Sometimes keloids keep growing weeks after the original injury has healed. Keloids per se are benign and non-dangerous growths. However, they can be compared to benign tumors due to their tendency to sustain growth after their initial formation. In case the growth seems disproportionate and persists over the period of several weeks, leading to abnormal irregular shapes and disproportionate dimensions, like in case of the formation displayed in the picture above, for example, then excision for histological examination is recommended. This is to make sure that the growth, although abnormal, is benign. Please bear in mind that there is no scientifically proven connection between keloidal formation and dangerous growths. Illustration. A classic example of unintended keloidal formation after tattooing treatment. The difference between a classic keloidal formation and a hypertrophic scar is noted by comparing the illustrations of the hypertrophic scars and the keloids. The keloidal formations are always clearly protruding and they do not present the normal pinkish color of a normal hypertrophic scar, which is clearly confined within the borders of the original injury. Also, it is possible to notice how the keloidal formation is overgrowing. In the illustration on the right, we can appreciate the clear keloidal formation after heart surgery. The keloids also formed on the suture points. The hypertrophic scars, in contrast, are very well confined within the original boundaries of the wound that initially formed it. See illustrations 80 and 81. Keloids affect both sexes equally, although the incidence in the young female population has been reported to be higher than in young males, probably reflecting the greater frequency of earlobe piercing amongst women. The frequency of keloidal occurrence is 15 times higher in highly pigmented people, skin type 4, 5, and 6. Therefore, African, Asian, Indian descendants have increased likelihood of keloidal occurrences. It is also shown that the tendency to form keloids is familial. Therefore, if one of your ancestors had this tendency, then you will be more likely to form keloids too. Illustration 84. Keloidal formations after heart surgery. The suture points are demarcated by the clear keloids. While hypertrophic scars are very easily removed by using various ablation methods, including lasers, electrical arcing, cryotherapy, excision, the removal of keloidal formation can be challenging. This is because, despite the fact that they are removed using the several ablation methods currently available, including surgical excision, keloids tend to grow back, or even expand or increase in size after their removal. Unfortunately, there is no known treatment which can scientifically guarantee keloids will not recur after removal. Illustration 85. Keloidal formation excised surgically. The surgical removal alone may be futile, as the keloid will tend to grow back due to the injury caused by the surgery itself. Therefore, a post-surgical treatment to prevent the keloid to recur will be necessary. Despite the methods used to remove any keloidal formation, if a preventative measure to avoid the keloidal recurrence is not used, the lesion will grow back, or worse, even regrow larger. Therefore, any form of ablation alone is not sufficient to remove this type of lesion, or may even be detrimental due to the normal tendency of keloids to develop and expand after a dramatic event to the skin. The methods used to prevent the regrowth of keloids after the removal using ablative methods are cortisone, superficial injections, radiotherapy, and others. These regrowth preventative methods are applied soon after the keloid removal procedure using ablative methods, i.e. lasers, electrical arcing, cryotherapy, surgical excision, etc. This is because any ablative methods inevitably causes a skin dramatic event which will in turn trigger the keloidal growth. For this reason, any effective treatment has to focus on having the keloids to stop growing back after the removal. No single regrowth preventative treatment is best for all keloids because they may react differently to different treatments. The keloid location, size, depth of the lesion, the age of the person, and the past response to the removal treatment may determine the best type of removal treatment. Steroid injections or intralesional corticosteroids injections. One of the most known and economical methods to reduce the size of keloidal formation is the use of injectable steroids, cortisone, directly administered into the lesion. In most cases, this alone has been shown to reduce the size of the keloidal formations without the use of any other ablative methods. As we know, ablative methods of any type bear an inherent likelihood of keloid recurrence as well as the potential increase in size of the keloid itself. Illustration 87. Kenalog is a brand name for a synthetic corticosteroid used to treat various skin conditions. In this image, we can see how the needle has to be inserted into the keloid. Cortisone injections are administered into the keloid at 6 weeks interval, and after each session, normally the keloid will reduce progressively in size by its own accord. The advantage of using this method is primarily the wide availability of safe and sustainable steroids on the market. Furthermore, the first steroid course of injections alone will provide a clear indication if the keloid responds well to this type of treatment. The avoidance of invasive surgery and non-invasive lasers or Voltaic arcing ablative treatments is a clear benefit because the skin does not require to undergo any traumatic events which could trigger a keloidal regrowth or enlargement. This type of treatment will consist of a number of cortisone injections into the keloids made at 4 to 6 weeks interval. This treatment on its own will suffice to reduce the keloid in size after each course of a cortisone injection. Illustration 88. Cortisone injection directly administered into the keloidal formation. The use of cortisone injections should be the first attempt to treat keloidal formations. It is important to emphasize that if the keloid responds well to this treatment alone, in most cases it is not recommended to use ablative methods to fine-tune the results. This is because, as we know, the use of any ablative treatments bears the inherent likelihood of triggering a form of recurrence. Although the treatment is not always effective, it has a very high success rate and it has a low risk associated with it. The results are apparent from the first course of injections, as seen in the figure on the right. Illustration 89. This picture clearly shows the efficacy of cortisone injections into the keloid. Ablative treatments should be avoided if the keloid responds well to this type of treatment. Typical drugs used for this type of procedure: triamcinolone, acetonide, hydrocortisone, methylprednisolone. Typical dosages 5 to 10 mg per milliliter for developing keloids and 10 to 40 mg per milliliter for pre-existing fully mature keloids. The larger doses are used on bulky mature keloids. The injections can be painful, especially at high doses. Shots can be co-administered with a numbing agent like lidocaine and/or after application of a topical numbing cream. Possible adverse reactions can be hypopigmentation, hyperpigmentation, dark red blotches, or tissue atrophy. Tissue atrophy looks like indentations in the skin and can occur with large amounts of steroids and/or injection in the surrounding normal tissue. Generally, hypopigmentation may be reversible over time. It may take up to a year. However, tissue and fat atrophy can be permanent. Cushing's syndrome can develop if too much steroid is used. Remember that the likelihood of side effects can be minimized but never completely avoided. Of course, if this treatment is effective, varying the dosage per session will determine the number of treatments required to achieve a satisfactory outcome. However, it is advisable to administer lower doses than normally possible and increase the number of sessions in order to minimize the likelihood of adverse reactions. Main types of combined ablative treatments. In case intralesion steroid injections are not effective, then the use of ablative treatments combined with recurrence prevention treatments can be the next step forward. As stated previously, the use of ablative treatments, both invasive like surgery and non-invasive like laser and voltaic arcing treatments, should be avoided in the first instance due to the inherent likelihood of triggering recurrence or further growths. However, the use of lasers and voltaic arcing coupled with steroid treatments, radiation therapy, or other treatments to prevent recurrence can be very effective. The growth preventative treatment is normally carried out after the keloidal ablation has taken place. However, it can be carried out even before the ablative treatment. In case the practitioner decides to use injectable steroids as a recurrence preventative measure, it is recommended to administer the steroid injections into the keloid before the ablative treatment and then proceed to the physical removal of the keloid by using surgical excision, laser, or the electrical arcing ablation. When using lasers or electrical arcing, the technique is simply burning the keloid to make it level with the surrounding skin, as you have seen in the removal of any common mole. Illustration 90. The stages of keloid removal over time. Keloids are not always straightforward to remove. At the end of the removal treatment, then another course of superficial injections should be administered to both the treated and the surrounding area to further minimize the recurrence rate. In case of the use of radiation therapy to minimize the recurrence rate, this has to be used only at the end of the ablative treatment. The use of combined treatments bears the inherent advantage of being able to remove the keloid within one session, provided that the keloid will not recur after the healing process. Once again, combined treatments should be used only as the last resort or if the client prefers it. The client should be informed about all suitable available options for keloid removal to make an informed decision. Types of combined ablative methods. The options of ablative treatments suitable for keloid removal in case intralesional corticosteroids injections did not achieve the desired results are lasers by vaporizing the keloid coupled with preventative measures to minimize recurrence, Voltaic arcing, vaporization, coupled with preventative measures to minimize recurrence, surgical excision, coupled with preventative measures to minimize recurrence, cryotherapy, combined with preventative measures to minimize recurrence, microdermal abrasion combined with preventative measures to minimize recurrence. Any ablative method on its own bears high likelihood of triggering keloid recurrence and therefore a form of keloid recurrence preventative treatments should be used at least immediately after the keloid removal. Recurrence preventative measures. The most common keloid recurrence minimization method is the use of corticosteroid injections after any of these types of ablative treatments. This is due to the availability, efficacy, and relatively low side effects of these drugs. In most cases, the injections are administered both before the ablation treatment directly into the keloid and after the removal treatment into the surrounding area using superficial infiltrations. Illustration 91. Occlusion using silicone sheets as a recurrence preventative measure after keloid laser removal treatment. The use of radiotherapy and other methods have been proved to be also effective. A particular study also suggests the use of silicone gel sheathing up to 48 hours after an ablative treatment as a means of reducing the likelihood of recurrence. As the results are not always satisfactory, this is not a first-line preventative therapeutical treatment recommendable after keloid ablative treatments. Click here to learn more. Other promising keloid recurrence preventative therapies after removal using ablative treatments include anti-angiogenic factors, including vascular endothelial growth factors, inhibitors, phototherapy, transforming growth factors, beta-3, tumor necrosis factor, alpha inhibitors, and recombinant human interleukin, which are directed at decreasing collagen synthesis. A useful table detailing the various types of treatments available for keloid removal combined with regrowth prevention therapies, mentioning also the likelihood of recurrence, can be found here. Home treatments. Home treatments should not involve cutting, sanding, constricting the keloids with strings or rubber bands, or using any other method that traumatizes the skin. Doing so can increase the likelihood of recurrence, infections, or keloid enlargement. Use care when attempting home remedies for keloid removal. Safe and effective remedies to shrink keloids include occlusion, silicone pads or gel, and/or the application of certain substances. Please note that despite the fact that the proposed treatments are scientifically proven to improve the appearance of keloids over time, several treatments over a long time period are usually required in order to achieve the desired results. The duration of the treatment depends on the method used. The following home treatments are also effective in the treatment of normal hypertrophic scars. Dramatic results are only currently achievable using intralesional corticosteroids injections or ablative methods combined with recurrence preventative treatments. Illustration 92. Occlusion applied on keloids sustained over months for over 10 hours a day has been shown to be effective. However, this treatment is seldom viable for most people due to the impracticality of applying occlusion over long periods of time. Silicone sheeting simple occlusion. Occlusion for scars treatment has been used for several years. Occlusion can be performed in several ways. One of the ways which have been widely used is the application of silicone adhesive sheets or appropriate silicone gel. Also, silicone gel sheets have been used to prevent new keloids from forming following an injury or surgical operations. This is a treatment that can lead to eventual improvement in the appearance of both hypertrophic scars and keloids. However, the use of sheeting has to be endured over several months, usually over 6, in order for the results to become apparent. Therefore, this type of treatment, although ultimately effective, is unsustainable for most people, as this requires forming a new daily habit which needs to be sustained over months, and this is rarely accomplished. Most ad hoc products are silicone gel sheets or scar sheets, which are self-adhesive and reusable. They are applied to existing scars and keloids to reduce their size and appearance over time. Silicone sheets should be worn over them for at least 10 hours per day for several months in order to achieve the desired results. Illustration 93. Several silicone products are available on the market. They must be worn for over 10 hours a day. The treatment has to be endured for over 6 months in order to achieve good results. Silicone gel sheets are widely available on the market and can be bought at most pharmacies and many online retailers. Vitamin E coupled with occlusion. The use of topical vitamin E based products, gel, oil and ointments have been shown a real efficacy in the eventual reduction in the size of the keloid over a long period of time, namely several months. Therefore, the solution on its own is not suitable for most people because the use of this type of products can hardly be sustained over the long period. Likewise, as we know, the main problem with occlusion used on its own is the impracticality of wearing silicone sheets or gel products over long periods during the day, over 10 hours per day, and over sustained periods of time, over 6 months. However, the combination of occlusion and the use of vitamin E based products appears to be far more practical, as the results are achieved much faster, usually within 2 months with an appropriate everyday use. Illustration 94. It has been shown how administering vitamin E into the keloid or hypertrophic scar using the right topical solution can lead to the eventual shrinkage of the lesion. The reason for silicone occlusion to be effective in the treatment of keloids is the direct action on the fibroblast and a hyperhydration of the subcutaneous tissue. This is because generally the use of occlusion in aesthetics is successfully used for amplifying the subcutaneous delivery of active substances. Therefore, applying vitamin E onto the keloid coupled with the occlusion effect of silicone sheets speeds up the keloidal shrinkage process, which would otherwise be possible in a much longer period of time. To view the related scientific study showing the efficacy of vitamin E coupled with occlusion in hypertrophic scar and keloid treatment, please click here. Please note that the results vary according to the type of topical vitamin E based products and the timing of occlusion carried out during the day. Conclusions. Keloids are fundamentally different from hypertrophic scars. Keloid removal treatment is not always simple, as it is in the case of hypertrophic scars. This is because, unlike hypertrophic scars, keloids tend to grow back after any ablative treatment. There are two main types of possible effective treatments. Professional. The first line of treatment is the use of intralesional corticosteroids injections. Failing that, the preferred option is the use of ablative treatments, physical removal of the keloids, combined with some other recurrence inhibition treatment. There are also several other options, however, they are not frequently used yet. Home treatments. The most successful type of home treatment is the use of suitable vitamin E topical products combined with occlusion. If carried out appropriately, this type of treatment has been shown to reduce the size of most keloids within 2 months. Both professional and home treatments are effective. Professional treatments bear the advantage of allowing the keloid removal with high success rate within 1 or multiple sittings without the client needing to wear patches on its own. The main disadvantage is the higher costs and the potential side effects. Home treatments are effective, however, this does require the sustained daily use of vitamin E based products coupled with occlusion over an extended period of time during the day and over several weeks. The main advantage is the lower costs and the very low likelihood of side effects.
Tattoos. In this section, we will focus on understanding the physiology of tattoos. In this way, we will be better equipped to advise the clients on the various options to fade their tattoos. Also, this will help us understand how the fading techniques currently available work and how to use them in order to remove, or most appropriately, fade them effectively according to the client's desires. What is tattoo and an overview of its physiology? A tattoo is a skin drawing meant to be permanently visible throughout the person's life. Tattoos historically had various functions, mainly aesthetic, and more recently they have been used for permanent makeup in order. Tattoos historically have had various functions, mainly aesthetic, and more recently have been used for permanent makeup. In order for the tattoo to be permanent, the ink has to be injected into this dermis. This is because the pigments that only reside on the dermis will be removed by the natural skin regeneration process. During the skin tattooing, the ink will be deposited also on the epidermis, simply by virtue of the fact that the needle is on the way to the dermis and just passing through it. Illustration 95. The tattooing process is relatively simple. It consists in injecting the tattoo pigments into the dermal layer. As we have seen in the picture, the tattooing process consists in delivering the pigments, tattoo ink, into the dermal layer. In the process of doing so, both the epidermal and dermal layer will be modified and injured, causing an open wound. In the picture below, we can see an example of how bright the finished tattoo work can be. This is because the pigments are also deposited on the epidermis, and most of the dermis is also exposed, making the tattoo look at its brightest. When the area is healed completely, all the pigments deposited onto the epidermis will have naturally been removed by the healing process. Therefore, at that point, the pigments will not be present in the epidermal layer. The epidermal layer is transparent, therefore the tattoo will still be clearly visible through it. However, the epidermal layer is not 100% transparent and it is slightly opaque. Illustration 96. Once the tattoo has healed, the picture loses its original brightness. This is because the tattoo is visible through the skin epidermal layer. If the epidermal layer is removed, exposing the dermal layer, the original brightness is restored. Therefore, when the tattoo has healed, the original brightness is apparently lost due to the fact that it will be visible through the opaque and transparent epidermal layer. In the picture above, illustration 97, we can see the representative distribution of the tattoo pigments through the healing process. After the healing process, no pigmentation will be left on the epidermal layer. Illustration 97. When the tattoo has been made, the initial ink location is both in the epidermis and dermis. The area is essentially an open wound. Over time, the scabbing process will take care of gradually removing the residual pigments from the epidermis. In a month's time, only very few residues of ink will be left on the epidermis. Once the area is healed completely, the tattoo pigmentation will only reside inside the dermis and it will be visible through the epidermis. Therefore, once the tattoo area is healed, the tattoo is not as bright because the pigments have completely been removed from the epidermal layer. At that point, the tattoo on the dermal layer will be only visible through the transparent epidermal layer. Conversely, the tattoo will show its full brightness once the epidermal layer has been removed. This is normally done in tattoo removal procedures using electrical arcing. Illustration 98. 3D representation of the tattoo. Once the tattoo has healed, the drawing will be visible through the epidermal layer. As we have seen, because tattoos are made by injecting the pigments into the dermal layer, the tattoo making process involves deliberately causing a wound to the skin. When the tattoo is just being made, the treated area is literally an open wound which is required to heal properly in order for the tattoo work to be preserved. Because of this, the end result of the tattooing process is not only dependent on the quality work of the tattoo artist, but also reliant on the aftercare routine to avoid infections and other adverse reactions. The healing process will likely last anywhere from 3 to 4 weeks, and special care will be required to be taken of the recently made new body art. This is to ensure the tattoo looks at its best once the healing process has finished. Illustration 99. In this picture, we can see where the tattoo pigments reside inside the skin once the skin has healed from the tattooing process. Although not visible from this representation, the epidermal layer is transparent, therefore allowing the tattoo to be visible. Main risk during healing: inflammatory skin infections. A fresh tattoo is essentially an open wound, therefore it has to be treated accordingly. The main risk during the healing process of a tattoo is the likelihood of contracting an inflammatory infection of the open wound. The risk of contracting an inflammatory infection or infections in general during the healing period can be minimized but never completely eliminated. Infections can be contracted in several ways due to the several sources of bacteria and viruses in our everyday environment. This is because it is relatively easy for bacteria to enter an open wound of a recently drawn tattoo. The signs of a possible infections are oozing, a strange liquid coming out of the wound, pain, redness, swelling, etc. If the infection is not treated appropriately, the symptoms will worsen over time and lead to several long-term undesirable effects. During the healing process, the area has to be kept infection-free until the scabs have formed and fallen off by themselves. During the healing process, the client is required to make sure the area is kept clear and free from infections. Infections can be contracted during the healing process in many ways. In order to minimize these risks, the client can simply look after the tattooed part like any other open wound, using mild antiseptics, and deliberately avoid those activities which will increase the likelihood of infections. Illustration 100. This is an infection at its onset. It is noticeable how the area is red at the border of the wound caused by the tattooed work. If treated immediately, this type of infection may not jeopardize the tattoo end result after healing. In case of tattoo infections, if they are treated early on, there may not be devastating consequences for the tattoo. Therefore, in case it is suspected a tattoo is becoming infected, it is best to seek medical advice immediately in order to minimize the possible detrimental effects of the infection. Usually, if the infection is treated appropriately, it can be cured quickly without major consequences, therefore without compromising the final tattoo work. In the picture on the right, we can see the devastating effects of the tattoo work which an infection can cause. An infection which is not properly looked after can lead to several undesired effects which could distort the tattoo work, even lead to fully fledged hypertrophic or atrophic permanent scars. Illustration 101. In this picture, we can see the dire immediate consequences of any infection caused by poor aftercare after a normal tattooing procedure. This particular infection was being cured. However, it was still present at the time the picture was taken, as proved by the redness of the border of the affected area. The redness at the borders is an example of an infection-induced inflammation. Therefore, if an infection is not treated promptly, effectively, and with the right products, the consequences could be permanent. In the previous illustration, the long-term effects of this type of infection can make the tattoo distorted and also lead to scarring. Tattoo inflammatory infection symptoms. Here are the most common symptoms of an infected tattoo. If your client is experiencing any of these, it is time to take action. Remember, if you're in doubt whether an infection is ongoing, it is always advisable to consult a doctor, because general practitioners are legally qualified to diagnose infections and prescribe the medical treatment for each specific case in most countries. The tattoo artist, although will recognize an infected tattoo immediately, due to its vast experience, he may not be qualified to make diagnosis and advise on the best medical treatment of each specific case. Legislation may vary from country to country. Redness. The area starts to redden, and the redness may include the tattoo work itself and the edges too. The redness of the edges feathers out, and it spread further as the infection worsens over time if not treated properly. Illustration 102. Redness can be a symptom of an inflammatory infection. We can see how the infected area peels off. Swelling. It is normal for a tattoo to swell during the first 48 hours after a tattoo has been drawn. However, if the swelling increases over 3 to 4 days instead of decreasing, or begins to extend past the tattoo, this is likely a sign of infection. Heat. An infected tattoo might feel hot to the touch. While it is normal for the tattoo to feel warm, especially during the first 48 hours, it should not feel very hot, and the heat should fade away on its own accord. If it is infected, the whole tattoo and/or the area around it may feel hot to the touch, and it may also feel as if there is heat radiating from within the tattoo itself. discharge. During the first 48 hours after the tattoo has just been drawn, a slight discharge and some bleeding can occur, and this is normal. However, if this continues or worsens after the first 48 hours, it can be a clear sign of infection. The infected tattoo often has a slimy discharge oozing from them in various places. This may appear as a clear fluid with a golden color or a thick yellow-green goo that sits within the tattoo. You might also see pus, white, yellow, or green. Illustration 103. Example of abnormal discharge due to infection. Odor. This is a surefire sign that your tattoo is infected. Often the discharge from an infected tattoo will have a nasty smell or odor. The smell increases in intensity as the infection spreads or worsens. Pain. If you're experiencing mild pain that increases over 3 to 5 days after your tattoo has been drawn, or has sharp, shooting pains from within the tattoo itself, it is likely an infection. Blistering. Blistering may also be a sign of infection, and it can occur on top of the tattoo, manifesting as red raised sores filled with body fluids. If your tattoo is bubbly or bright red, then this is a sign of infection. This is not to be confused with the normal swelling occurring after the first 48 hours of receiving your tattoo. Any raised areas should slowly level out and decrease to the height of the surrounding non-tattooed skin. Increased scab size. Due to the abnormal levels of discharge, the scabs of an infected tattoo may appear thick and have a yellow and green crust. This normally occurs when the infections are subsiding while the scabs are being formed. This is generally a better situation than the symptoms mentioned above. Illustration 104. The infection is subsiding. Abnormal scabbing caused by an earlier infection. Fever and lethargy. This is possible in advanced stages of infection. Also, this can occur if the tattoo is clearly large and infected. An infection over a large area will trigger the natural feverish body reaction, which is designed to help the body to combat bacterial infection. If you have a fever or feel lethargic and these symptoms are unrelated to other illnesses, then it is likely your body is working overtime to fight the infection coming from your tattoo. If you experience any of the symptoms above, fever is one of the surest signs of infection, even if your temperature is only slightly elevated. In fact, even a slightly elevated temperature can be symptomatic of serious advanced state of an inflammatory skin infection. Skin infections rarely lead to high temperature fevers. Redness or streaking. This is an extremely severe case of an advanced stage of infection. As we have seen previously, if the tattoo or the skin around it is extremely red, you likely have an infection. If you see thin red lines radiating from your tattoo, you should go to your doctor immediately, as streaking can be an early sign of blood poisoning. Introduction to the stages of the tattooing process. As we have seen above, the tattoo is an open wound when it is just been drawn. The tattooing is a process which can last several weeks to reach its final permanent appearance. Understanding the healing stages of tattoos provides a better idea of what to expect in the days and weeks after the tattoo has just been made. The end result depends on the aftercare and not only on the final tattoo work at the time it was drawn. The tattoo healing process can be divided into 3 main stages. Stage 1. Healing the open wound. Most delicate part of the process. This is when an infection or diseases can be contracted through the open wound. Stage 2, scabbing or peeling process. Stage 3, pigments resettling. Overall, the healing stages of tattoos stretch out over a 3 to 4 week period up to 2 to 3 months, and taking special care of the tattoo during this time is essential to preserve the wonderful work the tattoo artist has created. If you experience any symptoms beyond those mentioned here, contact your doctor for medical advice and the tattoo artist straight away. Although your tattoo artist cannot provide medical advice, tattoo artists are very familiar with the signs of abnormal healing and the signs of a burgeoning infection. Remember that if in doubt, you should always consult your doctor. Stage 1. Healing of the open wound soon after the tattoo has been made. This initial stage of healing begins right after your tattoo is finished. At this point, you can consider the area for what is an open wound, and it should be treated accordingly. Your tattoo artist will gently wash the area and bandage it to protect it from bacteria. Most artists recommend you keep the area covered for the first 20 hours, although you will likely need to change the bandage because a fresh tattoo usually bleeds and can weep slightly. All fresh tattoos are temporarily bandaged to help prevent infections. This healing stage usually lasts about 1 week. If the bandage soaks up too much fluid, it may wind up sticking to the newly tattooed skin, and this is definitely not good for the healing process. Illustration 105. Fresh tattoos can bleed and weep like any other open wound, which requires healing. In this picture, we can see a fresh tattoo slightly bleeding and weeping. Many people describe a fresh tattoo as feeling similar to a sunburn. The area tends to sting and it can become inflamed, a little raised and or swollen. This is a natural and normal reaction to the tattoo healing process. As we have seen, the tattoo is an open wound caused by the injury inflicted by the tattooing procedure, and after an inflicted skin injury, the skin can become inflamed as well. This is in fact a normal reaction to be expected in the normal tattooing process. Illustration 106. This picture serves to show the immediate effects of the tattooing process. Tattooing involves not only deliberately causing a wound inside the dermis, but also impregnating the dermis with the ink necessary to make the drawing requested by the client. Sometimes swelling can be caused by both the injury caused by the tattooing needle and the dermis reaction to the new substance injected into the dermis. Inflammation and swelling are to be expected because the tattooing process deliberately inflicts a wound injury into the dermis. Therefore, they are a normal skin reaction which can often occur soon after the tattooing. It normally begins immediately after the area has been tattooed. It lasts up to 1 to 2 days and it subsides on its own accord. Additionally, in certain cases, the swelling can be exacerbated by the individual's skin reaction to the new external agent injected into the dermis, the tattoo ink colors. The swelling will subside on its own accord, and normally 2 days after the treatment it will have subsided. If the swelling does not subside, this can be a clear sign of infection or some other side effect which will likely require medical attention. Scabs will begin to form over the tattooed area 4 to 5 days after the tattoo had been first made. Illustration 107. The fresh tattoo is an open wound that requires healing. The scabbing process usually sets on the 3rd to 4th day after the tattoo has been drawn, provided that the area has not become infected. During this period, avoid the use of any product not expressly recommended by your tattoo artist, as using unsuitable products on an open wound can cause unnecessary complications. No attempt must be made to remove them. Any scabs must not be picked and should fall off by themselves. Just gently wash the area once or twice a day with a very mild soap, but dry with a fresh paper towel. Gently dab on a light amount of moisturizing aftercare lotion only if your tattoo artist recommends it. Do not apply any creams or product on the fresh tattoo other than those expressly recommended by the tattoo artist, as applying unsuitable products on an open wound could easily lead to unnecessary complications. After all, a fresh tattoo is an open wound which is trying to heal by its own accord. Although people tend to heal at different rates, the first healing stage of a tattoo usually lasts about 1 week, as long as an infection doesn't set in. Some people can experience some discomfort and even pain. In those cases, the pain is more than expected. Some over-the-counter pain reliever can be taken. In any case, if in doubt, you can visit your doctor. Illustration 108. The scabbing also contains some of the pigments injected during the tattoo drawing, as demonstrated by this green scabbing. Stage 2. Scabbing, peeling and itching. The second stage of healing usually brings the onset of scabbing, peeling and itching. After the first healing stage, the scabs are well formed and just beginning to flake off. This process will continue for about a week. The skin around the tattoo may become a bit dry. Most people experience some peeling, just as they would with a sunburn. The client has to avoid both picking the scabs and peeling the flaky skin intentionally. Doing so can jeopardize the final tattoo results. Just allow it to slough off naturally. By all means, do not scratch your tattoo. Illustration 109. Peeling effect of a tattoo after scabbing has taken place. This process normally lasts for a week. Scratching can cause damage and ultimately spoil the look of the tattoo work by the time healing is complete. Applying more aftercare lotion to the area should bring some more relief to the itching. However, please note that the itching is a natural reaction of the skin to the good healing of any skin injury, including tattooing. Stage 3. Stage 3 brings the final healing of the area. By this point, most of all the scabs have fallen away from the tattoo, although the area may still be slightly dry and mildly tender. At that point, some mild itchy feeling can still be felt, and the tattoo does not look as vibrant as it did when it was first finished. And this is normal. There is typically still a layer of dead skin over the tattoo at this point. This obscures it a bit. But once the layer naturally and slowly sloughs away, the tattoo will look as it should. If you have managed to avoid infections and scratching, it probably looks great. Aftercare during the healing recovery period. In any case, please follow the recommendations of your own tattoo artist. If you require any medical advice, consult your doctor. The aftercare has to be performed by the client, and consequently the client alone assumes all responsibility to carry it out appropriately. Always wash your hands before touching your tattoo, especially while the tattoo is still an open wound. Stage 1. When you get home, remove the bandage within 2 to 3 hours after getting your tattoo. Rebandage according to the instruction of your tattoo artist. On the first night, you may want to wrap your tattoo in saran wrap to prevent sticking to your bedding. Do not use any cloth bandages or pads, as the fibers of this material can adhere to your open tattoo and hinder the healing process. Wash your tattoo with an antibacterial liquid soap. Use only the one suggested by your tattoo artist. Be gentle. Do not use a washcloth or anything that will exfoliate your tattoo. Gently pat your tattoo dry with a clean cloth or paper towel. Do not rub and do not use fabric with a rough surface. Illustration 110. Tattoo wrapped in cling film for protection. This is usually done the first night after the tattoo is done to prevent contact with the bedding. Keeping the tattoo wrapped in cling film for too long is detrimental, as it creates the moist conditions for bacterial proliferation and hence infection. However, it has been found that during the first night's sleep, the bandaging of the tattoo in cling film is more beneficial than detrimental. The first 2 to 3 days, apply a small amount of ointment on your tattoo as recommended by your tattoo artist. Please do not use any antibiotic ointments as a means of preventing infections. This is because doing so will eventually induce a bacterial resistance to specific antibiotic substance. Use the suitable antiseptic cream or ointment instead. Always use clean hands and do not place your fingers back into the antiseptic ointment or cream after touching your tattoo. Preferably, you should use a cleaner earbud or similar to place the ointment from the tab onto your tattoo. This is to minimize the bacterial contamination of the ointment you are using. Make sure to rub the ointment in so that it is not shiny or greasy. You want the thinnest amount possible. Pat off any excess ointment with a clean cloth or paper towel. Do not use petroleum jelly, Vaseline, or bag balm. Wash dry and apply ointment 3 to 5 times daily as needed. Wear clean, soft clothing over your tattoo for at least 2 weeks. Do not use any tight clothing, nothing abrasive or irritating, i.e. wool. For a foot tattoo, go barefoot as long as possible. If you must wear shoes, first wrap your tattoo in saran wrap. Then cover with a clean cotton sock before putting on your shoe. During this period, avoid sandals or flip-flops to prevent damage to your tattoo. After day 4 to 5, your tattoo should begin to scab. This is normal and a good sign. Do not pick at the scabs. Begin using a mild white unscented lotion, free of dyes or perfumes. Use the lotion for minimum 2 weeks, 1 to 2 times daily. Do not apply any product not explicitly recommended by your tattoo artist, as doing so, especially during the healing phase, stage 1 of the healing process, could seriously jeopardize the tattoo work. Do not apply petroleum-based skin products on your tattoo. You can shower, but you may not soak your tattoo for 2 weeks. No swimming, soaking, or hot tub. Avoid swimming. This is because in the swimming pool, chlorine can bleach color and dry out the still tender skin around your tattoo. In the sea, the salty water could have undesirable effects on your tattooed area. Do not tub. Do not wear tight abrasive material jewelry or shoes that rub against your tattoo. Do not let anyone touch your tattoo unless they wash their hands first. Do not soak in the tub. This can allow bacteria to penetrate the unhealed wound. Avoid exposing your new tattoo to direct sunlight. This can lead to fading and you could easily burn the unhealed skin. Do not pick at your scabs or scratch rub your tattoo. Beware of gym equipment. Wash it well before using it. Adverse reactions. Even if the tattoo has been drawn correctly, using the best equipment available and the best possible quality pigment, certain undesirable reactions can still occur. They can be minimized, but never eliminated altogether. Cancer scare due to pigment toxicity. This is a side effect which is directly dependent on the type of pigment used during the tattooing procedure. The best quality pigments should not lead to an increased risk of recurrence throughout life. Studies to document the effect of tattoos on the body and its relationship with cancer are still ongoing. However, several experts are of the opinion that tattoo can increase the likelihood of developing cancer later in life depending on the type of substances used in the pigments. Where earlier tattoos were made from natural dyes, today's inks can be made from a variety of ingredients such as pigments suspended in a carrier solution for color, of which the pigments are composed of plastics or metallic salts such as mercury sulfide, cobalt, cadmium, chromium, and chromic oxides. It is also claimed that the nanoparticles from the tattoo ink can seep into the body's major organs. Illustration 111. Abnormal growth inside a tattoo. Cancer scares are associated with the body reaction to certain substances in the tattoo pigments. Aluminium silicates and barium sulfates are used to preserve some physical properties of the tattoo, and ferrous oxides and titanium oxides are mixed as well for desired transparency. The toxicity of inks, whose chemical composition is sometimes unknown and mostly unregulated, can travel through the bloodstream and accrue in the kidneys and the spleen. The most common health risk that you put yourself into when you get a tattoo would always be skin cancer. Though not proven, tattoos do raise the risk of developing melanomas, that is abnormal growth of cells. Illustration 112. Melanomas developing inside a tattoo. Sometimes these malignant growths are concealed inside the tattoo, making their correct diagnosis more challenging. A direct correlation between melanoma and tattooing has not been proven to this date. Now, the actual amount of mixture of those constituents vary from tattoo parlor to tattoo parlor because it is considered to be a trade secret. These inks are injected below the skin layer for permanency, and the toxic effect of these metals in your body, even in small amounts, cannot be ignored. From growth retardation, mild skin irritation, and to affecting the cardiovascular system, this can all be the potential side effects of just getting a tattoo. Viral and bacterial infections. This is an effect merely attributable to the specific safety standards of the tattoo parlor you are using to get your tattoo done. The use of non-sterile needles during the process of tattooing application can increase the risks of contracting transfusion-transmitted diseases such as tetanus, hepatitis B and C, herpes, tetanus, staph, syphilis, and HIV due to simple needles cross-contamination. Hence, there are several places where prospective blood donors are screened out for tattoos. Therefore, it is important that you visit an established and well-known shop which follows proper safety standards to prevent the spread of these diseases. Now, new sealed needles for every tattoo, sterilizing hands and instruments regularly, and using gloves are basic safety protocols every tattoo parlor is required to follow. Remember that while the tattoo is still an open wound, stage 1, although the tattoo work has been carried out in a sterile condition and there was no cross-contamination, you can still acquire most of the diseases mentioned above through contact of the open wound with the respective viruses and or bacteria. Illustration 113. Remember to choose a reputable tattoo parlor and guard the fresh tattoo against infections during the first stage of the healing period. Keloids. People prone to developing keloids should avoid undergoing any form of tattooing. Scars are bound to occur during the initial healing phase of the tattooing, stage 1, if the proper care steps are not followed properly or inflammatory infections develop. Keloids are a type of collagen overgrowth tissue formed at the site of a wound. They are firm and rubbery and pink to purplish in color. In contrast to scars, keloids do not diminish with time and continue to grow. In contrast to scars, keloids do not shrink with time and continue to grow. They grow beyond the boundaries of the wounds which caused them. Certain people are more prone to developing them than others depending on the family history. Hence, they should avoid getting piercing or tattoo done. Illustration 114. Keloidal formation caused by a simple tattooing. Every client should be warned in advance of the likelihood of developing keloids before carrying out any tattooing. By getting a tattoo done, people with past keloidal history put themselves at risk of growing new keloids due to the injury inflicted by the tattooing process itself. Keloids can develop irrespective of the way the tattoos have been drawn and the aftercare carried out during the healing phase. To know more about keloids, please click here. Allergic reactions. Allergic reactions to tattoos are quite common, and there are different types of allergies that can be caused. Most often it is advisable to perform a patch test to determine whether your skin is too sensitive for the tattoo inks prior to actually getting it done. But it may not always be a sure way of knowing it. The main issue in order to prevent allergic reaction to tattoos is that even if you read all the ingredients stated in the pigments packaging used, no one is always aware of all his/her possible reactions to each specific agent used in the tattoo colors or their mixture. Illustration 115. Example 115. Example of an allergic reaction to the tattoo pigment. Swelling occurs in the tattooed areas only. Allergic reactions have occurred with some of the many metals put into tattoo inks. Nickel is the one of the most common metal allergies. Others have reacted to the mercury in red cinnabar, to cobalt blue, and to cadmium sulfite when used as a yellow pigment. Some inks were found to have high levels of lead, some contained lithium, and the blue inks were full of copper. The long-term health effects of sustained allergic reactions to tattoos are still unknown due to the lack of regulation, testing, and long-term studies. Illustration 116. Allergic reaction can display many symptoms including general redness. Phototoxic reactions do occur, although not very common considering the number of people who get tattoos done every year. Phototoxicity means having a reaction on exposure to sunlight. Inflammatory reactions caused primarily by the inks appear as swelling and red rashes. Dermatitis caused by allergic reaction to pigments is characterized by inflamed skin rashes and by the affected area becoming scaly and flaky. These allergic reactions do not always occur immediately after the tattoo has been drawn. Sometimes the effects can be delayed by months, even years. Tattoo itchiness and red bumps can be caused due to the changes in weather or body temperature and often require a visit to your dermatologist. Granulomas is a collection of immune cells known as histiocytes. Granulomas form when the immune system attempts to wall off substances it perceives as foreign but it is unable to eliminate. Since tattoo ink particles are foreign material, granulomas can develop around and inside the tattooed tissue. Apart from granulomas, enlargements of the lymph nodes have also been reported as a side effect of tattoos. The pigments used leak into the bloodstream, accumulating at the lymph nodes, causing painful swelling in these regions. The major cause for concern due to this inflammation is the misdiagnosis of melanoma. In patients with cancer risks, a radiologist is often unable to distinguish between the ink staining in the lymph nodes and abnormal tissue growth. Illustration 117. Granulomas on a tattoo. Other side effects of tattoos may be hematomas. These are bruises that can occur due to the puncturing of a blood vessel during the tattooing process. Keratocathoma is a skin tumor characterized by a dome-shaped inflamed skin which will gradually increase in size and its development risks increases with tattoo. Hyperkeratosis, which is an excess growth of keratin in hair follicle, are all examples of abnormal growth of those occurrences. This type of reaction will depend from the person and the tattoo. Hyperplasia can also occur. Hyperplasia is an organ enlargement due to abnormal cell multiplication. Illustration 118. Keratocytoma in a tattoo. MRI errors due to tattoos. Since the ink used for tattooing contain metals, there have been complaints by people having tattoos experiencing a burning sensation when they are undergoing an MRI scan. Although not conclusively verified, there have been reports of MRI image quality getting affected by the pigments in the tattoo inks. An MRI, or a magnetic resonance image, creates pictures of the interior of the body using magnetic fields and also radiofrequency pulses. The concern for tattoo inks arises mainly due to the magnetic force, which is extremely powerful and can affect the metal particles in the inks. Hence, the MRI done for people with tattoos requires more attention. Tattoo removal. Here we provide an overview of the main tattoo removal treatments currently available, the EU legislation applicable, and what to be expected after this type of aesthetic treatments. Terminology used: tattoo removal or tattoo fading. The procedures we are going to describe are widely referred to as tattoo removal. This is mainly because the complete removal is the main desired result the clients expect from these aesthetic procedures. In reality, most tattoos are very resilient, and most treatments currently available require a number of treatments in order to achieve satisfactory results whenever feasible. Because the most popular tattoo removal procedures rarely lead to the complete disappearance of the tattoo within one session, we would rather refer to most types of tattoo removal procedures as tattoo fading, because most of the treatments available can only realistically fade the tattoo too slightly after each session instead of removing it. As we will see, in some cases, complete removal is not even feasible without leaving some scars or some sort of permanent skin texture modification. Illustration 119. Slight fading after only one mild laser treatment. Most popular tattoo removal procedures can only fade the tattoo slightly after one session. Most of the popular treatments currently available can only fade the tattoo slightly after each treatment. For this reason, most procedures advertised as tattoo removal should be referred to as tattoo fading instead. Currently, only very invasive treatments can guarantee complete removal within one session only. However, after making this clear distinction in terminology, we may refer to tattoo fading procedures as tattoo removal to align the normal terminology used on the current aesthetic marketplace. Sometimes, due to the type of pigments used, it may be detrimental to try and remove the tattoo completely, as doing so could require the client to undergo too many treatments. Sustained exposure to some of the most popular treatments for tattoo removal procedures, especially laser treatments, can become detrimental to the skin due to the repeated deep burns caused, and therefore, if the desired effects are not achieved after a few sessions, then it may be advisable to discontinue the aesthetic treatment. In case where the degree of tattoo fading is low, the likelihood of incurring into the adverse effects of these aesthetic treatments may not be worthwhile, and therefore the fading treatments should be discontinued or switched for others, tattoo excision or tattoo cover-up. Legislation on tattoo and tattoo removal procedures at European level. Tattoo drawings, although have potential side effects, including infections, and these procedures involve purposely modifying the dermis by injecting the pigments inside it while causing an open wound, tattoos made for aesthetic and lifestyle choices are not considered to be medical applications. Tattooing procedures are currently carried out by tattoo artists who are not required to hold any formal medical qualification. In case of tattoo removal, although when advertising, several clinics refer to them as medical procedures, and the client is also often referred to as patient. From a mere legislative point of view, tattoo fading procedures that do not involve surgery, i.e. excision, are considered aesthetic procedures. Furthermore, the current interpretation of European legislation considers tattoo fading procedures as cosmetic aesthetic applications. This is because the main reason behind a tattoo removal procedure is the fact that the client regrets their previous tattoo and desires to either change it or remove it completely. Of course, there are no medical reasons in order to have an aesthetic tattoo drawn in the first place. Likewise, there are no medical reasons beyond an aesthetic tattoo removal process. For these reasons, in Europe, many tattoo removal procedures are widely regarded as mere aesthetic procedures. Since early 2000s, there has been several lobbying pressures in order to modify the legal status classifications of tattoo fading procedures in general in order to be regarded as medical applications. As we know, almost any tattoo removal process do require to inflict a burn or a purposely inflicted injury of the tattooed area in some way in order to fade or remove the pigments which reside inside the dermis. In case of tattoo fading techniques, this is done a number of times in order to accomplish the desired effects. Both tattoo parlors and clinics performing tattoo removal have to comply with local legislations, which may vary from country to country and region to region in each European country. Illustration 120. Both current legislation in Europe and the UK in particular do not dictate the type of qualifications the tattooist or tattoo removal practitioner should hold to perform this procedure. Therefore, in the UK, virtually anyone can start a tattoo removal business regardless of qualifications. However, some insurance companies will insist the tattoo removal practitioner holds a certain level of formal qualification. Therefore, as we've seen, tattoo removal procedures are considered to be non-medical treatments. For this reason, they are not usually covered by standard health insurance policies, and also they are not provided free of charge by the NHS. Physiological progressive fading of permanent tattoos and the impact of tanning on their brightness. Tattoos are far more easily drawn than being removed. This is because the pigments of permanent tattoos are made in a way so that they will withstand the test of time. However, the natural body reaction to tattoo pigments is to try to eliminate them. This normal physiological pigmentation absorption is normal and takes place very slowly. In other words, although all permanent tattoos fade over time, their fading rate is so slow that they can effectively be considered permanent. Illustration 121. Tattoo very resilient to the test of time because they are meant to be permanent. However, they do fade slightly over time on their own accord. The rate at which the tattoo fades over time depends on a number of factors, and one of them is the type of pigments used by the tattoo artist. Different type of pigments will fade at different rates and in different ways. Also, sun exposure and tanning can increase the physiological fading rate. This is because the broad spectrum of sunlight also includes a small proportion of infrared light which penetrates into the skin, breaking down the tattoo pigments. In the figure on the right, we can appreciate the deterioration of a tattoo over time. Sometimes this natural tattoo fading is accelerated by repeated exposure to sunlight, i.e. repeated tanning. It is well known that repeated intense tanning has detrimental effects on the brightness of aesthetic tattoos over time. This is because some lower wavelengths of the broad spectrum natural sunlight, in particular red and infrared, have the effect of breaking down the tattoo pigments in a similar fashion of lasers and IPL. However, the process is much slower than the degree of fading achieved with laser or IPL. In fact, what we are doing with tattoo fading techniques is accelerating this natural tattoo fading process one way or another. Illustration 122. The body immune system attacks the pigments and destroys them, but this process is very slow. The discoloration over time is also dependent on the type of pigmentation used. There are more and less resilient pigments. In this picture, we can appreciate how the drawing blurred over time as the edges lost their sharpness over time. This type of blurring can also be experienced after tattoo fading procedures. The tattoo fading procedures are used to accelerating the normal tattoo fading process, which otherwise may be too slow. Because the tattoo pigments are meant to be permanent and they reside inside the dermis, tattoo removal procedures are normally involving a degree of thermal treatment. Because of this, tattoo removal, or more appropriately, tattoo fading procedure cannot be free from inherent risks. Due to the fact that tattoos are meant to be permanent and be resilient over time, they will generally be far more difficult to remove than having them done. One session is usually sufficient to draw a beautiful medium-sized tattoo. However, fading it or even removing it completely can be very challenging and sometimes not worthwhile due to the complications involved in the complete removal of particular resilient tattoos. Tattoo resilience and estimating the tattoo fading sessions required. One of the most common questions asked by the clients is the number of tattoo fading sessions required in order to achieve their desired result, which is the complete seamless removal. It is important to manage their expectations because in many cases they do expect complete removal without leaving a trace in one or very few sessions only. In most cases, there are no fading techniques currently known which will guarantee complete removal without leaving a trace. Additionally, not all tattoos present the same resilience when trying to fade them. Some types of tattoos can be easily removed in only a few easy fading sessions, while others can be more challenging and sometimes almost impossible to remove completely without leaving a scar or some sort of trace, i.e. permanent hypopigmentation in case of laser removal, due to the aggressiveness of the treatment required for their complete removal. The amount of tattoo fading desired can be accomplished in two ways, either through relatively high number of mild tattoo fading treatments or through a few high-intensity treatment sessions. Generally, the better the pigment quality used and the better the devices used to draw the tattoos, the easier it will be to achieve the desired results while minimizing the aggressiveness and intensity of the tattoo fading treatments. On the other hand, low-quality pigments or even not fit-for-purpose colors can be almost impossible to remove completely using the most popular tattoo removal techniques. In most cases, the only viable option for the removal of poorly drawn tattoos can be tattoo surgical excision. Also, sometimes the tattoo pigments can be injected further into the dermis, closer to the hypodermis. This can make the removal even more challenging. Illustration 123. Laser tattoo removal is the only one of several options available for tattoo fading. Although it is the most popular option, not all the tattoos will fade in the same way. Please note that the deeper the positioning of the pigments inside the dermis, the more challenging the tattoo fading will be. See the section on tattoo physiology for more information. Please note that the points below mainly apply to the most common tattoo fading procedures, and unless stated otherwise, do not refer to tattoo surgical excision. Generally, the ease of removing tattoos depends on the following main factors. Depth of the pigments. The deeper the pigments inside the dermis, the more challenging it will be to fade the tattoo. This applies to any tattoo fading technique. Furthermore, sometimes the tattoo pigments could have been injected particularly deeply and may even be located inside or close to the hypodermis. In these cases, it may be unrealistic to expect complete tattoo removal without leaving any trace. Type of pigments. The chemical composition determines the ease of removal. Additionally, the better quality the tattoo pigments used, the easier it will be to fade them. Colors of the pigments, laser tattoo fading only. Certain wavelengths can only fade certain colors. The brighter the colors of the tattoos, the more challenging they will be to fade. Conversely, the darker the tattoo, the easier they are to fade. The wavelength used by the laser will determine the color it fades and the number of sessions needed. Most other tattoo fading options are colorblind, which means they fade all colors indiscriminately. Type of tattoo. A non-professional tattoo is usually harder to fade than professional tattoos. This is because the depth of the pigment's distribution may not be uniform throughout the tattoo. Therefore, the tattoo may fade in different ways depending on the depth of the pigments. Density and amount of the tattoo pigments. The more dense the ink, the more layers of pigments are in the tattoo and the longer it will take to fade the tattoo. What matters is how much ink is in the skin. For example, cover-up tattoos have 2 layers of pigmentation. Therefore, they will be harder to fade than normal tattoos. Area covered by the tattoo. The wider the tattoo, the more fading sessions will be required to achieve the desired results. Large tattoos cannot be treated in their entirety because the risks associated to the treatment and adverse reaction would be too high in case of tattoo fading treatments which rely on burning the skin, like lasers, electrical plasma, etc. Exposing the body to extensive burns can be detrimental to the individual. This is because the potential risks and the likelihood of adverse reactions can increase dramatically proportionately with the area covered within one session. Additionally, other tattoo fading treatments, which use other skin resurfacing principle, should not be used on extensive areas within one treatment, as this can increase the likelihood of their associated adverse reactions. Generally, in case of large tattoos, they will be treated in smaller sections to manage the risks of the associated adverse reactions. In case of tattoo surgical excision of large tattoos, skin grafting may be necessary to replace the large area of missing skin. Position of the tattoo on the body. Some areas are not suitable for certain types of tattoo fading treatments, therefore, their removal may be very challenging. These are areas subject to bending and stretching, like knees, elbows, underarms, etc. This applies also to those areas that are inevitably exposed to the constant rubbing of clothing, like the waistline. Skin tone laser tattoo fading only. One of the side effects peculiar to laser tattoo fading treatments is the likelihood of causing hypopigmentation. This is a side effect which does not generally occur after other types of tattoo fading treatments. In general, the higher the treatment intensity, the higher the likelihood of causing hypopigmentation. Conversely, the lower the laser treatment intensity, the lower the likelihood of hypopigmentation. The darker the skin tone, the more the likelihood of hypopigmentation. Therefore, when treating tattoos on dark skin tones, the intensity of the treatment has to be lowered in order to decrease the likelihood of hypopigmentation, therefore increasing the number of sessions required in order to achieve a satisfactory level of tattoo fading. Tattoo age, laser tattoo fading only. The older the tattoo, the more challenging it may be to fade the pigments. Conversely, the fresher the tattoo, the easier it may be to fade it. This applies to laser tattoo removal. Most other fading techniques tend to fade all tattoos approximately in the same way despite their age. Treatment intensity. The treatment intensity of the particular type of tattoo fading treatment determines also the amount of pigmentation fading after each session. Generally, the higher the intensity, the more the tattoo fades after each treatment. Conversely, the milder the treatment, the less the degree of tattoo fading after the treatment. Estimating the number of sessions required in order to achieve the desired final results is often very difficult if basing the opinion on the key factors above alone. This is because there is seldom reliable information about the way the tattoo was originally drawn, which determines the ease of fading each particular tattoo. Often, some assumptions or information about the tattoo may turn out to be incorrect. In other words, the tattoo removal practitioner may not be able to establish the reaction of the specific tattoo to the fading treatment only by looking at the tattoo or asking questions in relation of how the tattoo was drawn. There is seldom reliable information on the pigmentation distribution depth, of the chemical composition of the ink used, etc. Therefore, the best option to estimate the number of sessions required in order to achieve the desired results is by making an extrapolation based on the degree of tattoo fading after the initial patch testing. From this information, the beauty practitioner can provide a more reliable estimation of the number of sessions required to achieve the desired results. However, even an estimation based on the degree of fading accomplished after the tattoo patch testing may not be very accurate. How much the tattoo fades after each treatment varies from treatment to treatment. The tattoo fades most after the first few treatments. This is because the superficial pigments are the most easily removed. A relatively high fading is achieved by removing the most superficial pigments. Therefore, those pigments that are left after the previous tattoo fading treatment are more resilient and located deeper inside the dermis. Therefore, in certain cases where the pigments left after a number of tattoos fading treatments are very resilient and or located too deep inside the dermis, the amount of tattoo fading will be minor after the initial tattoo fading treatments. This is because as the tattoo fades, generally the remaining pigments are those which are the most challenging to remove. In certain cases of particular resilient pigmentation, fading the tattoo can become so arduous that further attempts to fade it can not only become futile, but even potentially counterproductive, as it only exposes the client to the adverse effects of the tattoo fading procedure without bringing about any substantial improvements. In this case, the further steps can be either surgical excision or tattoo cover-up. Why is having a tattoo done perceived to be less risky than having it removed? All tattoo removal options carry potential adverse reactions, and any risk associated to these aesthetic procedures can be minimized, however cannot be completely ruled out even following the right procedures and the aftercare protocols. As we have seen, also tattooing presents inherent risks. However, the perceived likelihood of adverse reactions associated to the removal are generally perceived as higher. Illustration 124. Keloidal formation after tattoo removal. Some adverse reactions cannot be avoided. This is also why it is important to carry out a patch test at consultation stage. The reason for this is very simple. Although the inherent risks of both tattoo drawing and tattoo removal are very similar, tattoo removal are perceived to be riskier procedures because, unlike tattooing, several tattoo fading treatments are often required in order to achieve satisfactory results. On the other hand, the client exposes himself or herself to the inherent risks of tattooing only once. By contrast, they will require to expose themselves to the potential adverse effects several times in order to remove, or more appropriately, fade them. Because of this repeated exposure to the inherent adverse reactions of tattoo fading treatments, the perceived associated risks are higher in tattoo removal than the tattooing process itself. The risks associated to each tattoo removal or tattoo fading treatment vary dramatically according to the type of fading treatments, the way the treatment was carried out, for example, the intensity of the treatment, and especially the aftercare. Therefore, the client has to go through several burns or several resurfacing treatments each time, being exposed to similar side effects to those of the tattoo drawing process. It is important to emphasize that most of the permanent adverse reactions to the most popular tattoo fading techniques are usually due to the client's failure to comply with the aftercare procedures. To review the undesirable effects of adverse reactions to tattooing, please click here. Tattoo removal techniques introduction, the challenges. The request for tattoo removal is currently constantly on the increase, and the price charged for this type of aesthetic procedure are high, also due to the relative complexity of tattoo removal procedures. Additionally, more and more people are highly motivated and sometimes willing to pay almost any amount to have their tattoo removed. In the UK, it is not uncommon for some tattoo removal quotes to reach £20,000 or £30,000. Furthermore, due to the inherent complexity of these aesthetic treatments, the tattoo removal market provides very conflicting information in connection with each type of tattoo fading or tattoo removal procedure. This is thought to be due to the several vested financial interests in tattoo removal procedures. Some sources point to the same treatment types as being extremely risky and focus only on their potential adverse reactions of this specific type of tattoo fading treatment. Other sources emphasize the risk of undertaking tattoo removal procedures from non-qualified tattoo removal laser practitioners by pointing out and showing only the potential adverse reactions of tattoo fading procedures. However, as it is well known, all tattoo fading treatments have potential adverse reactions which can be minimized but never completely eliminated. Due to these two factors, vested financial interests, and the mere fact that none of the tattoo fading options currently available cannot be considered completely risk-free, there are several contrasting information on the public domain suggesting one method to be more effective and safer than others. There are several options for tattoo removal. Here, we will explore the most popular first. Some of the most common tattoo fading treatments involve essentially skin resurfacing technique, i.e. laser, plasma electrical arcing, microdermabrasion, etc. These techniques, although sometimes slowly, will lead to a certain degree of tattoo fading. However, the problem with skin resurfacing tattoo removal is that the tattoo pigments are located inside the dermis. Therefore, the resurfacing treatment has to involve the dermal layer in order to be somewhat effective. Each skin resurfacing technique, which involves the dermal layer, has intrinsic potential adverse reactions, including scarring. The type of skin resurfacing dictates the type and prevalence of the potential adverse reactions. Laser tattoo fading. This is one of the most popular options available on the market. This is heavily advertised the world over and used in several cosmetic clinics. This method relies on the skin resurfacing of the dermal layer by causing a controlled burn. Essentially, the tattoo pigments as well as the dermal layer are targeted by the laser, causing part of the pigments to be reabsorbed. For more information about laser tattoo removal or laser tattoo fading, please click here. Tattoo fading using plasma or thermal ablation with or without osmosis. This is a technique which has been used for several years, particularly in Italy and Germany, and has been in use for several years in many European aesthetic clinics with very good consistent results. It combines the use of stellation and thermabrasion. The thermabrasion can be carried out by using devices generating electrical arcing or certain radio frequency devices which have the same ablative burning effect. Devices for this intended purpose have been on the market for the past 40 years. Today, there are even several more devices on the market, and this technique is increasing in popularity throughout Europe. Although very effective, this tattoo fading technique is not as popular as laser tattoo removal fading. If carried out appropriately, this tattoo fading treatment generally accomplishes a greater degree of pigmentation fading than most other techniques. Surgical excision, also referred to as surgical tattoo removal, is one of the most invasive options for tattoo removal when compared to most popular tattoo fading procedures. However, this is the only procedure which can effectively be referred to as tattoo removal. This is because only surgical tattoo removal can guarantee the complete removal of the unwanted tattoo within one session. All the other non-surgical aesthetic treatments are mostly less invasive. However, they can only fade the tattoo but seldom remove it completely within one session. Illustration 125, example of tattoo surgical excision. As we can see, the tattoo is not in an area especially prone to stretching and bending. In this particular case, the tattoo, although relatively large for an excision, is positioned on the upper arm where there is usually a certain amount of loose skin which can be removed without causing undesirable skin pulling effects. We can appreciate the typical scar characteristic of a surgical excision. Before suggesting tattoo surgical excision, the practitioner assesses the area in order to have a clear appreciation of how the part would look like if the skin where the tattoo resides were removed completely. If the pulling effects of the surgery is not dramatic or would not impair normal movements, hence apart from the scar, the final result would practically look seamless, then the procedure is carried out under local anesthetic. This is the only tattoo removal procedure which requires local anesthetic. For all other tattoo fading treatments, topical numbing products usually suffice for the comfort of the client. In some cases where the tattoo covers a large area, this procedure may not be recommendable, as removing large portion of the skin could be detrimental and could sometimes require subsequent skin grafting. Illustration 126. The best candidates for this type of surgical procedure are relatively small tattoos which are not located in areas particularly prone to bending and stretching. The tattoo in the picture is relatively small and not located in a critical area of the body. Surgical removal of large portion of the skin could be detrimental to the individual and should be avoided. Not all tattoos are the best candidates for this type of procedure. If they are located on the face or areas where the skin is subject to bending or stretching, i.e. elbows, knees, shoulders, etc., then this procedure may not be recommendable. Specifically, this procedure should be avoided close to the major joints where a certain degree of skin stretching is required for normal movement. The main problem with removing large tattoos using surgical excision is the fact that the skin will be pulled and the effects of the procedure could be clearly visible long after the removal. One of the disadvantages of this type of procedure
is that it will almost inevitably leave a certain degree of scarring caused by the sutures. Therefore, if the tattoo is on the face, the skin constriction caused by the surgery and the scar left by the sutures do not make this type of procedure the most recommendable. Small tattoos are the best candidates for this type of procedure, especially if they are located in areas where there is a relative amount of loose skin which can be removed without subsequent need for skin grafting, or the skin can be removed without causing major pulling effects, which could make the area look awkward. The surgical technique proves highly effective in removing certain types of tattoos where the presence of a small scar will not be very important. Advantages of surgical tattoo excision. The main advantage of excision is that the tattoo will be gone immediately after the surgical procedure. This is generally the most cost-effective option for smaller tattoos. This procedure, although invasive, offers the clear clinical advantage of avoiding multiple exposures to burns and other intrinsic adverse reactions of most common tattoo fading procedures. Because only one procedure is required for the removal of small tattoos, the cost of this type of procedure is typically lower than other tattoo fading procedures. Adverse reactions are generally minor but may include some degree of scarring due to the sutures is to be expected and cannot be avoided. Infections could occur if the area is not looked after properly. The skin may feel tighter for a while after the procedure due to the missing skin. In certain cases where large tattoos are required to be removed using this surgical procedure, skin grafting may be necessary. The removal may not be seamless if the skin removed is relatively large. Also, costs could increase dramatically. Estimated cost. The cost of this type of procedure is generally lower than most common tattoo fading treatments. This is mainly because the cost of tattoo fading techniques is cumulative and several treatments are required to achieve satisfactory results. In case of surgical tattoo excision of small tattoos, one session will suffice to remove the tattoo. The cost for surgical tattoo removal depends on several factors. Country where the procedure is carried out. In some countries, the wide availability of surgeons can make this procedure most cost-effective than other most popular tattoo fading treatments. Tattoo fading devices can sometimes be very costly, making the tattoo fading procedures, especially laser removal, more expensive than surgical excision. Size of the tattoo. The larger the tattoo, the more expensive the procedure due to the likelihood of skin grafting requirement. As pointed out previously, this procedure may not be recommendable for the removal of relatively large tattoos. The type of anesthesia used during this procedure. Local anesthetic is the preferred and most cost-effective option for this type of procedure. In case the surgeon opts for total general anesthesia, the procedure can be far more costly. General anesthetic is the preferred option in case of tattoo surgical excision, which also requires skin grafting. Unlike the other most common tattoo fading procedures, topical numbing products will not suffice for surgical procedures. Tattoo fading using osmosis or salation in general. Due to its effectiveness, the basic principles of celebration have been used for several hundred of years, and this makes it one of the oldest form of tattoo fading procedures currently known. While the efficacy of other methods may be limited by the age of the tattoo, the pigments, colors, the type of tattoo pigments, and the distribution inside the dermis, the saline method, osmosis, can remove both old and new tattoos regardless of pigments used. This method is also effective on amateur, professional grade tattoos, and permanent makeup. However, it cannot fade every deep pigments close
to the hypodermis. Additionally, since the saline method does not rely on the destruction of skin layers, the risk of scarring, although always exists and can never be ruled out, is considerably lower than more traditional methods. Finally, pain and wait time between treatments is decreased when compared with laser treatments. Where blistering is a normal inevitable adverse reaction to the burn caused by the laser, it is not experienced after cell abrasion. The evidence of the efficacy of cell abrasion, referred to as cell abrasion or osmosis, is corroborated by the fact that the degree of tattoo fading is relatively predictable and the results are repeatable. The efficacy of osmosis is also validated by various scientific research papers and studies carried out by radiofrequency device manufacturers. Illustration 127. Sodium chloride induces osmosis and fades any tattoo color very effectively. For this reason, this type of aesthetic procedure is referred to as color blind. Osmosis has to be combined with other types of skin abrasion treatments to be effective. The techniques and protocols used with salation or osmosis have evolved throughout the years due to the different skin resurfacing devices that had been placed on the market over time or novel skin abrasion techniques. Also, the fact that in Europe and in most parts of the world, tattoo removal is not a heavily regulated procedure have helped develop different protocols for this application. Osmosis is a tattoo fading technique because it leads to a degree of pigmentation fading after each treatment, and complete removal cannot be guaranteed within one treatment. The main ingredient of this type of tattoo fading technique is sodium chloride. The reason for this treatment to be effective is the fact that the osmosis induced when the salt, sodium chloride, is placed on top of the tattoo pigments has the direct effects of drawing not only more water molecules towards it, but also the broken tattoo pigments with it. Illustration 128. This figure illustrates the general physical principle of the osmotic process. Water tends to move towards the more saline solution. With osmosis, in tattoo removal, the water is drawn towards the highly concentrated saline solution. This also allows the broken free tattoo color pigments to be drawn towards the sterile saline solution or the sterile fine salt. Applying salt on its own on a tattoo does not have the desired tattoo fading effects. This is because the tattoo pigments are well ingrained inside the dermis and are protected by the epidermis. Therefore, merely trying to apply osmosis without another skin abrading treatment which facilitates the osmotic process is not going to produce the desired tattoo fading effects. In other words, if used on its own, the application of sodium chloride on the surface of the tattoo has very little effect on the tattoo pigments. For this reason, this type of procedure is usually split into two parts. Abrasion. A form of dermal abrasion is required to allow the dermis to become in contact with the sterile saline solution or fine sterile sodium chloride. This will facilitate the osmotic process to take place. Abrasion can be carried out in many different ways. The most popular techniques use mechanical means like abrasion by using dermoabrasion devices, microdermabrasion devices. Thermal dermabrasion by using radiofrequency devices or electrical arcing devices are also used to facilitate osmotic tattoo fading. Only these techniques are explored here because these are the most common methods used for this application. However, abrasion can be carried out in several other ways to facilitate osmosis. Also, thermal abrasion may be possible using other devices, including lasers. However, they will not be explored here. Local anesthesia, which is non-mandatory, is sometimes administered before the dermal abrasion treatment
to avoid discomfort. Good topical numbing products are the preferred option for cell abrasion, are more cost-effective, easier to use, and generally suffice for this purpose. If using dermabrasion devices, the tattooed area is abraded until the area becomes red and starts to bleed slightly. Likewise, if using thermal dermabrasion using radiofrequency or electrical arc and plasma devices, the tattooed area is treated until slight bleeding takes place. Osmosis. The basic active substance used in osmosis is sterile fine salt. Osmosis can be applied in different ways. Sodium chloride can be used on its own, made into a thick paste of sterile fine salt and sterile saline solution, or as asaturated or close to saturation sterile saline solution. Sometimes bandages impregnated with highly concentrated saline solutions are applied on the abraded tattoo to cause the osmotic effect. The aesthetic practitioner can choose to apply the osmotic effect on the abraded tattoo in different ways and at different intensities, depending on the area where the tattoo is located and the desired effects. Illustration 129. Effective use of osmosis in tattoo removal. As stated above, the osmotic effect can be carried out by applying simply sterile fine salt and bandaging the area, or by applying bandages impregnated with high concentrated sterile saline solution, or applying a dense saline paste on the abraded tattoo. The way osmosis is applied is often dictated by the location of the tattoo and the preference of the aesthetic practitioner. For example, when removing permanent makeup, bandaging the area or applying fine salt may not be convenient, whereas applying a thick paste for a few minutes may be the most convenient option. The osmotic effects depend on the type of abrasion carried out before the osmosis was applied, timing of osmotic application, and the type of application, i.e. whether fine salt is applied, a saline paste, saline solution impregnated with bandages, etc. Varying one of these parameters determines the intensity of the treatment and the amount of pigmentation removal of the specific tattoo fading session. The duration of the application will also determine the intensity of the osmotic treatment and the degree of tattoo fading. Osmosis can be applied from 10 minutes to 2 hours depending on several factors. In order to stop the osmotic effect, the area is washed using the appropriate antiseptic and rebandaged. The bandage should be removed a few hours later and the area washed again using the appropriate antiseptic, and the bandaging process repeated every 5 to 6 hours for at least 24 hours. 3 to 4 days after the procedure, scabs starts to develop. The scabs must fall off on their own. Every time the area is treated, there will be a degree of discoloration of the tattoo. There are several factors that contribute to the degree of tattoo fading after each treatment using this technique. Depth and the type of abrasion, whether the abrasion is carried out mechanically using thermal abrasion devices or radiofrequency devices. The deeper the abrasion, the stronger the osmotic effect. Certain types of abrasion may be more effective than others. Thermal abrasion, for instance, has the double effect of causing the abrasion but also breaking down some of the pigmentation due to the heat induced into the dermis. Timing of the osmosis application. The longer the saline solution or the saline paste is kept on the abraded tattoo, the better the osmosis effect and the more the eventual tattoo discoloration. Illustration 130. Original tattoo 1. The typical scabbing on the top right 2. Post-treatment temporary hypertrophic formation 3. Skin return to normal after the complete removal 4.
how the osmosis has been applied. Namely, it is possible to apply fine sterile salt or sterile paste or a highly concentrated saline solution, keeping all the other parameters the same, i.e. timing of osmosis application, type of and depth of abrasion, etc., and changing the way the osmosis is applied, the efficacy in fading the pigments vary. Depth of the tattoo pigments. The deeper the pigments, the more arduous will the complete removal be, or even achieving acceptable results. Type of pigments. Like with any other tattoo fading treatment, inevitably the quality of the pigmentation determines the ease of tattoo fading. Alternative saline treatment. Certain aesthetic practitioners also utilize traditional tattoo equipment that is commonly used to draw the tattoo. Instead of tattoo pigmentation, a highly concentrated saline solution is injected into the tattoo. The highly concentrated sterile saline solution effectively bonds to the pigment's molecules trapped deep below the superficial layers. The body naturally recognizes these bound pigment particles and pushes them up towards the surface of the skin, eventually ejecting them and causing the area to scab and the tattoo to fade. Dermabrasion has been conceived for other aesthetic procedures, in particular for skin resurfacing, using to improve the appearance of fine lines. Sometimes microdermabrasion is used for tattoo fading. There are several types of dermabrasion devices on the market. This technique, when used for tattoo fading, is also referred to as sanding off the tattoo. This method uses skin resurfacing in order to fade the tattoo. This aesthetic procedure can be used on its own or combined with other procedures, i.e. salation or osmosis. On its own, this procedure focuses on stimulating the skin regeneration process by sanding off the epidermal layer, and in case of tattoo removal, also the upper part of the dermis where the tattoo resides. This is not a very popular tattoo fading method, particularly due to its immediate gruesomeness. The treated area will in fact immediately start to bleed. The relatively low degree of tattoo fading after each session, and hence the fact that several treatments are required in order to achieve the desired results, consequently exposing the client to the intrinsic associated adverse effects of this treatment several times. Because of these reasons, microdermabrasion on its own is not widely used for tattoo fading treatments. After each session, scabs will form and the tattoo should have faded slightly. Illustration 131. Tattoo dermabrasion. Tattoo fading using chemical peels. Like dermabrasion, this is a technique which relies on skin resurfacing. There are several types of chemical peels that can be used for this application. The main problem, like with the use of any other skin resurfacing techniques, is that although the cosmetic peels can remove skin layers as deep as required, the pigments do not fade like the mainstream tattoo fading techniques like plasma and osmosis, osmosis on its own, or lasers. The reason is that in order for this technique to be effective, the ablation should be carried out to remove part of the dermis where the tattoo pigments reside. As we know, the deeper the ablation into the dermis, the more likely the risks of causing permanent hypertrophic scars formation. Also, the fading results are not very consistent using this method, as the ablation effects depend on the application of the particular peeling product. Illustration 132. TCA is one of the peels advertised for tattoo removal. TCA is one of the peels advertised for tattoo removal. Also, peels for tattoo fading are advertised as home tattoo removal treatments. There are several articles warning about the risks of such home treatments, referring to them as risky. However, as we know, all tattoo fading treatments do all have potential adverse reactions. It is believed this is a reaction to the low prices of these home treatments threatening the mainstream business of major cosmetic clinics. Tattoo fading using intense pulse light, IPL. Intense pulse light devices are mostly used for permanent hair removal, and they are very rarely used for tattoo fading. The main difference between lasers and intense pulse light devices is that in case of lasers, the device can emit one or multiple wavelengths at once, while in case of IPL, the device emits a broad spectrum light. The IPL device's broad spectrum light penetrates into the skin and fades the tattoo pigments. This is because the broad spectrum light breaks down part of the tattoo pigments. This is a similar process to laser tattoo fading. Intense pulse light devices are mostly used for permanent epilation, hair removal, and they are very rarely used for tattoo fading. The main difference between lasers and intense pulse light is that in case of lasers, the device can emit one or multiple wavelengths at once, while in case of IPL, the device emits a broad spectrum light. The IPL device's broad spectrum light, which penetrates into the skin, can fade the tattoo pigments. This is because the broad spectrum light breaks down part of the tattoo pigments. This is a similar process to tattoo fading. Before performing the IPL tattoo fading procedure, the beauty practitioner may administer topical numbing product. A cold gel will then be placed on the area, and a glass prism will be applied to channel the intense light. Several treatments will follow every 3 to 4 weeks, all more aggressive than the first. The skin will be pink and red after the procedure. Side effects from IPL include blistering, little bleeding, scarring, swelling, and changes in pigmentation. Sunscreen with high SPF must be used on the treated area. Illustration 133. This picture is useful because it illustrates how the broad spectrum light of the IPL is absorbed by the skin. The higher frequency, represented by the yellow light, are absorbed by the most superficial layer. The lower frequencies, represented by the orange and red, penetrate into the deeper layer of the skin. Tattoo fading using cryotherapy. Cryotherapy uses cold temperatures to remove unwanted tissue. Like IPL, this is very rarely used for tattoo fading, and it is not mainstream treatment. For tattoo removal, ice crystals form on the skin with the tattoo pigments, fragmenting some of them. Cryotherapy can be carried out with liquid nitrogen, carbon dioxide, argon, or a combination of other substances. The epidermis peels and comes off. Some of the tattoo ink residing underneath the skin should come off as well. Several cryotherapy sessions will be necessary to achieve the desired results. Illustration 134. Although cryotherapy is widely used for various dermatological applications, especially warts removal, it is sometimes used for tattoo removal due to its skin resurfacing effects. Clients may experience some pain and redness at the site, which can be attenuated by pain-relieving products. Blisters go away after a few days. Small white spots may form around the area, and risk include nerve tissue damage and some scarring. Tattoo removal by replacement. As we have seen, the complete tattoo removal of permanent aesthetic tattoos are sometimes very challenging. Undergoing several tattoo fading treatments can not only be expensive, but does expose the client several times to the inherent potential adverse effects of each particular treatment. As we know, the best degree of tattoo fading is accomplished during the first few treatments. And as the tattoo fades, the pigments remaining are the most resilient, especially those located in the deeper part of the dermis
and sometimes even inside the hypodermis. Therefore, once the tattoo has faded to a certain extent, in case the further fading treatments do not achieve satisfactory tattoo fading, then alternative treatments may be more suitable. One option may be cover up. Illustration 135. In some cases, the cost and the adverse reactions on the skin of the tattoo fading treatment aimed at completely removing a tattoo are not worthwhile, especially with laser treatments. Therefore, it may be preferable to fade the tattoo as much as reasonably possible and cover it up with another. The results are quite good most of the times. In this case, we can see how the tattoo fading can help cover up a previous tattoo. Tattoo cover-up can be used on existing tattoo without any prior fading treatment. In fact, an artfully done cover-up may render the old tattoo completely invisible, though this will depend largely on the size, style, color, and techniques used on the old tattoo and the skill of the tattoo artist. Covering up a previous tattoo requires darker tones in the new tattoo to effectively hide the older, and also can be used as soon as the fading of the particular tattoo removal treatment reduces in effectiveness, becoming not worthwhile. Illustration 136. Tattoo fading followed by subsequent cover-up. Generally, the main challenge of all current tattoo removal or better tattoo fading techniques is that, due to the inherent physiology of aesthetic tattoos, the pigments reside inside the dermal layer. Therefore, any effective treatment will inevitably affect the dermis in one way or another, consequently causing a number of inherent risks, including developing scars or other side effects. Despite the type of treatment used to fade the tattoo, the inherent risks of scarring and other adverse reactions can be minimized but never completely eliminated due to the very nature of these aesthetic treatments. Unfortunately, despite many different claims of selective tattoo pigments targeting, there are not currently known methods that actually allow selective targeting and destruction of the tattoo pigments without also affecting the dermal layer where the tattoo resides. This is proven by the fact that the adverse reaction to the tattoo fading treatment is the same in any part of the body not covered by the tattoo. Additionally, the most popular tattoo fading treatments rely on burning the skin, i.e. laser treatments, IPL, plasma, etc. Therefore, these treatments may carry inherent adverse effects associated to any common skin burn. There are three types of adverse reactions. The temporary adverse reactions, those which follow the treatment and cause the so-called downtime, most of them will subside on their own accord. Semi-permanent adverse reactions and permanent. Temporary adverse reactions. The type of temporary adverse reactions vary according to the type of tattoo fading treatment. These are inevitably due to the very nature of the treatments. Most of them will not require any treatment as they will subside on their own accord. Some others, like inflammatory infections, will necessitate treatment. These temporary adverse reactions are discomfort and pain during the treatment, frosting, laser treatments, minor bleeding, immediate redness and swelling, blistering, scabbing, itching, swelling and infections.
Discomfort and pain. While a lot will depend on the individual pain threshold, it is fair to say that the majority of people undergoing the most popular tattoo fading treatments experience discomfort and pain if the appropriate numbing product is not applied on the tattoo in advance. The level of discomfort and pain also depends on where the tattoo is located and the type of fading treatment. Tattoos on more fleshy areas of the body will hurt less as the flesh acts as a cushion, whereas tattoos on areas such as wrist, feet, face and fingers could be more painful than if tattoos were on the thigh, for example. Frosting during laser tattoo fading. Illustration 137. Frosting caused by the laser treatment. This is a very temporary effect. The frosting disappears on its own accord within an hour after the treatment. This is a normal skin reaction to the skin burn caused by the laser. Frosting is a normal immediate reaction during tattoo laser fading treatments. The tattooed skin will naturally turn into frosty white color. This is caused by the carbon dioxide being released as a result of the laser burn, which surfaces on the upper layer of the skin and usually subsides only after half an hour. The frosting is usually caused by higher laser frequencies that produce a superficial ablation of the skin. This is not normally caused by very low frequencies used in deep laser skin tightening, i.e. Frexel laser treatment operating at over 10,000 nanometers. Other tattoo fading treatments do not cause frosting. Minor bleeding. Minor bleeding is a normal reaction to most professional tattoo fading treatments, in particular laser, plasma and microdermabrasion. The bleeding is caused by the breakage of small superficial capillaries in the dermis during the aesthetic treatment. Bleeding during the most popular tattoo fading treatments is minor and lasts only a few minutes. This occurs because any tattoo fading treatment, in order to be effective, has to include the ablation of the dermis. However, in the vast majority of cases, bleeding is very unlikely to ever become severe and subsides only after a few minutes. Immediate redness and minor swelling. After the use of ablative treatment, i.e. plasma, laser, IPL, the area may turn red and become only slightly swollen a few moments and minutes after the treatment. Also, this is the normal physiological immediate reaction to the skin burn caused by the particular tattoo fading treatment. The reddening and minor swelling only last a few hours and will subside on its own accord, being replaced by the blistering. In case of laser treatment, this reaction is not usually experienced using other types of tattoo fading treatments. Illustration 138. Frosting, skin reddening and minor swelling immediately after a laser tattoo fading treatment. The reddening is manifested also on the surrounding area of the tattoo treated. This is a normal reaction to the burn caused by the laser tattoo fading treatment. Blistering. Some tattoo fading treatments like laser, plasma, IPL rely on burning the tattoo in order to help fade it. Blistering is a physiological reaction to any type of burns. Therefore, any treatments which cause an intentional burn of the skin will lead to some form of blistering. The blisters usually start forming the day following the treatment, replacing the minor swelling and redness caused by the skin burn. Blistering does not require any treatment and will subside on its own accord. In order to reduce the blistering and the downtime associated with the burn caused by the treatment, ice packing and other soothing products should not always be used after plasma tattoo attenuation treatment. This is because there is no blistering after plasma tattoo removal fading. Illustration 139. Blisters after laser tattoo fading treatment. This is a physiological reaction to several laser skin treatments. The blisters must not be purposely burst. Therefore, blistering is a normal reaction and an indication that the healing process has begun. They might not look too pretty and could be tender to the touch, but blisters should take between 3 to 14 days to heal up completely. Blisters must not be burst. Purposely bursting the blisters can interfere with the physiological healing process, including increasing the likelihood of infections and consequently permanent scarring. Scabbing, yet another sign that
the tattoo removal is working and healing is taking place. Scabbing is a typical part of the healing process after certain types of tattoo fading procedures. The scabbing process starts to develop 2 to 3 days after tattoo fading procedures using plasma Voltaic arcing, osmosis and microdermabrasion. Scabs often contain fragmented ink particles. When the scabs fall off, the top layer of the ink will come off with it. Picking at or peeling off the scabs can increase the risks of scarring. So, however tempting, it must be avoided. A lot will depend on the size, type, intensity of the treatment and location of the tattoo. However, most scabs will fall off on their own accord within 2 weeks, provided that there is not inflammatory infection underway. Illustration 140. Scabbing after a tattoo fading treatment patch testing. The scabs must not be picked and will fall off on their own accord a few days after the treatment. Itching. This should be seen as a good sign as the immune system kicks in and starts to heal the affected area. Also, this is a sign that there are no ongoing infections. An itching sensation is common, but just like any other type of skin irritation, the client must not scratch the treated area. Scratching could impact on the effectiveness of the removal and, more importantly, break the skin and cause a wound, which could increase the likelihood of infection and scarring. Generally, the client should not apply creams or lotions on the treated area. However, in case the itching becomes unbearable, the client should seek medical advice. Swelling and infections. Our body's natural defense system will react to things like illness or infection in a number of different ways. But while swelling usually occurs after being bitten by an insect or other inflammatory causes, it can also happen after undergoing tattoo fading treatments, especially due to infections. Inflammatory infections can be easily contracted during the healing process due to the fact that the area is an open wound and, like any other open wound, is exposed to several types of bacteria which cause infections. Illustration 141. Inflammatory infections can be contracted during the healing process. This can happen after any type of tattoo fading treatment. Infections can also cause some degree of swelling. Inflammatory infections are the main cause of permanent adverse reactions like scarring and permanent change in skin texture. After laser tattoo removal, it is very important not to burst the blisters, which form a couple of days after the treatment, because this causes an open wound and puts the client at an increased exposure to infection. Usually, the risks of inflammatory infections diminish as soon as the scabs begin to form. The risks of infections can be minimized but never completely avoided. The best way to minimize the likelihood of contracting an inflammatory infection during the healing process is to keep the area clean and use the appropriate antiseptic products at regular intervals. Illustration 142. Tattoo infections can manifest in several ways. Sometimes redness is a sign of the onset of an infection. Inflammatory infections are the primary cause of permanent scarring, permanent change in skin texture, and other permanent adverse reactions. Permanent and semi-permanent adverse reactions. Semi-permanent adverse reactions. The most common semi-permanent adverse reaction is a temporary change in skin texture. This is a normal reaction to the skin regeneration process of skin resurfacing treatments. As it is well known, after skin resurfacing treatments, the new skin has a pinkish color and a slight different texture to the rest of the skin. The pinkish color is due to the lack of pigmentation of the new skin. Over time, the skin texture blends in with the rest of the skin and new pigments will form. This applies to all the tattoo fading techniques discussed in this webpage, including laser tattoo fading. In other cases, in particular with the use of osmosis, the common semi-permanent adverse reaction in those cases, especially where an infection has taken place, is an often temporary raised scar. This temporary raised scar usually lasts 2 to 3 months, and in most cases it will subside
over time and the area will blend with the surrounding skin. Permanent adverse reactions. The types of permanent adverse reactions can be scarring or permanent change of skin texture, keloidal formation, hyperpigmentation, hyperpigmentation adverse reaction associated with laser treatments only. These types of permanent adverse effects can occur despite the type of tattoo fading treatment carried out. In any case, the likelihood of these inherent adverse effects can be minimized but never completely eliminated. Scarring. Permanent scarring is an inherent risk of any type of tattoo fading treatments. It can be minimized but never completely excluded. Rarely, permanent scarring occurs due to tattoo fading treatment alone. Permanent scarring is often caused by the damage inflicted by the infections contracting during the healing stage. Also, in case of laser tattoo fading treatments, the normal blisters must not be purposely burst, as this also increases the likelihood of complications, especially infections. If the tattoo fading treatment leads to scabbing, the scabs must not be picked and must fall off on their own accord. If scarring does occur, it is not usually very noticeable and can be minimized with vitamin E oil or over-the-counter silicone patches. Illustration 143. The inherent risks of developing permanent change in skin texture or scarring can be minimized but never eliminated altogether due to the very nature of the tattoo fading treatments currently available. Risks of scarring are dramatically increased if an infection is contracted during the healing process. The risks of permanent scarring can never be completely eliminated even if the tattoo fading procedure is carried out appropriately and the client follows the aftercare instructions rigorously. This is because certain individuals are particularly prone to developing some sort of scarring or permanent difference in skin texture. This is one of the reasons to carry out a patch test at consultation stage. Also, some individuals may be prone to developing keloids, and some may not even be aware of this predisposition. Hyperpigmentation. Any tattoo fading treatment relies on a form of skin resurfacing. That may be done by means of burning the skin using lasers, electrical arcing, chemical peels, etc. However, the skin is starting its physiological regeneration process and it is exposed to UV light sources, both natural or artificial. The normal skin reaction can be hyperpigmentation. This type of hyperpigmentation is possible not only following tattoo fading treatments, but also after types of skin resurfacing, including cosmetic peels. Therefore, cosmetic tattoos and permanent makeup may darken following tattoo fading treatments. Although further resurfacing treatments can fade the hyperpigmentation away, hyperpigmentation can be very challenging to resolve at times. Illustration 144. Hyperpigmentation is an adverse reaction possible following any type of tattoo fading treatment. The likelihood of this occurrence increases if the person exposes the area treated to UV sources and sunlight in general. Hyperpigmentation, unfortunately, is an inherent risk of any type of skin resurfacing treatment. Therefore, it can be minimized but never completely ruled out after tattoo fading treatments. The best way to minimize the likelihood of hyperpigmentation is to avoid sun exposure, including any source of UV light. The use of total sunscreen up to 2 months after the healing process should be mandatory. Please note that sun and UV light exposure must be avoided even while using total sunscreen up to 2 months after the last treatment. Hypopigmentation. Hypopigmentation is a common adverse reaction to aesthetic laser treatments in general, including laser skin tightening, laser skin resurfacing, etc. The potential risks of this permanent change in texture and color can be minimized but never excluded after laser aesthetic treatments. Hypopigmentation is particularly common in darker skin tones 6, 5, and 4. However, it has been reported on lighter skin types too, including 1 and 2. This type of adverse reaction is prevalent only after tattoo laser fading treatments, and they are very rare after other types of tattoo fading treatments. Hyperpigmentation is where overproduction of pigmentation occurs during the healing process. Conversely, hyperpigmentation is where the skin's normal pigmentation has been removed and new melanin cannot either permanently or temporarily be produced. Hence, the hyperpigmentation effect can be permanent or semi-permanent. It can sometimes take months or even years for your skin's pigment to appear normal again. For some people, the skin texture may never be the same again. As a result of hyperpigmentation, lighter patches of skin will be visible where the tattoo once was, and on the area of the skin treated by the laser in general. However, in most cases, hyperpigmentation is bound to be more tolerable than the unwanted tattoo. Conclusions. Most of the tattoo fading treatments are currently marketed as tattoo removal treatments. To date, the only procedure which can be correctly addressed as tattoo removal is surgical excision. Only tattoo surgical excision can guarantee the cosmetic removal within one session only. The other techniques can fade the tattoo, however, complete disappearance within one session cannot be guaranteed. In the vast majority of cases, several sessions are required in order to achieve a satisfactory tattoo fading. Sometimes the complete, seamless, scar-free removal of tattoos is not always possible using any conventional tattoo fading techniques currently available. In these cases, tattoo cover-up may be a good option after fading the tattoo as much as possible using most tattoo fading techniques available. Clients are keen to have an estimation of the number of treatments required to achieve their desired results. The number of sessions required can vary from as few as 1 in case of permanent makeup removal, and can even require up to 10 or more sessions in case of resilient tattoos. The number of sessions required also depends on the type of tattoo fading treatment as well as the intensity of the treatment. In order to make a realistic estimation, a patch test should be carried out to extrapolate this information from the degree of tattoo fading accomplished after the patch testing. Patch testing also reveals if the client can be susceptible to any particular type of inherent permanent adverse reactions to the particular tattoo fading procedure. Although laser tattoo fading currently is the most popular tattoo removal procedure, there are also several other effective tattoo fading treatments available, i.e. plasma and osmosis, osmosis associated with other dermabrasion treatments, microdermabrasion, IPL, chemical peels, cryotherapy, etc. Despite the method used to fade tattoos, in case after a number of tattoo fading sessions, the degree of fading is only minimal, tattoo removal by replacement may be the best option. Laser tattoo removal. It is highly advisable to read the general section on tattoo removal before studying the section focusing on laser tattoo fading. Why are lasers so popular in tattoo fading treatments? Lasers have been used for this aesthetic application over several years now. Tattoo fading lasers are very easy to use, and the intensity of the treatment is not dependent on the way the device is used during the treatment itself. This is because, as we will see, the intensity of the treatment is largely dependent by the setting of the device and not by the way the laser is operated. This makes laser tattoo fading devices relatively easy to use. There is little error related to the way the laser is used during the treatment. The only mistake which can be made is overlapping the laser bursts on the tattoo while operating the device. However, this is easily avoided as the operator can appreciate the frosting caused by the laser and avoid treating the area again. Illustration 146. Laser tattoo removal. These aesthetic treatments only last a few minutes and are straightforward to perform, and the price per minute for this type of treatment is relatively high. Therefore, very profitable to the cosmetic clinics performing them. This is because the duration of the treatment per se is very brief and the price charged for treatment is relatively high because the clientele is usually highly motivated to have their tattoo faded or removed. Also, several numbers of treatments are required to achieve satisfactory results, making the cumulative total amount charged relatively high. Both the ever-increased demand and the profitability of these treatments to clinics have made laser tattoo fading treatments the most popular aesthetic treatment for this type of application. Illustration 147. Laser tattoo fading treatments are widely advertised as tattoo removal treatments. They are the most popular method to fade tattoos in most Western countries. The fading results are relatively easily recognized after the first few sessions when the least resilient colors have faded most. Furthermore, the common perception that the use of lasers in aesthetics utilizes the latest cutting-edge technology, therefore safe and effective, has contributed to the rise in popularity of this type of treatment. An overview of lasers physics and basic principles of operation in aesthetics. The main characteristics of lasers is their capability of emitting a coherent light source at a predetermined frequency or wavelength. Lasers can also emit a number of different frequencies. The difference between sunlight, including most other artificial light sources, and lasers is that lasers can emit light at predefined discrete wavelengths. Most lasers can only operate at one predetermined frequency at a time, which is set by the laser operator. Lasers are also designed to emit a discrete number of frequencies at one time, multi-frequency wavelength lasers. The wavelength can be one or multiple, but a laser can never emit broadband light energy like most other artificial light sources and other aesthetic devices, for example IPL devices. Multi-frequency lasers are also used for tattoo fading and are advertised as very effective tattoo removal devices. This is because the combination of different wavelengths can bring better fading due to the different penetration of each wavelength and the different effect of each wavelength on each tattoo color. However, in any case, the main difference between lasers and most natural or artificial light sources is that the lasers, although can emit a different number of frequencies at a time, cannot emit broadband light. Due to this peculiarity of lasers and the different way each wavelength gets absorbed by the skin, lasers have a broad array of applications in skin treatments. Different wavelengths are absorbed differently by the skin, and different penetration in the skin leads to different results and hence different applications in aesthetics. The depth of the light penetration into the skin is mainly determined by the frequency emitted. The higher the frequency, the more superficial the effect of the laser on the skin, and the less the light will penetrate inside the skin. Conversely, the lower the frequency, the more deeply the light will penetrate inside the skin. Illustration 148. This figure illustrates the way light propagates inside the skin. The shorter wavelengths, blue and green, have only a superficial ablation effect, while the longer wavelengths, red and infrared, penetrate more deeply into the skin. The higher the wavelengths, the lower the frequency, the deeper the penetration of the specific wavelength. This is one of the reasons for the high versatility of lasers. This physical phenomenon also allows lasers to have several applications in aesthetics. For example, they are used in skin resurfacing, permanent hair removal, tattoo removal, etc. The type of treatment is mainly determined by the frequency, the light intensity factor. The above wavelengths are those which produce the typical frosting effects during laser tattoo fading and other laser aesthetic treatments. Illustration 148 shows how different wavelengths get absorbed by the skin. Generally, the higher the frequency, lower wavelengths, the more superficial the effect of the light onto the skin. Higher frequencies have a relatively low rate of penetration and its action is relatively superficial. Conversely, the lower the frequency, the deeper the penetration of the light radiation into the skin. Therefore, in order to accomplish the desired results, The appropriate wavelength can be used for any given type of desired aesthetic result. The difference in the way any given wavelength propagates inside the skin makes lasers extremely useful and versatile devices. This is because in most cases the user can simply change the nature of the aesthetic treatment by varying the wavelength of the device along with other parameters. For example, in order to perform a very superficial ablation, removing superficial skin imperfections, moles, birthmarks, benign lesions, or performing a very superficial skin peel, the wavelength used is relatively high, over 420 nanometer, blue or violet. At these high frequencies, the burning as well as the skin resurfacing effect are very superficial. For example, if lasers are used for permanent ablation, permanent hair removal, the degree of light penetration required is a level deeper, orange. This is because in permanent hair removal, the laser has to destroy the hair follicle rooted in the dermis. Therefore, the laser light has to affect the deeper parts of the dermis where the root of the hair follicle resides. Therefore, the wavelength used is lower in the region of 600 nanometers or over. Illustration 149. And here we can appreciate the main difference between lasers, a monochromatic or discrete multichromatic light source, and IPL devices, intense pulse light, generating a broadband light source which has a multi-level capability of penetration into the skin. The main application of IPL devices is permanent hair removal. In case the aesthetic treatment demands a deeper level penetration, then the radiation frequency is lowered. Although lasers can be used for permanent hair removal, the devices widely used for these applications are IPLs. Likewise, in case of deep skin resurfacing and laser skin tightening, we are trying to heat up the dermis in order to trigger collagen regeneration. In these cases, we are looking for deep penetration effects. Hence, the wavelength chosen can be over 700 nanometers, red or infrared. It should be very clear now why lasers are so versatile and hence used in several skin applications and aesthetic treatments. This is because by varying the wavelengths emitted along with other few parameters, the nature of the treatment changes dramatically. However, this is an oversimplified description of the way laser light penetrates into the skin. There are several other parameters which play a role in the effect of light energy into the skin. One of them is the diameter of the light beam used. Generally, the larger the diameter of the light beam, the deeper the penetration into the skin. Conversely, the smaller the diameter, the more superficial the penetration. Illustration 150. Depth of penetration and application depends on spot size. The graph shows how this phenomenon varies with the wavelength used. The red line shows how lower frequencies, 1064 nanometers, can penetrate more deeply by increasing the light beam diameter. The yellow line, 532 nanometers, shows how the higher frequencies have less degree of increase in penetration while increasing the diameter. Therefore, the spot size or width of the laser beam affects the treatment. The light is optically scattered in the skin, like automobile headlights in fog. Larger spot sizes slightly increase the effective penetration depth of the laser light, thus enabling more effective targeting of deeper tattoo pigments. Larger spot sizes also increase the treatment intensity and help increase the desired tattoo fading effects faster. Additionally, the skin heating or skin burning effect produced by the laser is related to a number of parameters generally not directly correlated with the depth of the laser light penetration. The treatment intensity of the laser is usually calibrated into two main ways: by regulating the intensity of the light emission as well as the impulse of the laser while visually appreciating the frosting effects, regulating the intensity of the light emission as well as the impulse of the laser while visually appreciating the frosting effects. only setting the intensity and the impulse of the light emission on the device. This is typical of deep skin tightening laser treatments where the frosting effect are not visible. This is the case where the frequency of the laser is very low, hence the light penetration into the skin is so deep that it is not possible to appreciate the burning effect of the laser visually. Visually appreciating the ablation effects of the Q-switch laser. This method relies on varying the intensity of the light emission and duration of the pulse, CQ switching, while having a visual appreciation of the immediate effects of the laser ablation. It is important to realize that the intensity of the treatment is mainly determined by the setting of the device, and the visual appreciation is mainly used to make sure the treatment affects. It is important to realize that the intensity of the treatment is mainly determined by the setting of the device, and the visual appreciation is mainly used to make sure the treatment effects are not accidentally exacerbated by overlapping the laser ablation. This method is normally used for removal of benign moles, correction of skin imperfections, superficial laser skin resurfacing treatments, as well as laser tattoo removal. The laser operator controls the ablation effects in two ways, both by varying the setting of the device and visually by appreciating the frosting effects on the skin, varying the timing of the light emission without frosting effects. On the other hand, when the laser ablation or the heating effects is required to be performed deeply into the skin, the operator has no way of visually appreciating the immediate ablation or burning. For example, in deep laser skin tightening, the effects of the skin treatment are not immediately visible. Therefore, the treatment has to be calibrated only according to previous experience. The treatment intensity is determined by setting the light intensity and duration of the laser pulse. The longer the duration of the laser pulse, the higher the intensity of the treatment. Conversely, the shorter the pulse, the lower the treatment intensity. In the types of laser skin treatments, the effects of the treatment itself only becomes visible 1 or 2 days following the aesthetic procedure. In these cases, the treatment intensity is only predetermined by calibrating certain settings of the laser device itself. The physics of laser tattoo removal. Laser tattoo removal, or more appropriately, laser tattoo fading, work by causing a controlled skin burn in order to fade the tattoo pigments. As we know, the tattoo pigments are located inside the dermis. Therefore, in order to fade aesthetic tattoos using lasers or any other methods, a degree of dermal ablation will be inevitably required. If you're familiar with superficial laser skin resurfacing and the basic principle of laser skin tightening, you will notice the similarities with laser tattoo removal procedures. Like in laser skin resurfacing and laser skin tightening, the laser causes an internal dermal burn. The main difference in tattoo fading is that the laser device is calibrated in a slightly different way, and generally the intensity of the treatment is higher than normal laser skin resurfacing. In laser skin resurfacing or laser skin tightening, the laser has to heat up the dermis. The same principle applies to laser tattoo fading. It is the heat or burn caused by the laser light that triggers the skin resurfacing and skin tightening. In a similar fashion, the laser treatment speeds up the absorption of the tattoo pigments in stages, both by breaking down some of the pigments and by triggering the skin regeneration caused by the dermal burn inflicted by the laser. Illustration 151. As seen previously, the tattoo pigments are located inside the dermis. Hence, in order to reach the tattoo pigments and fade the tattoo, a degree of dermal ablation will be necessary, regardless of the method used to fade the tattoo, including laser treatments. Similarly to laser skin tightening, during the tattoo fading treatment, the laser causes a dermal ablation which triggers the dermal skin regeneration process, also partly scattering the tattoo pigments. after each treatment, part of the pigments tend to be reabsorbed by the immune system. Some manufacturers advertise selective ablation targeting of the tattoo pigments. However, in any case, the laser energy is absorbed by the skin as a whole and not only by the tattoo pigments. This is demonstrated by the fact that the skin burn is generated anywhere the laser light is applied and not only on the tattooed area. In case of laser tattoo fading, the skin burn is generalized across the treated area as demonstrated by the blistering which forms 1 or 2 days after the laser ablation. Unfortunately, there is no currently known tattoo removal laser or tattoo fading treatment which can selectively target the tattoo pigments during the laser treatment. In other words, there is no aesthetic treatment capable of selectively destroying the tattoo pigments alone without also affecting the dermis in one way or another. Illustration 152. The physics that apply to laser skin resurfacing also apply to laser tattoo fading. As seen in this simplified representation of laser skin resurfacing, the laser light penetrates into the dermis. It is the heat or burn caused by the laser light that triggers the skin regeneration and skin tightening. Illustration 153. This figure illustrates the basic principle of laser tattoo fading. This is an oversimplified model to illustrate the basic working principle of laser tattoo fading. Part of the light is absorbed by the tattoo pigments and they are partly broken down. The scattered ink is absorbed by the immune system. Not all tattoo ink can be broken down by the laser during the treatment. Only a part of the tattoo is absorbed after each session. The right-hand side figure is another oversimplified representation of the laser tattoo fading process because not all wavelengths are absorbed by the dermis at the same depth and in the same way. Lasers can only emit a discrete number of wavelengths, and each wavelength gets absorbed differently by the skin. The deeper the tattoo pigments, the harder it will be to break them down without causing some degree of thermal dermal permanent damage. This is because in case of very deep pigmentation, most of the laser energy is absorbed by the epidermis and the upper part of the dermis, and only a smaller proportion of light is absorbed by the tattoo pigments. Only red and infrared wavelengths can reach the lower part of the dermis. However, even their energy will be partially absorbed by the upper dermis and only a fraction of it will reach the deeper dermis and hence the deep pigments. Normally, these wavelengths, red and infrared, are used for deep laser skin resurfacing, laser skin tightening and permanent hair removal. Illustration 154. This is another representation of laser tattoo fading or laser skin resurfacing. We also refer to this process as laser skin resurfacing, and this is also a representation of the way the laser light penetrates into the skin for laser skin resurfacing and laser skin tightening. On the left, we can see the tattoo pigments. In the middle, an oversimplified representation of the laser tattoo fading treatment. On the right, we can see a representation of the scattered pigments. This is an oversimplified representation because, as we know, lasers can only very seldom scatter all the tattoo pigments within one session, especially if the pigments are located particularly deeply inside the dermis. Below, we have yet another representation of laser tattoo pigments fragmentation. Once again, this is another oversimplified representation of the complete fragmentation of all tattoo, which is usually unrealistic within one session. As we already know, only part of the tattoo is fragmented and absorbed slightly. Hence, not all tattoo pigments are reabsorbed after one tattoo fading session. Moreover, not all wavelengths are absorbed by the tattoo pigments, and the tattoo fading mostly relies on the skin resurfacing effects to speed up the natural absorption process. Additionally, some tattoo pigment colors do not easily absorb a particular laser wavelength, therefore being difficult to fade using laser treatments. In illustration 155, the tattoo pigments are represented as being evenly located in the upper part of the dermis. This is an oversimplified representation of the tattoo pigments distribution. The tattoo pigments are seldom evenly distributed inside the dermis at the same depth. In reality, they are often found and distributed at different depths inside the dermis. Some part of the tattoo may have deeper or shallower pigments distribution depending on how the tattoo was drawn at the time and the type of pigments used. Illustration 155. Oversimplified representation of laser pigmentation scattering. Rarely, all pigments are scattered all at once. Although this is a rare occurrence, it can happen in case of fading dark colors and in high-quality tattoos like permanent makeup. Also, the distribution of the tattoo pigments is seldom uniform and can be uneven. Also, bear in mind that this is an oversimplified representation of the way laser treatments work for tattoo fading. Not only the tattoo pigments are affected by the laser, but also the skin undergoes a certain degree of burn caused by the laser treatment. The basic principle of laser tattoo fading is that the deep skin resurfacing caused by the laser forces some of the pigments to be reabsorbed by the immune system. This pigmentation absorption is a natural effect which occurs regardless over time. The deep, intense burn caused by the laser speeds up the natural tattoo pigmentation fading. However, as seen previously, this process is speeded up by the tattoo fading procedures in general and in particular laser tattoo fading. Tattoo laser fading treatments are an example of where the overall treatment intensity is mainly determined by varying the setting of the laser device. Although the user can intentionally increase the burn inflicted by overlapping the ablation spots while performing the treatment, the overall intensity is generally determined by the setting of the device. This is done by controlling the light emission using very short pulses. This is one of the reasons for the feeling of being hit by a strong elastic band experienced by those who undergo laser fading treatments. Q-switch lasers. The main principle of operation of tattoo fading lasers is represented in the figure below. These laser devices utilize the Q-switching method to generate an extreme, short but highly intense, coherent light pulse, generally in the order of nanoseconds. This light impulse is usually several orders of magnitude larger in intensity than lasers generating a constant output. Illustration 156. Q-switch lasers. The Q-switching is the most used laser arrangement for tattoo fading. As seen in the figure, the power is extremely high for a very short duration, nanoseconds. This ensures that the intensity of the treatment is mainly determined by the way the device is set by the user and not by the way the handpiece is used during the treatment. Pulse width or the pulse duration is a critical laser parameter. All Q-switch lasers have appropriate pulse durations for tattoo removal. While using Q-switching lasers, once the tattoo fading laser has been set up by the user, the operator needs to make sure the spots do not overlap in order not to unintentionally doubling the burn inflicted on the same area. However, this is quite easily avoided because every time the light hits the skin, it leaves a clear frosting spot. In this way, the laser treatment intensity is mainly controlled by the setting of the device and there is minimal margin of error during the treatment itself. As we have seen, the main principle of operation of tattoo fading devices is Q-switching. As we can see in the figure below, there are several types of Q-switching devices used for tattoo fading. The lasers can be made to use ruby, alexandrite, YAG, or KTP. The material used in the core of the laser has the only effect to determine the main operational frequency of the Q switch laser. As we will see, one of the main downsides to laser tattoo fading is the fact that lasers cannot fade all colors in the same way. Some colors are almost impractical to be faded by lasers, especially certain green tones and very bright pigments. Illustration 157. In this table, we can see the main 4 frequencies used in laser tattoo fading devices. All tattoo fading devices use the Q switching method. Some frequencies can target some tattoo colors only. On the right, we can see the types of colors targeted by each frequency. Some tattoo fading lasers are advertised as being capable of removing all colors and in one treatment only. These are lasers which combine more than one wavelength. The most common all-in-one tattoo removal lasers combine the 4 frequencies seen in the table above. However, despite the claims made by manufacturers, unfortunately, laser tattoo fading treatment is fundamentally color selective. This means that some colors are faded more than others. Most other tattoo fading treatments are color blind. This means that they fade all colors indiscriminately. Some latest lasers are advertised to produce a high intensity pulse lasting a few picoseconds. However, no independent investigation on the actual way they operate, their true efficacy, has been done. Laser color sensitivity. As we've seen, most tattoo fading treatments other than laser tattoo fading devices are colorblind. Colorblind means that these treatments tend to fade all tattoo color pigments indiscriminately. Unfortunately, in case of laser tattoo fading, different tattoo colors fade at different rates. Some colors are not easily absorbed and do not fade significantly after laser treatments, especially certain tones like green and bright colors. The graph below shows an estimation of the degree of relative light absorption of the tattoo pigments at each wavelength. This is not to be confused with the amount of pigmentation fading after each tattoo removal session. This is because although the light radiation may be absorbed by the particular pigments, this does not necessarily translate into a proportional fading of the specific color pigments. Illustration 158. Tattoo ink absorption. The relative light absorption of each tattoo color is dependent on the specific wavelength of the light that hits the pigment. The graph shows the relative absorption of each fundamental color versus the wavelength. The below graph serves to show the fact that the inherent physics of light absorption of the tattoo pigments renders the laser treatment outcome inherently dependent on both the wavelength used and the tattoo colors. Illustration 159. The figure is an oversimplification of the real effectiveness of tattoo color fading due to the laser treatment. The darkest colors are the easiest to fade using lasers. Illustration 159 is meant to provide a rough idea of the challenging faced in fading certain colors versus other using tattoo fading lasers. As we can see, the color green is not even mentioned in this representative chart. This is because, as it is well known in the industry, lasers have little or no impact on the green tattoo colors. This does not apply to all tattoo fading treatments. In fact, this limitation only applies to laser tattoo fading. Due to the very nature of lasers, unfortunately, certain wavelengths are more effective on certain tattoo colors and cannot fade others. The easiest tattoo pigments colors to fade are black or dark colors in general, while bright and particularly certain tones of green pigments are the most difficult to fade. Generally, the brighter the colors, the harder they are to fade using lasers. Conversely, the darker they are, the easier they are to fade using lasers. Sometimes green and bright colors will be far easier to cover up or remove using other treatments rather than persisting in the use of laser fading treatments which have potential permanent adverse reactions. Illustration 160. This figure is used only to illustrate what colors are the easiest and most difficult to fade using lasers. A represents the initial tattoo, B the initial fading of the tattoo after a few sessions, C the results after several sessions where green and bright colors are left, D the most difficult color to be faded is usually left last. Green is the most challenging color to fade using lasers. Illustration 160 shows how the first colors to be faded are black and dark tones. As seen in B, the easiest colors to be attenuated are the darkest, the brightest are usually left after the first few treatments. In C, after further tattoo fading treatments, the colors left are the brightest and green. Lastly, as seen in D, normally green is the most resilient tattoo pigment with laser tattoo fading. The color green is so resilient to lasers that it is sometimes considered not feasibly faded using lasers. However, there are manufacturers claiming that their new devices are capable of fading bright and all colors indiscriminately, including green. These claims have not been independently verified. The figure below shows a practical example of laser fading, and it demonstrates what we have said earlier, i.e. the different colors fade at different rates. The type of tattoo shown is particularly colorful, therefore it may be particularly challenging to fade using lasers. On the left, we can see this colorful tattoo at the beginning of the laser removal treatment. As seen on the right, the tattoo has faded only slightly after a few laser sessions. However, the brightest colors are the most resilient, while the darkest ones, including red, have faded most. Illustration 161. Lasers are color sensitive. This is a practical example showing how different colors fade at different rates when using tattoo fading lasers. Certain colors fade more than others. As a rule of thumb, with laser tattoo removal, the hardest colors to fade are the brightest, and especially green. Yellow and brightest colors are still present. The darkest colors have mostly all faded. Also, it is noticeable the color scattering caused by the laser treatment. In particular, illustration 161 provides an estimation of the efficacy of two particular wavelengths in fading certain tattoo colors. Please bear in mind that this figure is only a rough representation which serves to illustrate the dependency of the wavelength with the efficacy of each specific tattoo color. However, actual results may vary from the graph above because generally the efficacy of lasers are good on dark tones despite the wavelength. The purpose of the figure on the right is to show how the fading efficacy on individual tattoo color is fundamentally dependent on the wavelength used. Different wavelengths fade pigment colors differently. As we can see from the graph, the hardest colors to fade are green, yellow, and the brightest tones in general. Illustration 162. This figure illustrates the efficacy of two wavelengths on laser tattoo fading of certain colors. As we know, not all colors fade in the same way after laser treatments. This representative graph shows there is an efficacy drop at the yellow-green color. As it is well known, these are the most difficult colors to be faded using laser tattoo removal. Although there are other tattoo fading treatments which are colorblind, the resilience of green and bright colors have been addressed for years in laser tattoo fading treatments. Illustration 163. This graph shows an estimation of the efficacy of each wavelength on tattoo individual colors. In order to increase the efficacy of lasers on particularly bright colors and green, other wavelengths have been introduced. This graph in particular shows how light radiation at 694 nanometer has an increased efficacy on bright colors and green. Please note that despite the research and the numerous trials to increase the efficacy of fading green and bright pigments, they are still challenging using lasers. These colors can be faded using alternative tattoo fading treatments which are not color sensitive. Certain colors are proved more difficult to remove than others. In particular, this occurs when the tattoo is treated with an inappropriate wavelength. It has been shown that green ink tattoos somehow respond to treatments with 755 nanometer light and also to 694 nanometers, 650 nanometers and 1064 nanometers. Some manufacturers have come up with multi-frequency lasers and their treatment intensity levels are particularly high compared to monofrequency Q-switch lasers. The result is that often, due to the high intensity of the multi-wavelength laser treatment, most of the pigments fade dramatically. However, due to the deeper skin burn caused by the laser, there is actually an increased likelihood of undesired permanent adverse reactions like hyperpigmentation, permanent change in skin texture and permanent scars. Illustration 164. Wavelengths versus absorption coefficient. This logarithmic graph provides further evidence of the color sensitivity of lasers. A higher absorption coefficient does not necessarily translate into a proportional pigmentation fading rate. Q-switch, alexandrite and ruby lasers operating at 750 nanometers and 694 nanometers. The weakest of all Q-switch laser devices, they generate an orange-red light which is highly absorbed by green and dark tattoo pigments. However, the alexandrite laser color is slightly less absorbed by melanin. So alexandrite laser has a slight lower incidence of unwanted pigmentary changes than a ruby laser. This laser, alexandrite, was reported to have some moderate effects on green tattoos, but because of its weaker peak power, it works only moderately well on black and blue ink. It does not work at all or very minimally on red, orange, yellow, brown, etc. This laser wavelength, 750 nanometer, is also available in picosecond pulses instead of the ordinary nanosecond, with unverified claims that it removes ink faster. Q-switched ND-YAG 1064 nanometer. This laser creates a near-infrared light invisible to humans, which is also poorly absorbed by melanin, making this the only laser suitable for darker skin. This laser wavelength is also absorbed by all dark tattoo pigments and is the safest wavelength to use on the skin due to the low melanin absorption and low hemoglobin absorption. This is the wavelength of choice for tattoo removal in darker skin types and for black ink. Dye modules are available for some lasers to convert 532 nanometers to 650 nanometers or 585 nanometers light, which allows one laser system to treat multicolored tattoo inks. The role of dye lasers in tattoo removal is discussed in detail in other literature. Introduction to tattoo fading treatments, transient adverse reactions. As we know, tattoo fading lasers are color sensitive, while other tattoo fading treatments are color blind. There has been several claims of outstanding effectiveness on all tattoo colors made by certain tattoo fading lasers manufacturers. However, the inherent physics of lasers has its own limitations, which appear hard to be overcome. Temporary adverse reactions typical to lasers tattoo fading treatments are several. However, these are only transient. The temporary adverse reactions are pain caused by the treatment, bleeding, which can occur during the treatment itself. This is only minor and it subsides almost immediately on its own accord. Frosting. This is typical of tattoo laser treatments only. No other tattoo fading treatments present similar reactions other than cryotherapy, which is seldom used for this application. In case of cryotherapy, the frosting is caused by the induced freezing of the skin. Blistering. Blistering is inevitable after tattoo fading laser treatments. It can only be somewhat minimized performing low-intensity treatments and with the use of potent topical soothing products immediately after the procedure. Associated to the blistering is the discomfort during healing. The level of discomfort depends on the intensity of the treatment, the sensitivity of the individual, and whether or not an appropriate soothing product was used. It is indeed the level of discomfort experienced during the treatment and during the days following the treatment associated with the relatively low rate of tattoo fading which sometimes discourage people from undergoing further treatments. Transient textural changes are occasionally noted but often resolve within a few months on their own accord. However, permanent textural changes and scarring can also occur. If a client is prone to pigmentary or textural changes, longer treatment intervals are recommended. Occasionally, paradoxical darkening of tattoos may occur when a treated tattoo becomes darker instead of lighter. This occurs most often with white ink, flesh tones, pink, and some cosmetic makeup tattoos. A local infection is always possible. The likelihood of this occurrence can be minimized by following the appropriate aftercare, especially avoiding puncturing or bursting the blisters. Photoallergic reactions. Local allergic reactions to tattoo pigments have been reported. Allergic reaction to tattoo pigment scattering after Q-switch laser treatment are also possible because lasers, by mobilizing the ink, may trigger a systematic allergic response. Rarely, when yellow cadmium sulfite is used to brighten the red or yellow portion of a tattoo, a photoallergic reaction may occur. The reaction is also common with red ink, which contain cinnabar, mercuric sulfide. Erythema, itching sensation, and even inflamed nodules or granulomas may occur. The reaction is usually confined to the site of the red-yellow ink. Oral antihistamines and anti-inflammatory steroids have been used to treat allergic reactions to tattoo ink, also after photoallergic reactions to laser fading treatments. Pain during the laser treatment. One of the challenges of laser tattoo fading is the pain and discomfort during the treatment itself. Laser tattoo fading treatments are uncomfortable. Many people say that laser treatment is worse than getting the tattoo on. While the tattooing soreness is normally bearable, laser tattoo fading treatment is often reported to be unbearable. The pain is often described to be similar to that of a hot oil poured on the skin caused by the deep burn inflicted during the treatment, or a snap from an elastic band caused by the high energy impulse generated by the Q-switch laser. Depending on the person's individual pain threshold, some people can have the treatment done without using any form of numbing product, while others prefer to undergo the treatment using topical anesthetic numbing cream. Please note that the use of topical injectable anesthetic is not required for this type of treatment because there are appropriate topical over-the-counter numbing products or effective topical products especially made for this and other aesthetic applications which normally allow a pain-free treatment. Different numbing products have different efficacy and modality of application. Follow the specific manufacturer's instructions. Hence, local injectable anesthetics are not required for this type of aesthetic procedure. Pain. Illustration 165. Laser tattoo fading treatments are inevitably painful. This is caused by the deep burn induced during the laser treatment. Bleeding. Bleeding is a common immediate consequence of laser tattoo fading treatments. This is because lasers' high power impulses have to cause an ablation inside the dermis in order to be effective. A large number of capillaries are normally present inside the dermis, and the ablating power of the laser at the dermal level has the direct effect of breaking some of those capillaries, hence causing some minor immediate bleeding. This is generally a very normal reaction and should not be interpreted as a sign of direct unintended harm caused by the treatment, but as a normal direct consequence of the treatment itself due to its very nature. Illustration 166. Bleeding is a common and immediate reaction to most laser tattoo removal treatments. The degree of bleeding depends on the wavelengths used, the power level used by the impulse of the Q-switching laser, and the individual's level of vascularization of the treated area. Some areas may be more vascularized than others. In any case, the bleeding is only minor, as the vessels broken during the laser treatment are very superficial capillaries. This minor bleeding stops a few minutes after the treatment. Also, because of the likelihood of minor bleeding, one of the recommendations made by tattoo removal clinics is not to take aspirins or blood thinning drugs before tattoo fading treatments. Discomfort, blistering, and normal skin reactions throughout the healing process. Laser tattoo fading procedures are quite painful. Unfortunately, the pain and discomfort do not end there. While, as we have just seen, the pain during the treatment is an easily solved problem with the use of appropriate topical numbing products, unfortunately, any laser treatment purposely inflicts a deep burn into the skin in order to fade the tattoo. Because of this skin burn, a direct consequence of every tattoo fading treatment is a fully fledged, purposely inflicted burn injury which requires healing time. Illustration 167. Blistering is a normal reaction to laser tattoo fading treatments. Blistering can be minimized but never completely avoided. This is due to the very nature of the laser tattoo fading treatment, which inherently inflicts a burn onto the skin in order to fade the tattoo. This burn is merely caused by the physics of the laser itself. Although it can be somewhat attenuated, it cannot be avoided by varying the laser functioning parameters, by altering the laser design or modifying the treatment modality. Depending on the area covered by the treatment and the intensity of the treatment, the extent of the skin burn caused by the laser can be significant at times. Having a relatively large and deep skin burn can be a very unpleasant and uncomfortable experience during the healing process. Like most skin burns, the direct effect of the laser tattoo fading treatment is blistering. The discomfort usually peaks when the blistering has fully formed. Illustration 168. Example of moderate blistering after a mild tattoo laser treatment. The skin reacts to the tattoo fading treatment as it would after any other skin burn. Blistering is one of the ways the skin reacts to deep and intense laser skin burns. Like any other skin burn, the discomfort lasts as long as the burn is still healing. The discomfort usually starts to subside on its own accord as the blisters heal. However, some degree of discomfort can persist even after the blisters have subsided and the treated tattoo has healed completely. In certain cases, the part may feel tender to the touch and oversensitive for several weeks, even after the blisters have subsided and the part has healed completely. Illustration 169. The blisters increase in size proportionately with the laser treatment intensity. The higher the intensity, the larger the blisters, and the more the discomfort levels experienced during the healing process. One of the reasons for not treating white tattoos all at once is to make the client return for further treatments. The wider the area treated using lasers, or the higher the intensity of the treatment, the larger the area subject to the skin burn, the higher the discomfort and pain experienced during the healing process. Additionally, causing a skin burn over a relatively large area may have side effects like lethargy and other feverish-like symptoms which physiologically occur after large skin burns. Illustration 170. Relatively large blisters caused by a laser high-intensity treatment. The higher the intensity treatment, the larger the blisters and the more uncomfortable the healing process. Very often, the overall unpleasant experience sometimes deters the client from undergoing all the treatments required in order to completely remove or close to completely removing the tattoos. Sometimes, due to the discomfort levels, most people prefer to undergo the minimum number of laser tattoo fading treatments required and then opting for tattoo cover-up as soon as the tattoo pigmentation has faded enough to make it a feasible option. Blistering after laser treatments can be minimized but never completely avoided due to the inherent physics of the laser tattoo fading treatment. The amount and size of blistering developed during the healing process depends on the intensity of the laser treatment. The higher the treatment intensity, the larger the blisters and the longer it will take for the area to recover. Conversely, the milder the treatment, the smaller the blistering and the faster the recovery process. If the burn inflicted by the laser treatment is not too intense, the area can heal normally and the tattoo will have faded slightly after the recovery period. In case of very high intensity treatments, the burn inflicted by the laser may as well remove most of the tattoo pigments. However, the blistering will be very large and the likelihood of permanent adverse reactions due to the treatment increases dramatically. Illustration 171. A typical example of before picture during the blistering and after the area has recovered from the burn caused by the laser. The blisters start to form 24 hours after a treatment, peak 2 to 3 days after the treatment and will gradually subside on their own accord. Illustration 172. A further example of tattoo fading blistering after laser tattoo fading treatment. It is important not to interfere with the healing process of the blisters. In particular, the blisters must not be burst or pierced intentionally to avoid an increased likelihood of infections and other adverse reactions. The number of laser treatments required and the Kirby-Desai scale. Uninformed clients sometimes expect that their unwanted tattoos will be completely removed within one session and with seamless results. This is very rarely possible using laser tattoo fading treatments. Once the clients are informed about the real results of this type of aesthetic treatment, the first question they will ask are the number of sessions required and how much it will cost them to achieve the best tattoo fading results. Ultimately, these two questions are inextricably linked. The total cost of the laser removal treatment will be the number of sessions times the cost per session. No matter what their qualifications and their expertise, no aesthetic practitioner can predict for certain exactly how many sessions it will take to achieve the client's desired results, because there are several factors that will determine the number of sessions required. Before a patch testing is carried out, all an experienced tattoo removal practitioner can do is provide an educated estimation. Anyone who claims to provide an exact number of treatment for a complete, seamless tattoo removal is probably trying to sell something based on false promises. Complete laser tattoo removal often requires numerous treatment sessions, typically spaced at least 7 weeks apart. Treating more frequently than 7 weeks increases the likelihood of adverse reactions and does not necessarily increase the rate of ink absorption. Anecdotal reports of treatment sessions spaced less than 7 weeks lead to far more scarring and hypopigmentation and could increase liability for the clinicians. At each session, only a fraction of the tattoo pigment is effectively fragmented and faded over the following weeks. Remaining large particles of tattoo pigment are then targeted at subsequent treatment sessions, causing further tattooed fading. The number of sessions and spacing between treatments depend on various parameters, including the area of the body treated and skin color. Tattoos located on the extremities, such as ankle, generally take the longest. Aesthetic practitioners may recommend that clients wait many months between treatments to facilitate ink resolution and minimize the likelihood of unwanted adverse reactions. In the vast majority of cases, satisfactory results are achieved after several sessions, and the results are seldom seamless. In general, the number of sessions required to achieve satisfactory fading results can vary from 6 to 15 depending on several factors. Sometimes tattoo can be particularly easily removed, and completely seamless removal can be achieved in 1 or 2 sessions. However, this is not the norm. Most tattoos can be extremely resilient, and it may be even impractical or not advisable to try and achieve complete removal. Some laser tattoo removal manufacturers claim their latest devices remove all tattoos within 1 session without adverse permanent reactions. These claims are unverified. While certain tattoos are easily removed in a few sessions, despite the claims made by laser manufacturers, there is not evidence that all tattoos can be removed within 1 treatment without leaving a visible scar, hypopigmentation, or another type of permanent skin texture change. Seamless complete tattoo removal is more an exception than the norm, especially due to the way tattoos have been originally drawn. In case of particularly resilient tattoo pigments, a certain degree of tattoo fading will be regarded as a good result because complete removal without leaving any scar or permanent skin texture change may be unlikely. So what are the most important factors in determining the number of sessions, especially in laser tattoo fading procedures? Most of the factors have already been covered in detail in the general tattoo fading session. It is advisable that you review these points before continuing reading. Some of the points below are particularly typical to laser tattoo fading treatments only. The intensity of the treatment. Like any other type of tattoo fading procedure, the higher the intensity of the treatment, the more the degree of tattoo fading after each session, and therefore the fewer sessions required to achieve satisfactory fading. On the other hand, the higher the intensity of the treatment, the higher the likelihood of permanent undesired adverse reactions like hypopigmentation, permanent change in skin texture, and scarring. Conversely, the milder the treatment intensity, the less the tattoo fades after each treatment, and therefore more sessions will be required. The number of wavelengths used by the device. This is peculiar to laser fading treatments only. As we know, lasers are devices that can emit a discrete number of wavelengths at a time, either 1, 2, 3, etc. Some manufacturers have devised multi-frequency lasers which can emit a number of different frequencies all at once. This is in an effort to eliminate all or most tattoo colors as quickly as possible. Multi-wavelength tattoo fading lasers have a generally natural tendency to fade the tattoos more than monofrequency lasers. This is because the more the wavelengths used by the laser, the higher the treatment intensity and the more the tattoo will fade after each session. As the intensity of the treatment increases, so the inherent likelihood of permanent adverse reactions increases. Conversely, mono wavelengths or monofrequency lasers will fade the tattoo to a lesser extent after each treatment. Tattoo colors, as it is well known, unlike other tattoo fading treatments, lasers fade colors at different rates, and some colors can be particularly challenging
to be faded. Therefore, more colorful and bright tattoos are more challenging to fade, whereas darker tattoos may require fewer treatments to achieve a satisfactory fading. Skin tone. The darker skin tones are more prone to develop hypopigmentation after laser treatments. For this reason, the darker the skin tone, the milder the laser treatment is required to be in order to try and avoid hypopigmentation. Hypopigmentation is the only reason to tune down the intensity of the laser treatment. Other types of fading treatments do not usually display this type of adverse reaction. For this reason, darker skin tones may benefit from other types of tattoo fading treatments which do not lead to hypopigmentation. Sometimes estimations based only on previous experience can be completely unreliable. The best way to estimate the number of sessions required in order to achieve the desired results is an extrapolation after appreciating the results of a patch test or an extrapolation after appreciating the first session's results. This is because every tattoo is different and there is seldom little background information about the tattoo itself and the way it was originally made. There are several factors which determine the number of sessions required in order to achieve the desired results. The factors influencing this include skin type, location, color, amount of ink, scarring or tissue change, tattoo layering, etc. Since the number of laser tattoo sessions required to achieve the desired results is a frequently asked question, a predictive scale, the Kirby-Desai scale, was developed by Dr. Will Kirby and Dr. Alpesh Desai. They were dermatologists specializing in tattoo removal techniques. This scale assesses the number of treatments necessary for laser tattoo removal, provided that the practitioner is using Q-switched ND-YAG laser with 6 weeks intervals between treatments. The Kirby-Desai scale assigns numerical values to 6 parameters: skin type, location, color, amount of ink, scarring or tissue change, and layering. Parameter scores are then added to yield a combined score that will show the estimated number of treatments needed for satisfactory tattoo fading. Some recommend that the Kirby-Desai scale is used by all laser practitioners prior to starting tattoo removal treatments to help estimate the number of treatments required for tattoo removal and as a predictor of the success of the laser tattoo removal treatments. Prior to 2009, clinicians had no specific basis other than patch testing by which to estimate the number of treatments needed to remove a tattoo, and the use of this scale is now standard practice in laser tattoo removal. Realistic results of laser tattoo fading. At first sight, most laser tattoo advertisements seem to promise seamless total tattoo fading results. Marketers should not be blamed for this initial misconception about laser tattoo removal procedures, because this is what attracts people in the first place. Marketing the real results and the real expectations from the laser treatments would not be very effective and could deter people from inquiring about the treatment to start with. Unfortunately, marketing campaigns focusing on the real results are not very effective in the commercial world, especially when at first sight all the major clinics suggest seamless removal results. Therefore, the common initial expectations of the uninformed client is the complete and seamless removal of the tattoos within one easy session. However, as we know, this is seldom the reality of laser tattoo removal treatments results, as also demonstrated by the terms of business presented prior to the treatments. Illustration 173, example of common tattoo removal advert. These are designed to capture the audience attention. However, these claims cannot reflect what is currently possible to accomplish in reality. As a matter of fact, there are currently no laser tattoo removal devices or techniques which can guarantee consistent, seamless results. It is sometimes possible to remove certain types of tattoos using lasers within one or very few sessions. However, this is the exception and not the norm. Also, very high-intensity treatments make tattoo fading possible for most tattoos in very few sessions. However, this does increase the likelihood of causing intense skin burns, which will lead to permanent, very visible adverse reactions. When the pigments are located too deeply into the dermis, or in case of multi-layer tattoos, seamless removal may be highly unlikely in any case. This is because the ablation has to be carried out so deeply inside the dermis in order to remove all the pigmentation that the likelihood of permanent adverse reactions is very high. Usually, tattoos can be faded to a certain extent. However, complete seamless disappearance is very unlikely. More generally, as a rule of thumb, the higher the points on the Kirby decile scale, the more unlikely a complete seamless removal will be. Conversely, the lower the points, the more likely a seamless removal will be. An example of low points tattoo is permanent makeup, usually removed within 1 to 2 sessions. As we know, laser tattoo fading treatments consist in inflicting a skin burn on the tattooed area in order to scatter the color pigments. The skin does not react well both in the short and long term to skin burns. Therefore, due to the very nature of this type of aesthetic treatment, tattoo removal seamless results are more the exception than the rule. Aware of the high likelihood of permanent adverse reactions to the laser treatment, very few cosmetic clinics are willing to guarantee seamless results, despite the claims, implicit or explicit, made during the advertising campaigns. This is because experienced aesthetic practitioners are very well aware of the nature of laser treatments as well as what it is to be expected from this type of tattoo fading treatments. The real expected results also emerge in the informed consent forms, which clinics use in order to minimize their potential liabilities due to the permanent real adverse reactions. Often there can be skin texture change, which can be permanent, hypopigmentation, color scattering, a trace of previous pigmentation, or the tattoo will not be completely removed as it may be impractical to do so without leaving a scar tissue. The client should be made aware of what is to be expected from tattoo laser fading treatments. Some of the permanent adverse reactions to laser tattoo fading treatments are hypopigmentation associated with some sort of skin texture change is the most common permanent long-term adverse reaction to burns caused by lasers. It does not usually occur after other tattoo fading treatments. Hypopigmentation associated with some sort of skin texture change is the most common permanent long-term adverse reaction to burns caused by lasers. The likelihood of hyperpigmentation is exacerbated in dark skin types, and this is the reason for many mild treatments to be used on dark skin tones. Some clinics even prefer to avoid laser treatments on skin type 4, 5 and 6. Aesthetic cosmetic laser treatment is sometimes avoided on skin types 4, 5 and 6 altogether due to the likelihood of developing hypopigmentation. Those clinics which would perform laser treatments on these darker skin tones perform very mild treatments in order to minimize the likelihood of hypopigmentation. Especially in darker skin tones, the likelihood of hypopigmentation is so high that some cosmetic clinics do not suggest laser treatments at all. In case of dark skin, the aesthetic practitioner may still inform the clients of the inherent potential adverse reactions, especially hypopigmentation, and if the clients agree, they perform the least invasive laser treatment to minimize the risks of hypopigmentation, even if the number of treatments required to achieve the desired results increase dramatically. Hypopigmentation
is very likely to occur, especially after intense multi-wavelength or very high-intensity treatments. It can sometimes be temporary, however, it is mostly permanent. Many people prefer to have hyperpigmentation rather than keeping their unwanted tattoos. Hyperpigmentation is sometimes resolved with permanent camouflage makeup. Illustration 174. Hyperpigmentation left after tattoo fading treatment. Some blue pigments are still present. Most hyperpigmentation are permanent, however, this type of hyperpigmentation will fade slightly over time. On the other hand, the skin texture will unlikely completely blend with the rest of the skin. Hyperpigmentation. This can occur because the tattoo fading treatment also triggers skin regeneration. As it is well known, exposure to sunlight without sonic protection can cause hyperpigmentation. In certain cases, some light tattoo colors, such as yellow or white, can become dark. This paradoxical darkening can lead to an aesthetic change. These colors can be removed with further laser sessions. Permanent skin texture change. This occurs especially after intense laser treatments. This is a common adverse reaction to laser tattoo fading treatments and can also occur after other types of tattoo fading treatments. Can cause scars, especially hypertrophic. The likelihood of hypertrophic scars development is exacerbated by high-intensity treatments using multi-wavelength lasers. However, the main cause of permanent scarring is poor aftercare or predisposition to scarring. This type of adverse reactions can occur after any type of tattoo fading treatments. Keloid formation. This also can occur after any type of tattoo fading treatment. Incomplete, even impossible elimination of all traces of tattoo ink. Polychrome tattoos, multicolor tattoos, in particular pastel color, yellow, and dense or deep tattoo pigmentation are particularly hard to be faded completely. A phantom tattoo residual traces can be observed at the end of the course of several treatments. Phototoxicity of certain types of tattoo pigments. Some tattoo pigments contain metals that could theoretically break down into toxic chemicals inside the body when exposed to light. This has not yet been reported in vivo, but has been shown in laboratory tests. The higher the intensity of the treatment, the more the tattoo pigmentation is scattered by the treatment. However, the more likelihood of developing adverse permanent reactions due to the deep burn caused by the high-intensity laser treatment. Conversely, the milder the treatment, the milder the burn inflicted, the less the pigmentation scattered and the lower the likelihood of developing permanent adverse reactions after each individual treatment. For this reason, most cosmetic clinics prefer to split the removal treatment into several low-intensity treatments. Not only does this minimize the inherent likelihood of developing adverse reactions, but it also increases the overall price of the tattoo faded treatment due to the increased cumulative cost of several sessions. It has to be reminded that although mild treatments minimize the likelihood of adverse reactions, due to the cumulative skin damages caused by the laser burns, also a high number of laser treatments can lead to adverse reactions. In other words, the cumulative damage of several relatively mild laser burns can cause similar adverse permanent reactions to one or few intense laser treatments. Please note that any permanent adverse reaction can occur regardless of the way the treatment has been performed. Sometimes even one relatively mild laser treatment can trigger one or more adverse reactions. Unfortunately, there is no currently known tattoo fading treatment capable of guaranteeing seamless tattoo removal. Hyperpigmentation examples. In this section, we are going to see some real results of laser tattoo fading procedures. Of course, in some cases where the tattoo has a low score in the Kirby Day size scale, the results can be seamless. However, this is not the reality of most tattoo fading treatments, especially those who have a high carbidecile score. The more challenging the tattoo to remove, i.e. the higher the points on the carbidecile scale, the more likely the removal of the tattoo pigments will come at a price of some type of adverse reaction. The more challenging the tattoo to remove, the more likely the removal of the tattoo pigments will come at a cost of some type of adverse reaction. We mainly present those results which display hypopigmentation because this is the most common permanent adverse reaction to laser tattoo removal treatments. Not all laser fading procedures will present adverse reaction, and some tattoos can be removed seamlessly. However, this is only the case in high quality tattoos and those tattoos with a low score of the carbidecile scale. Illustration 175. Typical hypopigmentation and change in skin texture after intense laser treatment. Hypopigmentation is an adverse reaction only peculiar to laser treatments. So far, it has not been reported after any other type of tattoo fading treatment. Hypopigmentation is usually permanent, however, slowly gets better over time. Normal pink hypopigmented skin is found after the normal healing of most wounds. The type of permanent hypopigmentation caused by laser treatments should not be confused with the normal temporary lack of melanin after a normal wound heal. This is because, unfortunately, laser treatments seem to have the inherent tendency of either permanently destroying the melanocytes or somehow permanently inhibit the natural production of melanin. As seen in the figure on the right, lack of melanin can occur in random patches on the area treated by the laser. The higher the intensity of the treatment, the higher the likelihood of this type of adverse reaction. Illustration 176. Scattered hypopigmentation caused by laser treatment. Typically, this is an inherent risk which can be unavoidable at times. The darker the skin type, the higher the likelihood of developing hypopigmentation after tattoo fading treatments. Hypopigmentation is more difficult to be removed or attenuated than most other types of adverse reactions to laser tattoo fading treatments. This is because the inherent lack of melanin, although can improve slightly over time, is permanent, and there are not currently known methods to restore the natural melanin production after it has been inhibited by laser burns. While hyperpigmentation, scarring, keloids, and certain types of skin texture change can be successfully treated in various ways, hypopigmentation can improve slightly over time on its own accord, but unfortunately there are not known aesthetic treatments to reverse it. The most common solution to hypopigmentation is tattoo cover-up or permanent makeup. Illustration 177. Hypopigmentation and variation in skin tone and texture in general is a very common permanent skin reaction to laser tattoo treatments. In the figure above, we can see how the brightest colors are still present after 5 laser treatments. Permanent camouflage makeup is a good solution for those areas rarely exposed to the sunlight. Because exposure to the sun will naturally darken the healthy, normal skin, while the hypopigmented area will not change in color, therefore exposure to the sunlight and artificial tanning may accentuate the aesthetic problem even after the use of cover-up tattoos or permanent makeup. Therefore, tattooing the hypopigmented areas with another color to blend in with the hypopigmented area is the most common solution to this adverse reaction. Illustration 178, a further example of hypopigmentation. As we can see, some pigmentation traces are still present. Due to the high likelihood of change in skin texture, scarring, and hypopigmentation, many people prefer to only fade the tattoo slightly using a laser.
They usually only undergo those treatments that fade the most colors. Electrical thermabrasion tattoo fading. More and more aesthetic practitioners aware of the damaging effects caused by the repeated exposures to lasers for tattoo removal prefer thermal abrasion with and without osmosis to lasers. This has long been done with devices operating in either electrofulguration or electrodesiccation mode. Electrofulguration is the technique we are going to be focusing on this section, which is also recently referred to as fibroblast or plasma tattoo removal. Tattoo removal with electrical thermabrasion fibroblast without osmosis. The first stage to learn when it comes to tattoo removal using electrical arcing is thermabrasion without the use of osmosis. We will look at how osmosis is applied later on in this section. Electrical arcing tattoo removal without osmosis is applied in those cases where the risks of scarring are increased by the use of osmosis. Illustration 179. Watch our video on this topic. Those areas of the body are those parts of the skin subject to continuous stretching and creasing, like knees, wrists, elbows, etc. This is because the continuous creasing and stretching of the skin makes it difficult for the area to heal speedily and therefore more prone to infections and delayed healing. In these cases, the use of electrical arcing or electrical thermabrasion on its own may be the best course of action. However, when we use electrical thermabrasion on its own, the degree of tattoo fading is rather low after each session. In other words, the degree of tattoo fading after each electrical arcing session without osmosis is comparable to that of most Q-switch lasers for tattoo removal procedures. Plasma or fibroblast for tattoo removal with osmosis. If performed correctly, electrofulguration or electrical arcing provides an effective way to remove tattoos while minimizing the number of sessions required to achieve the desired results, also minimizing the risks of collateral damages or scarring. The risks to the skin are minimized drastically because thermal abrasion with osmosis allows attenuating tattoos, in most cases halving the number of sessions required with lasers treatments. Although different tattoos present different levels of difficulty in their effective attenuation, depending on the type of ink and instrumentation used to draw it, experience has shown that thermal abrasion with osmosis can remove tattoos within 2 to 4 sessions. If thermal abrasion is applied without osmosis, the number of sessions required for tattoo removal increased dramatically and the number of treatments and the results can be comparable to those of lasers. Illustration 180. Watch our video on this topic. Therefore, it has to be noticed that there are clinical advantages to using electrical thermal abrasion with osmosis over laser treatment for tattoo removal. Electrical thermal abrasion with osmosis is far more effective and efficient than lasers, and it has the following advantages. Less potential harm to the client because less sessions are required. No collateral damage associated to the repeated use of lasers on the skin. The cost of the instruments required for tattoo removal are a fraction of specialized tattoo removal lasers. Additionally, from a clinical standpoint, it is important to try and find any possible way to minimize the number of exposures to burns or to any similar skin reabrasions. The more the skin is exposed to laser treatments or any other thermal abrasion techniques, the more damage can be caused to the skin. Since fibroblast with osmosis drastically reduces the number of sessions required to achieve the desired tattoo fading results, it is usually one of the best options. The importance of salation or osmosis when using fibroblasting for tattoo removal. Celebration or salation is one of the first known effective techniques to remove tattoos, and it has been around for several hundreds of years. Originally, celebration was used by literally rubbing the tattoo using salt until the upper part of the dermis became exposed to the sodium chloride.
Modern technology has not made this technique obsolete because it is still more effective than most Q-switch lasers and inexpensive on top of it. Thermal skin resurfacing before applying salt is key for effectively applying the osmotic effect induced by the sodium chloride. Illustration 181. Watch our video on this topic. When it comes to tattoo removal or tattoo fading, the most important part of electrical thermabrasion with osmosis is the osmosis itself. This is the most important ingredient in the recipe of tattoo fading using electrical arcing or fibroblast. Without osmosis, the results would be poor comparable to those with Q-switch lasers. However, whenever mentioning the use of salt for tattoo fading or tattoo removal, people firstly raise their eyebrows. What do you mean by salt? Yes, we mean sodium chloride, nothing fancy. Too simple and too down to earth to be taken seriously at first, but once you see the results, you will take it extremely seriously because it outperforms any expensive Q-switch lasers results, not by a little, but by miles. The results of only one tattoo removal session using electrical arcing coupled with osmosis is often as good as 4 to 5 laser sessions. The inherent simplicity of osmosis is possibly the reason for this technique, although several times more effective than most expensive Q-switch lasers, not to be as popular as lasers tattoo removal. The first time we saw the results after one session of tattoo removal using electrical arcing with osmosis, we were gobsmacked. The results were several times better than with any other laser. Also, as we will see, the use of salt is not as straightforward as the use of lasers alone, and you have to time it well. Too long of an application, the higher the risks of scarring. Too short the duration, the less the tattoo fading. Like with laser treatment, thermal abrasion causes the color pigments to be broken down and reabsorbed. However, the protocol of thermal abrasion involves also packing the area treated with sodium chloride for a period of half to a full hour after thermal abrasion. The timing of the application of sodium chloride depends on whether fine salt or a salt paste is used. Sodium chloride is applied because it causes osmosis. Osmosis draws the broken tattoo pigments to the surface of the skin, removing them from the deeper part of the dermis. In other words, the osmotic process pulls out as much as broken pigments as possible, so that the more of the unwanted pigments will be trapped in the scab, which will subsequently form during healing. Osmosis, therefore, facilitates and further speeds up the tattoo discoloration process and hence eventual removal whenever possible. In other words, tattoo salation has the effect of drawing up the color pigments towards the surface of the skin. This is usually why this technique is also referred to as tattoo osmosis. Illustration 182. Watch our video on this topic. Salation or osmosis has also its degree of treatment intensity. The longer the sodium chloride is left on the exposed tattoo, the more the color pigments are drawn towards the surface. Therefore, the more the tattoo will fade after each treatment. The intensity of the treatment using sodium chloride on its own is mainly dependent on the duration of the application of the salt on the tattoo itself. Additionally, osmosis can be carried out in two main ways: by applying a dense paste made of sterile saline solution and sterile fine sodium chloride. This has relatively high intensity results if compared to applying only sterile fine salt. Also, the longer the salt is applied on the tattoo, the higher the intensity of the treatment. By applying sterile fine salt on its own, the salt is usually applied on the tattoo for a predetermined period of time. The duration of the sodium chloride application has a direct impact on the intensity of the treatment. The longer the salt is applied, the higher the treatment intensity and the more the osmotic effect on the tattoo pigments. Therefore, the more the fading of the tattoo after each session. Keeping the time of application the same, the two different osmosis methods have different osmosis intensity. Generally, the sterile sodium chloride paste has stronger efficacy than fine sterile salt on its own. This is why a sterile paste of sodium chloride is used for permanent makeup removal. In permanent makeup removal, it is not practical to bandage the area treated due to the location of the tattoo. Therefore, the sterile paste is applied so that the osmotic effect is so strong that the application is only a few minutes in order to achieve the desired result. Why using electrical arcing for skin resurfacing before celebration or osmosis? Radiofrequency or electrical arcing devices have the double function of removing the epidermal layer necessary for the osmosis to take place and also heat up and break down the tattoo pigments at the same time. In other words, electrical arcing devices have the double effect of not only performing the required skin abrasion necessary for the osmotic effect to take place, but it also breaks down part of the tattoo pigments. The latter contributes to speeding up the tattoo fading process. Illustration 183. Watch our video on this topic. Not only plasma fibroblast devices, but also other devices can be used for effective resurfacing before applying insulation or osmosis, such as microdermabrasion devices, microneedling devices injecting saline salt solution directly into the dermis, and any method currently known to expose the upper dermal layer. The upper dermal layer needs to be exposed for the osmosis to be effective. Osmosis on its own is not sufficient in order to remove or fade the tattoo pigments. If the sodium chloride is not in contact with the dermis, or at least upper dermis, in order to induce an effective osmosis, no tattoo fading will take place. There are several ways to remove the epidermal layer and allow the salt to get in contact with the tattoo pigments. The use of electrical arcing, also referred to as plasma, and the use of radiofrequency devices is one of the best options due to the fact that fibroblasting causes the dermabrasion necessary to expose the dermis, and also it injects heat into the skin at the same time helping break down the tattoo pigments. This is because the electrical arcing have the double effect of not only abrading the area like microdermabrasion, etc., but also it has the effect of breaking down the tattoo pigments by using the heat injected by the electrical arc. Because of this thermal effect, the broken pigments will be more easily drawn to the surface by the osmotic effects. Intensity of the treatment when using fibroblasting before osmosis. Usually it is the tattoo removal practitioner the one who decides the degree of ablation and the intensity of the treatment. This is done assessing the client's desires and the aesthetic practitioner's own previous experience. For example, if the client is happy incurring a higher likelihood of developing a scar but going through fewer treatments, then a higher degree of ablation can be carried out. The intensity of the electrical thermabrasion is controlled by the depth of the ablation. This is in turn controlled by three factors: the power level of the arc, the sweeping speed of the arc during the spraying operation, and of course the number of passes on the area. The deeper the ablation, the more the tattoo will fade after each treatment. This is keeping the intensity of the osmosis the same. Remember that the intensity of the osmosis is dependent on the salt application duration and whether fine salt is applied or the saline paste. The electrical arc ablation for tattoo removal or tattoo fading can be carried out at different intensities. The first level of intensity consists in simply removing the epidermis. This is done by setting the specific device at very low power levels to ablate the epidermal layer and then removing the carbon residues with a cotton pad impregnated with non-flammable antiseptic. This is repeated until the carbon residues are removed and the upper dermis is exposed. This alone will suffice to then apply osmosis either by applying the sterile salt or the sterile salt paste. The second level of intensity consists not only in removing the epidermal layer as required by the epidermal abrasion necessary for the osmotic effect to take place, but also break down the tattoo pigments inside the dermal layer where they reside. This can be done in stages by first removing the epidermal layer as described above and then spraying the Voltaic arc Fibroblast into the already exposed upper dermal layer. This has the function of breaking down the tattoo pigments inside the dermis. This technique is called double pass. This is because the aesthetic practitioner is required to perform two passes on the tattoo in order to apply the osmosis. The first pass is used to remove the epidermis and it exposes the upper dermis. The second pass is used to break down the pigments by spraying the electrical arc directly on the dermal layer, which is now being exposed. Two passes in total, hence the term double pass. Illustration 184. Watch our video on this topic. Please note that the second intensity level, double pass, can be carried out also by directly increasing the power level of the electrical arcing device to the point where the arc instantly carbonizes the epidermal layer and injects the required heat into the dermal layer to break down the tattoo pigments all at the same time. In other words, the pigments rooted deeply inside the dermis can be broken down with a single ablation. This is done by setting the device at a relative high power level and hence the arc has enough power to reach and break down the pigments located in the lower part of the dermis within a single pass. The tattoo pigments can be also distributed relatively deeply inside the dermis, therefore a deeper ablation can be required in order to have an impact on the deeper pigments. In order to do this, usually a double pass is performed on the upper dermis. When this is done normally, the area treated starts bleeding. This is normal. Please bear in mind that the deeper the ablation, the higher the likelihood of permanent adverse reactions, including scarring. Adverse reactions to tattoo removal by applying electrical thermoablation with osmosis. It has been extensively shown that thermal abrasion with osmosis is very effective in removing tattoos without leaving any scars and within only a few sessions, and in doing so, it is more effective than most Q-switched lasers. However, scars could develop when thermal abrasion had been carried out to cause extensive damage to the dermis. The treated area had become infected. The client has a particular predisposition to developing keloids or hypertrophic scars. One of the main differences between this type of treatment and laser tattoo removal is that with electrical thermoablation, the likelihood of contracting an infections are higher. This is because the treatment will leave an open wound which during the healing process is susceptible to localized inflammatory infections. On the other hand, lasers only cause a burn which is not easily susceptible to infections. Illustration 185. You can see the characteristic temporary hypertrophic scar formation which will eventually disappear. This is a very common temporary reaction to fibroblast with osmosis. The main adverse reaction is scarring caused by infections contracted after a tattoo removal procedure during the healing process. Scarring can happen if the treatment has been carried out at too high intensity overall, or the treated area has contracted an inflammatory infection. Although the former eventuality has been rarely reported as being the root cause of scarring, the latter is more likely to be the leading cause of scarring. This is because a prolonged infection can cause sometimes severe damage to the dermis, hence being the real cause of scarring. The likelihood of infections are easily minimized by using the appropriate aftercare and keeping the area clean until the scab have formed fully. Once the scabs have formed, the likelihood of contracting a localized inflammatory infection is very low because the scab poses an effective barrier to bacteria and avoids infections. Illustration 186. In this picture, we can see a small hypertrophic formation of the area treated with electrical arcing and osmosis. In this particular case, the area was on the waistline and an infection had occurred. This small hypertrophic formation disappeared on its own accord. The scab must not be removed forcefully by picking it or otherwise. These scabs are usually relatively thick and sometimes contain a relatively large amount of the tattoo color removed by the procedure. A common adverse reaction of osmosis is the formation of a temporary hypertrophic scar. This forms especially if the area has been subject to an infection, but it can also form even if an infection has not occurred. Usually, this hypertrophic formation subsides on its own accord over a few weeks. So far, no cases of hypopigmentation have been reported after fibroblast with osmosis. As we know, hypopigmentation is a common adverse reaction to lasers tattoo removal treatments, and if it occurs after laser treatments, it is permanent. Hyperpigmentation is also possible after the use of electrical arcing with osmosis. This is because this treatment involves skin regeneration and skin resurfacing. All skin resurfacing treatments require total sun protection in order to avoid hyperpigmentation. Hence, in order to minimize this likelihood, the client must avoid direct sun exposure while applying sunscreen up to 3 months after the last treatment, like after any other type of plasma aesthetic treatment. About the results. How many treatments are required to remove a tattoo? After electrical thermabrasion with osmosis, the tattoo fades according to the type of tattoo and its location on the body, and mainly also depending on the overall intensity of the treatment. Usually, the higher the overall intensity of the treatment, the more the pigments are drawn from the dermis into the eventual scab. Usually the scab will visibly contain the colors of the tattoo that has been treated. The higher the intensity of the treatment, the more the pigments inside the scab. It is not unusual to see scabs containing green, yellow and blue colors after the treatment of multicolor tattoos. The aesthetic practitioner has double control over the intensity of the overall treatment by varying the intensity of the electrical thermabrasion treatment and the osmosis intensity. As we have seen, tattoos are all different. The usual rule of the lower the points on the Kirby-Desai scale, the more quickly the tattoo will be faded or removed still applies. Always remember that it is sometimes impractical to achieve complete removal of the tattoo without leaving a scar. However, all tattoos are often faded more easily than otherwise would with lasers due to the double fading effect of the electrical thermabrasion with osmosis. The average number of treatments required varies between 1 to 3 for an average tattoo. In general, one medium intensity treatment can fade the equivalent amount of 4 Q-switched tattoo removal laser sessions. In other words, on average, one treatment with electrical thermoabrasion with osmosis is the equivalent of 4 laser tattoo removal sessions. How much of an area can be treated at one time? Like with laser treatments, also in electrical thermoabrasion with osmosis, large tattoos are split into different small areas in order to fade it. There is no limit to the size of area which can be treated using electrical thermoabrasion with osmosis. The wider the area treated, the more likely it is to contract an infection due to the extent of the area treated. The larger the area treated, the more difficult it is to protect the wound against bacterial infections during the healing process. It is up to the aesthetic practitioner to decide what may be appropriate for each individual case. Illustration 187. Watch our video on this topic. Multicolor tattoos. As we know, multicolor tattoos are very challenging to be faded with lasers. Some colors cannot be faded by lasers at all. This is not the case using electrical plasma with osmosis because this type of treatment is color blind and it is capable to fade all tattoo colors indiscriminately. Since this type of treatment is color blind, it is one of the preferred methods to fade multicolor tattoos. It is not unusual to see scabs literally green or yellow depending on the colors of the original tattoo. Tattoo removal aftercare. Aftercare after tattoo removal with electrical arcing and osmosis is very important but very simple at the same time. 1. Keep the area clean. 2. Do not use any creams on the area. 3. Do not use any bandaging on the area treated or any plaster. This is because bandaging or plasters can cause a warm, moist environment where bacteria proliferate and hence cause infections and delayed healing. 4. Disinfect periodically up until the area has developed a scab. Illustration 188. Watch our video on this topic. Remember that scabs should not be picked and must peel off on their own accord. Healing time. The healing time depends on the overall intensity of the treatment. The higher the overall intensity of the treatment, the longer the treated area will take in order to recover fully. Usually the scab forms within 3 to 4 days from the treatment and fall off on its own accord within 10 days. However, the area may still feel tender to the touch, in general up to a few weeks after the scab has fallen off. Generally, the healing time, provided that the area is not infected, occurs within a maximum of 10 days and it is marked by the scabs falling off on their own accord. Tattoo removal with and without osmosis. Electrical thermal abrasion fibroblast with osmosis. The preferred operational method for this procedure is electrofulguration because the ablation requires to be very superficial. If performed correctly, electrofulguration or electrical arcing provides an effective way to remove tattoos while minimizing the number of sessions required to achieve the desired results, also minimizing the risks of collateral damages or scarring. The risks to the skin are minimized drastically because thermal abrasion with osmosis allows removing tattoos, in most cases halving the number of sessions otherwise required with laser treatments. Illustration 189. Watch our video on this topic. Although different tattoos present different levels of difficulty in their removal, depending on the type of ink and instrumentation used to draw it, experience has shown that thermal abrasion with osmosis can remove tattoos within 3 to 6 sessions on average per area treated. If thermal abrasion is applied without osmosis, the number of sessions required for tattoo removal increase dramatically and the number of treatments and results can be comparable to those of lasers. Therefore, it has to be noted that there are clinical advantages of using thermal abrasion with osmosis over laser treatment for tattoo removal. Thermal abrasion with osmosis is more effective and efficient than lasers, and it has the following advantages. Less potential harm to the client because less sessions are required. No collateral damage associated to the repeated use of lasers on the skin. The cost of the instruments required for tattoo removal are a fraction of specialized tattoo removal lasers. Why thermal abrasion with osmosis more than halves the number of sessions required compared with conventional laser removal equipment? Like with laser treatment, thermal abrasion causes the color pigments to be broken down. However, the protocol of thermal abrasion involves also packing the area treated with sodium chloride for a period of half to a full hour after thermal abrasion. Illustration 109. Click here to watch the video. The sodium chloride is applied because it causes osmosis. Osmosis draws the broken tattoo pigments to the surface, removing them from the deeper part of the dermis. It therefore facilitates and further speeds up the tattoo discoloration and hence eventual removal. Additionally, from a clinical standpoint, it is important to try and find any possible way to minimize the number of exposures to burns or to any similar skin abrasions. The more the skin is exposed to laser treatment or any other thermal abrasion techniques, the more damage is caused to the skin. Adverse reactions to tattoo removal by applying electrical thermal abrasion with osmosis. It has been extensively shown that thermal abrasion with osmosis is very effective in removing tattoos without leaving any scars and within only a few sessions. However, scars could develop when thermal abrasion has been carried out to cause extensive damage to the dermis, the treated area had become infected, the client has a particular predisposition to developing keloid and hypertrophic scars. Tattoo removal with electrical thermoabrasion fibroblast without osmosis. In those areas where the risks of scarring are increased by the use of osmosis, then only thermoabrasion should be used. Permanent makeup removal. This section will only cover eyebrow permanent makeup removal. No tests have been performed on permanent makeup elsewhere on the face. Therefore, it is advisable to limit your permanent makeup removal treatments to tattooed eyebrows. This type of treatment is generally carried out to correct previous work done by permanent makeup artists. Permanent makeup removal is much easier than normal tattoo removal. Normally, both the equipment and the pigmentation used for permanent makeup are of very high quality. Therefore, the removal of permanent makeup is normally much easier than the removal of normal tattoos for a number of reasons. High standards of the equipment and pigmentation used to apply the permanent makeup in the first place. The better the quality of the work already carried out, the easier it becomes to remove the permanent pigmentation. The area covered by the permanent makeup is usually very small compared to most other types of tattoos, making permanent makeup removal even easier due to the very small area to treat. From experience, for example, permanent makeup on the eyebrows is removed within 1 to 2 sessions if using osmosis. Our electrical arcing device removal protocol. Our device setting, minimum power level. Use the spray operation to gently break down the tattoo pigments as shown in the video above. From time to time, remove the carbon residues. Remember that this treatment has to be performed so that the ablation is only superficial. If you notice some bleeding, this may be the sign that you have already ablated enough by going too deep into the dermis. Remember that the ablation has to be very superficial. Once you have finished your ablation using the electrical arcing, apply a purpose-made paste of sterile fine salt and sterile saline solution. There is no need to apply any occlusion by bandaging of plasters. Please remember that the intensity of the treatment is also very much dependent on the duration of the application of the sterile saline paste. The longer you keep the paste on the area, the more the osmosis intensity, and consequently the better the removal results. However, please do not exceed the duration of 20 minutes. Once you remove the paste, disinfect the area with a mild antiseptic. Do not use any bandaging or any plasters to cover the area during healing. The treated area will start scabbing 2 to 3 days after the treatment. In the unlikely case the scabbing does not occur within this time frame, this may be a sign that ongoing complications are underway, generally infections. If this is the case, all efforts have to be made to cure the infection in order to avoid scarring. Any scabs must fall off by themselves and must not be picked. Repeat the treatment after 8 weeks if required. Pre-treatment. Here we're going to show you the prerequisites which must be met before undergoing the aesthetic treatments using electrical arcing or electrical lasers. Client's prerequisites to be eligible for the treatment. In order for the client to qualify to undergo the aesthetic treatment using electrical arcing or aesthetic lasers, the following prerequisites must be met first. The client must be in good health at the time of the treatment with no underlying chronic health conditions. If the client displays signs of cold or flu, the treatment must be postponed. Those with problems of keloids, skin burns or diabetes should not undergo these aesthetic procedures. Area to be treated should not have undergone any previous medical treatment or cosmetic laser treatment. The client must not have taken any medicine for at least 7 days before undergoing the aesthetic treatment. The client must not have undergone any depigmentation treatment for at least 3 months. The client should not be waiting for a doctor appointment. The client must not display any tanning at the time of the treatment. This is especially important for tattoo removal or permanent makeup removal. The client must not display herpes simplex or not have had herpes simplex in the past, even if dormant at the time of the treatment. In case of clients with herpes simplex, a full antiviral course should be completed before starting the aesthetic treatment. If the client wears a pacemaker, avoid treatment with electrical arcing, consult the pacemaker manufacturer and contact the specific electrical arcing device manufacturer for advice. Before applying the numbing product. Before applying the numbing product, if any, remove all makeup from the face thoroughly by using normal makeup removal procedures. Once we have removed all makeup, apply an appropriate non-flammable antiseptic on a clean cotton pad and gently rub the area you are going to treat with the electrical arcing device. At that point, you can apply the appropriate numbing product. Patch testing. Patch testing should always be performed before starting most aesthetic treatments using AC Voltaic arcing. This is because the patch testing can demonstrate that if the aftercare is performed correctly, the skin will recover well and there are no adverse reactions to the particular aesthetic treatment. However, in case of any benign moles or skin lesions removal, including some plasma, seborrheic keratosis, syringoma, etc., patch testing is not strictly required. This is due to the fact that the inherent nature of the treatment does not allow it. Additionally, no aesthetic treatment aiming at removing any benign moles or skin lesions can guarantee scar-free results. The key to patch testing is to carry out in a small part of the skin the particular aesthetic procedure in the same way and using the same treatment intensity you would when you then perform the treatment during the full aesthetic procedure. For example, if you intend to perform tattoo removal without using osmosis, using an electrical arcing device using a certain equipment configuration, then you only need to carry out the same procedure on a smaller part of the tattoo. In the video below, you can see a typical example of a patch test before carrying out a full tattoo removal procedure using electrical arcing with osmosis. The time required for the complete patch testing, including applying sterile sodium chloride, is less than 5 minutes. Illustration 192. Click here to watch the video. Although the seasoned beauty practitioner can be tempted to carry out full procedures without the use of any patch testing based on one's extensive experience, from time to time, any particular client can either overlook the aftercare or accidentally contract an infection, or some adverse reactions could develop. At that point, the experience of the patch test previously carried out provides the peace of mind of knowing that no adverse reactions can be attributable to the treatment per se, provided that the treatment is carried out in a similar way as it was carried out during the patch test. Use of numbing products before the treatment. It is advisable to numb the area before carrying out any aesthetic treatment using electrical arcing devices for aesthetic reasons. This is not always strictly required, however, it is advisable for the client's comfort. Also, because the client is at ease while the area to be treated is numb, the treatment can be carried out speedily and with ease. Not all kinds of numbing solutions are appropriate for all the types of aesthetic treatments possible with electrical arcing. For example, injectable local anesthetics are purposely avoided in skin tightening as they can interfere with the final results and may lead to adverse reactions. However, electrical arcing has been used for several years for the removal of all sorts of benign skin lesions, leading to good results and no direct known cause for concern if using injectable local anesthetics. Note that in many countries, only medical practitioners are usually authorized to use injectable local anesthetics. Illustration 193. The 3 steps to applying correctly most numbing products available on the market without a prescription. The preferred numbing option is the use of topical products. The advantage of using topical numbing products is that they are available for all kinds of treatments with electrical arcing, including moles and benign skin lesions removal. The main type of numbing topical product available on the market depends on the local legislation. Different professionals are allowed to use different products in each country. Consult local legislation for further information. Illustration 194. Occlusion applied to the numbing cream to amplify the numbing effects of the active ingredients in most topical numbing products available without a prescription. A very common topical numbing product available on the market in most parts of Europe, including the UK, is EMLA. EMLA is available in 5% formulations from most chemists in the UK. This is a product which can be purchased and used without a medical prescription. Because of this, EMLA is also the preferred numbing product used by tattoo artists for tattooing and performing body piercing. EMLA is used by applying the cream on the area you intend to treat and covering the cream with normal cling film. The same cling film which you can purchase from any supermarket. The cling film is applied in order to cause an occlusion effect which will amplify the effects of the numbing active ingredients in EMLA numbing cream. The area is left to rest for approximately 40 to 45 minutes in order to achieve the desired numbing effects. In our eyelid training videos, we can see how, although the aesthetic treatment has started on other parts of the face, the product has not been removed from the orbital region because eyelid tightening would be carried out a few minutes later. Unfortunately, although available without prescription from any chemist in the UK, EMLA requires a relatively long application time in order to become effective, and it is not generally very effective if the cling film is not applied on top of the cream occlusion. If you attempt to start the aesthetic treatment before the 40 minutes required for the product to become effective, the area may not be numb enough in order to carry out the aesthetic treatment in ease and comfort. Illustration 195, occlusion applied using a purpose-made patch available from most chemists. Additionally, the topical effects of the EMLA formulation end within 5 to 10 minutes from the time the cling film is removed and the EMLA residues wiped off. Therefore, the window of time while you can perform the aesthetic treatment in comfort is relatively brief. Medical topical numbing products. Some medical practitioners can be authorized to use other topical numbing products. The formulation that has been extensively and successfully used by medical practitioners who use electrical arcing devices for aesthetic purposes is the following topical custom formulated product. Formulation active ingredients: lidocaine 20%, prilocaine 5%, tetracaine 5%. This topical numbing product is either made in a gel or cream formulation. In European countries like Italy and Spain, this is made by most local chemists who also have an internal licensed laboratory to manufacture these types of products. In Europe, this type of topical formulation can only be sold under medical prescription, therefore under the sole responsibility of the medical practitioner who orders the product. Due to current regulations, this is a product which can be used by medical practitioners only or under their direct supervision. The main advantage of using this type of formulation is that the desired numbing effects are achieved almost immediately and are so good that the client will feel a tingling sensation when the electrical arc is applied. The area where the formulation is applied becomes numb within 5 to 10 minutes after the application. Please note that this type of products are not meant to be completely absorbed. Therefore, all you have to do is applying the cream or gel on the area you intend to treat and leave the product to work. With this formulation, there will be no need to apply a cling film because the product itself will be strong enough to achieve the desired numbing effects in a relatively short time frame. Additionally, the numbing effect lasts longer than those products available over the counter. Illustration 196. Click here to watch this video. In the video above, you can see an example of a professional custom-made topical numbing product applied on the perioral area in order to numb the skin before perioral lines attenuation treatment. As you can see, occlusion is not necessary. The numbing effects start within 5 minutes from the application of the cream. The specific treatment you see in the video is atrophic scar attenuation. In case whenever you start the treatment on a relatively large area on a tattoo, for instance, remember to remove the topical anesthetic in small sections. The common mistake made by beginners is to remove all the numbing product all at once. For example, if the topical anesthetic has been placed on both upper eyelids, the untrained beginner usually removes the cream on both eyelids before starting the treatment. The main problem is that the effect of the topical numbing product does not last long. In case of EMLA, only 5 to 10 minutes at most. Therefore, the effect of the topical anesthetic could start to fade before the end of the treatment, making the procedure very cumbersome. For eyelid tightening and similar skin tightening procedures using electrical arcing, the use of local injectable anesthetic must be avoided, even if the beauty practitioner is authorized to use them. To summarize, the use of appropriate topical numbing products is advisable before any treatment using electrical arcing, while the use of injectable local anesthetic is not strictly needed and sometimes must be avoided, especially for eyelid tightening. Given the fact that topical numbing products are generally easy to use and are sufficient for all types of aesthetic procedures using electrical arcing, the use of injectable local anesthetics, although possible for some treatments, are not generally justifiable while using electrical arcing for aesthetic applications. Aftercare. In general, aftercare is much more important than the way in which the aesthetic treatment is performed. This does not apply only to equipment that generates electrical arcs, but also applies to lasers, cosmetic peels, and other aesthetic treatments. This is simply because if the area is not kept clean, the likelihood of developing an infection increases. In this section, we will learn all about the best possible aftercare, the type of antiseptic which are recommended, the optimal soothing treatments and warnings. The post-treatment to any of the aesthetic treatments described in this book is very simple. Most importantly, the area you treated must be kept clean in order to avoid infections until the part has recovered completely, i.e. the scabs have formed and fallen off by themselves or the peeling effects have ended. This occurs within 10 days from the aesthetic treatment. This alone will suffice as aftercare. All other aftercare treatments are not strictly required, as the body will naturally take care of the healing process. Illustration 197. Click here to watch the training video. It is also important to avoid exposing the treated area directly to the sun for at least 2 to 3 months after the aesthetic procedure. Broad spectrum sunscreen must be applied every day on the area treated. Although the likelihood of hyperpigmentation is low, it cannot be completely eliminated, and it is exacerbated by excessive sun exposure too early, even while using total sunscreen. Sunscreen can be applied as soon as any scabs which have formed have fallen off on its own accord. Aftercare main points. In general, after aesthetic treatments using lasers, electrical arcing, or professional cosmetic peels, keep the area clean and avoid infections until the scabs are formed. If they form, do not pick the scabs and let them fall off by themselves. If the old skin layer is peeling off, do not force it off on purpose. Do not apply any makeup, even mineral, until the scabbing or peeling effect has ended and or any scabs which might have formed have fallen off by themselves. Do not apply any plasters on the treated areas, as doing so can also delay the natural healing progression and increase the likelihood of undesired effects. Avoid sun exposure and wear broad spectrum sunblock on the treated area. This has to be done after any scabs which might have formed have fallen off by themselves. Please note that despite the fact that the appropriate sunblock has been worn, direct exposure to intense light sources must be avoided in any cases for 3 months after the last treatment. Illustration 198. Click here to watch the training video. Antiseptic benzalkonium chloride solutions. The use of any flammable and alcohol-based antiseptics are strictly forbidden during the use of electrical arcing for aesthetic purposes. This is because flammable antiseptics can ignite during the treatment, therefore causing various hazards. Also, the type of antiseptic used for aftercare has to be fit for purpose. Some antiseptics are too aggressive, hence not suitable as aftercare products after the use of electrical arcing for aesthetic purposes. Why it is important to use antiseptic regularly after these treatments. Although the aesthetic treatment has been carried out correctly and the area is virtually free from any real likelihood of infections at the time of the treatment, the area will be subject to atmospheric agents and in contact with non-sterile garments while recovering. While the client will have to make sure that all necessary infections hazards are avoided, some degree of contact with non-sterile objects or garments can sometimes be unavoidable. Therefore, the treated area should be cleaned periodically with an appropriate antiseptic until the scabs have formed. Benzalkonium chloride solutions have been shown to be not only effective but leading to the best results if used appropriately. The recommended active ingredient in the antiseptic to be used for these types of treatments is benzalkonium chloride. Antiseptic solutions containing benzalkonium chloride are widely available on the market. The concentrations are usually between 0.17% and 0.2%. In the UK, these types of antiseptics can be found at any chemist. The most common brand is Dettol Antiseptic Wash, 0.198%. These products or equivalent custom solutions should be used to clean the treated area in the morning, early afternoon, and evening before going to sleep. No other types of antiseptics should be used. If alcohol-based or other antiseptics are used, then there could be some increased likelihood of undesired reactions. Wash the treated area twice a day, in the morning and before bedtime, using benzalkonium chloride solutions. Increase the number of washes if necessary. Remember to dry very gently without rubbing the area, using very clean towel, preferably sterile dressing. Do not apply occlusion using plasters of any type. Optimal soothing treatment. Apply the appropriate soothing product immediately after you have finished the treatment. Please note that soothing products are most appropriate for upper eyelid tightening. This will minimize the perceived downtime by minimizing the swelling. For all other aesthetic applications of Voltaic arcing, the use of soothing products is not strictly necessary. After all, significant swelling only appears after eyelid tightening and not after other aesthetic treatments possible with electrical arcing. For this reason, the use of soothing products should be avoided in all other aesthetic treatments and be only used after upper eyelid tightening. If infections are contracted soon after the treatment, they could increase the likelihood of scarring. Picking the scabs can cause scars and/or hypopigmentation. The more the client is exposed to sunlight, including other artificial lights, even while wearing broad-spectrum sunblock, the higher the risks of hyperpigmentation. Wearing camouflage makeup and other type of makeup before the scabs have formed and fallen off can result in delayed recovery, hypopigmentation, and red dots where the Voltaic spots were applied, and increase the risks of infections and hence scarring. During the recovery period, while the scabbing is still to form, there is a general temptation of using cover-up makeup of any makeup to resume the normal day-to-day activities immediately. This should be avoided. One of the main problems of makeup is the fact that makeup products are not meant to be sterile. Therefore, the use of non-sterile products in the area that is still recovering from the aesthetic procedure will increase the likelihood of infections, which may eventually result in scarring. Do not apply any plasters to cover the treated area. Do not use antibiotic products as means of preventing infections. The use of antibiotic products as means of prevention is not recommended by the wider scientific community because it can increase the future bacterial resistance. Do not use any medicinal products during the aftercare unless prescribed by a medical practitioner. The use of any type of aftercare, both at the chemist, may not always be fit for purpose and hence increase the likelihood of undesired reactions. Therefore, if in doubt, do not use any drugs, cosmetic, healing balms, etc. that you can buy off the shelf. Make sure the product is fit for purpose first. Hot and cold plasma. Overview of difference between hot and cold plasma. The definition of hot plasma or cold plasma is dependent on the temperature at the carbonization point. In aesthetic treatments and medicine, the carbonization point is where the electrical arc meets the surface of the skin or the soft tissue, dehydrating it quickly into carbon. In aesthetic treatments and medicine, the carbonization point is where the electrical arc meets the surface of the skin or the soft tissue, dehydrating it quickly into carbon. When the electrical arc strikes, the temperature at the carbonization point is proportional to the energy associated with the arc. In turn, the energy associated with the electrical arc is dependent on the dielectric strength of the medium used, normally ambient air. Generally, the higher the dielectric strength, the higher the energy required to create the electrical arc. In case of most plasma devices, for aesthetic applications, the medium used is ambient air. As we know, the air normally behaves as an insulator due to its inherent high dielectric strength. Air is generally behaving as an insulator, and it takes a relatively high amount of energy to generate an electrical arc in air. Illustration 199. The desiccation or carbonization layer is the layer of the skin which experiences the local highest temperatures. Carbonization also occurs when using cold plasma. This is because the energy required for the arc to take place in high dielectric strength material is relatively high. This is why the energy associated to the electrical arc in air is generally high power. Conversely, the lower the dielectric strength, the lower the energy associated to the arc. Therefore, the energy required to strike the electrical arc is relatively low, and hence low energy allows lower temperatures at the carbonization point. For this reason, one of the most common ways to produce low energy arcs and consequently cold plasma is the use of carrier gases with a relatively low dielectric strength. Generally, hot plasma is defined as such when electrical arc takes place in air. This is because the temperature of the electrical arc in air at the carbonization point is relatively high. So what is generated by over 90% of devices in the market is hot plasma, because the arc is in air and the temperature of the arc is relatively high. When the temperature at the carbonization point is reduced to a certain factor, we refer to it as cold plasma. Illustration 200. Cold plasma example, plasma in argon. The arc is far more stable and looks almost like a flame. The temperature at the point of contact of the arc with the skin is not as high as in the case of arcing in air, because the energy associated with the arc is lower. As we will see, the reduction of the temperature at the carbonization point is possible in various ways. What is hot plasma? Hot plasma is that electrical arc generated in atmospheric air. In other words, hot plasma is electrical arcing which takes place in ambient air without the use of any carrier gases. It is the same electrical spark you see generated by most devices in the marketplace. Also, because air is made up mostly by nitrogen, some marketers refer to this type of electrical arc as nitrogen plasma. Illustration 201. Lightning is an example of hot plasma. The energy and temperature at the striking point is so high that it can cause serious damage. The temperature at the carbonization point is very high, over 1000 degrees centigrade. The high temperature is localized at the carbonization point, and this high temperature occurs because the dielectric strength of air is relatively high, hence the air usually behaves as an insulator. In order to generate an electrical arc in air, a relatively high amount of energy is required. In other words, to convert the air from an insulator into a conductor, which is actually the phenomenon of plasma or electrical arcing, a relatively high amount of energy is required. Hence, the electrical plasma in air carries a relatively high amount of energy relative to other types of plasma, like plasma in argon. Therefore, the energy associated to plasma in air is relatively high. High energy, high temperature, high heat transfer. This is the type of plasma we find in most common plasma or electrical arcing devices for medical and aesthetic purposes. The high temperature at the carbonization point makes the arc painful during the aesthetic procedures, therefore the requirement for numbing products for the treatment. Illustration 202. The temperatures of electrical arcing in air are extremely high. In case of lightning, the temperature at the striking point is extremely high. It can set a tree on fire. In hot plasma, the amount of heat transferred into the dermal layer is relatively high compared to cold plasma. To summarize, hot plasma in aesthetic treatments is more painful than cold plasma. This is because the temperature at the carbonization point is relatively high. The heat transfer to the dermal layer is relatively high. The cross-section of the carbonization point is relatively small. What are carrier gases in plasma? Carrier gases are those gases which have a dielectric strength lower than air. A lower dielectric strength means that the arc can take place more easily than in air. These gases require less energy than air to become ionized, become conductor. This means that the energy associated to the arc is lower. The temperature at the point of contact between the arc and the skin is also lower. The type of gases are inert, non-flammable, and non-poisonous. The most common carrier gas used for this type of application is argon. This is because argon is relatively inexpensive, it has a low dielectric strength, it is inert, non-flammable, and non-poisonous. For the above reasons, argon has been used for several years in aesthetics and medicine. The advantage of using a carrier gas is that the plasma generated is much more stable, delivers less energy, and so less painful than normal hot plasma. The arc in argon is easier to sustain, and the diameter of the surface contact between the arc and the skin is larger. Illustration 203. Argon has far lower breakdown voltage than air. What is cold plasma? As we know, hot plasma is the electrical arc in air. Air is normally an insulator, relatively high dielectric strength. Therefore, the energy required to generate the arc is relatively high. This causes high temperatures at the point of contact between the skin and the electric arc. In order to stabilize the arc and facilitate the ionization process, which is another way to refer to as plasma, electrical sparking, etc., argon or other inert gases with lower dielectric strength than air are used. This is because lower dielectric strength means lower breakdown voltage, and in turn this means that the electrical arc can be generated more easily. The term cold is used because when an inert gas with far lower breakdown voltage than air is used, the temperature at the carbonization point is much lower. Additionally, the arc is much more stable, and the diameter of the surface of contact between the arc and the skin is much larger than electrical arc in air, hot plasma. This makes the aesthetic treatment less painful and also allows for some effects not possible with hot plasma. Illustration 204. Cold plasma handpiece design. Argon is used as gas carrier. In other words, when we use certain carrier gases with dielectric strength lower than air, we have cold plasma. This is referred to as such because of the lower temperature at the carbonization point. This is because the energy associated with the electrical arc in argon is much lower than of plasma in air. The temperature is lower because the carrier gases or external gases used have a lower breakdown voltage than air. Because of this, the energy required in order to generate the arc is much lower in this type of electric arc. In turn, since the energy is much lower, also the temperature is lower than plasma in air. Hence, plasma in argon is usually referred to as cold plasma. The lower temperature and lower energy associated to the arc cause less heat transfer into the skin and therefore less pain associated to this type of electrical arc. Also, the higher stability of the arc makes this type of electrical arc one of the preferred ways to carry out skin resurfacing using plasma. The main application of cold plasma in aesthetics is skin resurfacing. This is because the arc stabilization allows the user to control the arcing more easily, making this type of aesthetic treatment less painful than hot plasma, normal arcing in air. The diameter of the carbonization point is larger than that of plasma in air. Electrical arcing and the European new MDD in 2020. Introduction. Historically, there has been a clear distinction between aesthetic and medical applications in Europe. Aesthetic applications are those which the person does not require to have done due to medical conditions. Aesthetic applications and treatments are aimed at improving the looks of the person. There is still a clear distinction between aesthetic and medical applications, and the new Medical Devices Directive, MDD, which takes place in May 2020, only covers certain types of devices. If they are not part of the new category described by the new legislation, they will not be regulated as part of the new MDD starting from May 2020. As we will see, the new legislation will not apply to plasma devices, and even from May 2020, after the new legislation has become effective, any electrical arcing devices which has not medical applications will still be the remit of the general safety rules of general devices. Generally, self-certification for any type of devices which are not included in the new MDD, covering only lasers, IPLs, lasers, and all other devices which emit high-intensity electromagnetic radiations which have some effect on the human body. In particular, here we will clarify the operational difference between lasers, or more generally, devices emitting high-intensity electromagnetic radiations for skin therapy, and plasma devices. We are going to explain how the physics governing the way these devices affect the skin are fundamentally different. This is because the underlying physics of voltaic plasma, arcing, electrical sparking, etc. is not very well understood by most people in the aesthetic sector and fundamentally different from electromagnetic emitting devices. This is why electrical arcing devices are often confused for light emitting devices like lasers. Clarify the purpose of the new European legislation on high-intensity electromagnetic radiations devices, which is coming into force in May 2020. We will clarify what types of devices the new legislation is intended to cover and the devices that are not intended to cover. Demonstrate how plasma devices for aesthetic purposes will still be regulated by the General Product Safety legislation even after May 2020 because they do not fall into the remit of the new MDD Medical Devices Directive. Plasma or arcane devices for aesthetic purposes and the new European legislation on medical devices. The Annex 16 of the new legislation on medical devices, which will come to force in May 2020, states: list of groups of products without an intended medical purpose referred to in Article 1.2. High-intensity electromagnetic radiation like infrared, visible light and ultraviolet emitting equipment intended for the use on the human body, including coherent and non-coherent sources, monochromatic and broad spectrum such as lasers and intense pulse light equipment for skin resurfacing, tattoo or hair removal or other skin treatment. Above, we only quoted the part of the new legislation which would appear to be applicable to this type of aesthetic devices. We ignore all other points in Annex 16 as they are clearly not applicable. To read the full publication, please click here. In order to understand the new legislation properly, we have to first understand the basic physics of electromagnetic radiations so that we can interpret this legislation correctly. Principle of exclusion in legislation. The principle of legislative exclusion means that if the specific legislation does not appear to cover explicitly a certain sector or type of product, that sector or product will not be the remit of that legislation. In this case, by default, a more general legislation will apply. Hence, like in this case, if the new legislation does not apply to plasma devices, then the more general product safety legislation will apply instead, as of before May 2020. Why the word high intensity? Because all objects radiate electromagnetic radiations. As we can see, the new text refers to high intensity electromagnetic radiation emitting equipment. The high intensity is a crucial definition. This is because all devices and objects radiate or emit electromagnetic radiations. It is a very well-known fact in physics that any object which has a temperature of above the absolute 0 degrees Kelvin or minus 274 degrees centigrade emits electromagnetic radiations. This is a verifiable fact and common knowledge in science. Additionally, this is how infrared cameras capture the image of objects and also measure their temperature. These devices, thermal cameras, directly capture the electromagnetic radiation emitted by any object, and they do not require any external light of any kind to capture the images, whereas other conventional cameras capture the light reflected by the object and hence require an external light source to enable to see the object. For more information about thermal cameras and how objects always radiate electromagnetic energy, please refer to the following video. Watch video on the relevant page of voltaicplasma.com. All devices, like any other object, emit electromagnetic radiation due to their temperature and more. Any screen or LED light emits electromagnetic radiation, light. These emissions, although visible, do not have any significant effect onto the human body other than the visibility of the light itself. As seen above, all objects radiate electromagnetic energy, and therefore also all devices emit electromagnetic radiations irrespective of the way they are designed or manufactured. As we will see, besides the electromagnetic emissions related to the temperature of the object itself, different devices emit different intensity and levels of electromagnetic emissions. The total electromagnetic emissions of a device are due to 1. Object's own temperature. All devices heat up due to their normal operation and reach a certain temperature. At any given temperature, the object radiates a certain electromagnetic emission at a certain frequency and intensity, which becomes visible only to infrared cameras, thermal cameras, but not the human eye. Of course, this type of electromagnetic radiation is of low intensity and has no effect on the human body. 2. The device's user interface, like the screen, touchscreen, displays, LED lights in the control, and its own mode of operation, produce additional electromagnetic emissions. This type of electromagnetic radiations is of very low intensity, sometimes visible to the human eye, but has no detrimental effects on the human body or eyes. 3. Purposeful high-intensity electromagnetic radiations. Only these types of radiations can cause any significant heat transfer into the human body and the skin. These high-intensity electromagnetic emissions can be harmful to the human eye, hence appropriate eyewear protection must be used for health and safety. This is the case for IPLs, lasers, and high-intensity LED lights. These are devices designed in a way to emit high-intensity electromagnetic emissions which have a clear effect, which are of so high intensity that produce significant heat transfer into the body. In all these cases, exposure to these high-intensity emissions are clearly felt by the human body. Generally, almost all devices for skin therapy are part of case 1 and 2 described above. Most devices have either a user interface emitting light, electromagnetic radiation, and all of them operate at a temperature above 0 degree Kelvin. Because of the low intensity of the electromagnetic emissions of these devices, although all emit electromagnetic radiations, they will not be remit of the new category even if they are intended to treat the body. Only the last type of radiations emitted by devices intended to treat the body will be remit of the new category and hence regulated by the MDD, Medical Devices Directive. Why does the legislation refer to as high-intensity electromagnetic radiation, HIER, and not only electromagnetic radiation? Up until May 2020, devices which have no clear medical remit are not covered by the MDD, Medical Devices Directive. Only certain devices clearly defined by the new legislation will be covered by the MDD, Medical Devices Directive, after May 2020. As we have seen, all devices and objects emit electromagnetic radiations. Without the term high intensity, all devices would have fallen into the new category by default. In other words, because all devices do emit electromagnetic radiation, the term high-intensity electromagnetic radiation is to be interpreted as the type of radiation which has some intended or tangible effect onto the skin. It is clear that the new legislation do not include all electromagnetic emitting devices, otherwise all devices would have been included in the new category. If the legislator wanted to include all devices for skin therapy, then the new text of law would have not chosen the word high intensity and more specifically would have included all devices for skin treatment. The legislator intended to purposefully single out only those devices that emit such high-intensity electromagnetic radiations, the emissions of which do cause a significant heat transfer into the skin, which is then resulting in skin resurfacing, tattoo removal, and other aesthetic treatments. In other words, the main reason for the legislator to place the wording high intensity before the term electromagnetic radiation is to include only certain types of devices within the new MDD, Medical Devices Directive remit. These are those devices which emit high enough electromagnetic emissions which will cause enough heat transfer into the skin in order to achieve the aesthetic treatments desired. This does not mean that all devices which transfer heat into the body or skin by other means are included within the new category. If a device transfers heat into the skin in a different way other than using light to do so, it will not be included in the new category, and old, more general legislation will still apply as after May 2020. Only those devices which use light or high-intensity electromagnetic radiations to cause the heat transfer into the skin for the purposes outlined in the new legislation will be regulated by the new MDD. But all other equipment, although they all emit light or electromagnetic emissions, will be unaffected by the new legislation. Clearly, devices, although still emitting light, that transfer heat by means other than electromagnetic radiations and are intended for skin treatments, including tattoo removal, etc., will not require MDD regulation. What are high-intensity electromagnetic radiation devices as defined by the new legislation? So we have seen that all devices emit electromagnetic radiation. Therefore, what type of devices does the new legislation refer to? High-intensity electromagnetic emitting equipment are all devices which are designed in order to emit such a high-intensity radiation which in and of itself has a noticeable effect into the human skin. The new legislation does not set any physical parameters as the intensity of the electromagnetic radiation, since the new legislation mentions the wording high intensity only, and it does neither provide any specific quantitative limits nor threshold in intensity or frequency of the electromagnetic radiation itself. How can we practically recognize such devices? The two examples, lasers and IPLs, mentioned by the legislation itself come to help. 1. Lasers. As we know, it is actually the very coherent light produced by the lasers that causes the effect onto the skin. 2. The new legislation also refers to IPL, intense pulse light devices. These devices are an example of the light source generating equipment whose light is of such high intensity and has a tangible effect on the skin and human body. This is because the light emitted is broadband spectrum and incoherent, and the light emitted has such a high intensity that it has an appreciable and significant effect on the skin. All these HIER devices do require protective eyewear for their operation. This is because even indirect exposure of the eyes to this high-intensity electromagnetic radiation, HIER, can cause damage to the eyesight, which could be also permanent in some cases, and this is an health and safety requirement. So, HIER, high-intensity electromagnetic radiation devices, are those which the intensity of the electromagnetic radiation is so high that the radiation itself has a significant effect on the skin, and protective eyewear is required to be used during their normal operation. Illustration 205. Protective eyewear to be worn during the normal use of HIER devices. This is because direct and sometimes indirect exposure to HIER can be harmful to the eyes. Plasma or electrical arcing devices for aesthetic purposes are not equipment emitting HIER, high-intensity electromagnetic radiation. The new legislation is intended to cover only those devices emitting high-intensity electromagnetic radiations which have some effect onto the skin. The intensity of the light emitted by arcing or plasma devices is very low. These broadband low-intensity electromagnetic emissions of the electrical arc, although visible to the eye, like the light emitted by most users' interfaces, cannot be felt by the human body. This light has no effect whatsoever on the skin or the human body. Generally, the emission intensity is so low that plasma is generally adopted in several different industries without the use of any protective eyewear, like in case of lasers. The most powerful electrical arcs known are lightning. Even the light emitted by lightning has no effect on the human body, and it can be observed by the naked eye without any hazards to the vision. Also, the light associated to such powerful arcs does not affect the human body, like heat transfer, etc. It has to be borne in mind that it is not the light emitted by the lightning that makes it dangerous, but the power associated to its electric discharge. Obviously, the power associated to most Voltaic arcing devices is thousands of times lower than those of lightning. The physics behind the heat transmission using plasma are very different than those of HIER. The way heat is transmitted during arcing is the same as that of radio frequency devices, electrolysis, etc. Illustration 206. Electrical arcing or electrical spark. The arcing process producing a very low light source which has no effect on the human body. The light emitted can be observed by the naked eye without risk to the vision. This is due to the very low intensity of the electromagnetic emission of the electrical spark. Plasma or other electrical arcing devices for aesthetic purposes emit low-intensity electromagnetic radiations, which are of lower intensity than most user interface screens. The new legislation is intended to cover only those devices emitting high-intensity electromagnetic radiations which has some effect onto the skin. The intensity of the light emitted by arcing or plasma devices is very low. These broadband low-intensity electromagnetic emissions of the electrical arc, although visible to the eye, cannot be felt by the human body. This light has no effect whatsoever on the skin or the human body. Generally, the emissions intensity is so low that plasma is generally adopted in several different industries without the use of any protective eyewear, like in case of lasers. The most powerful electrical arcs known are lightning. Even the light emitted by lightning has no effect on the human body, and it can be observed by the naked eye without any hazard to the vision. Also, the light associated to such powerful arcs does not affect the human body, like heat transfer, etc. It has to be borne in mind that it is not the light emitted by the lightning that makes it dangerous, but the power associated to its electric discharge. Obviously, the power associated to most Voltaic arcing devices is thousands of times lower than those of lightning. The physics behind heat transmission using plasma are very different than those of HIER. The way heat is transmitted during arcing is the same as that of radio frequency devices, electrolysis, etc. Plasma or electrical arcing devices for aesthetic purposes emit low-intensity electromagnetic radiations. Illustration 207. Lightning is the most powerful arc in nature. The light emitted by this high-power phenomenon has no effect on the human body, even when the electrical discharges are this powerful. Plasma is used in all industries, including manufacturing and assembly lines, as well as medicine and aesthetics. In no instances protective eyewear is required. This is because the broad-spectrum electromagnetic energy emitted by the electric spark is of such low intensity that it's not dangerous, and it can be observed directly by the human naked eye without any hazards. Also, as we know, there are more potent sparks in nature than those used in aesthetics by electrical arcing devices. These are lightning. no one has ever been blinded or affected by the light produced in lightning. No one has ever issued a warning to wear protective eyewear during a thunderstorm. This is clearly simply because the light emitted by the potent electrical spark, lightning, is of very low intensity and does not cause any harm to the human body. To be clear, the danger posed by lightning is not due to the light itself, but the power of the electrical discharge itself. Therefore, if the light emitted by a lightning, the highest intensity electrical arc known in nature, can be observed by the naked eye at any distance and has no effect on the human body, then the electromagnetic radiations of those small arcs emitted by devices used in aesthetic applications are extremely low. Also, trying to compare the luminescence of the electrical arcs used in aesthetics and those of a mobile phone screen, it is easily found that the light intensity of a mobile phone device screen is several times higher than that of the electrical arc. Illustration 208. Electrical discharge in air during a routine aesthetic treatment. The light emitted by the electrical arc has very low intensity. No protective eyewear is used by the user and the subject undergoing the treatment. This is because the light emitted by the arc has so low intensity that it can be observed by the naked eye without incurring into any health and safety hazards. To summarize, we've seen that 1. The electrical arcing devices emit very low intensity electromagnetic radiations. These radiations are incoherent and of broad spectrum like those radiated by most other user interfaces like LED screen and touch screens. However, the light emitted by plasma devices is of lower intensity than that of a mobile phone screen and most other user interfaces. 2. The light emitted by the electrical discharge has neither effect on the skin nor the human body. It is the electrical discharge and not the light emitted by the electrical discharge which causes the heat propagation into the skin. This applies to any type of arcing in air and carrier gases. The light emitted by the electrical arcing for aesthetic purposes has very low intensity and it has clearly neither any effect on the human body nor the skin. For all the reasons above, plasma devices for aesthetic purposes are not high-intensity electromagnetic emitting devices and therefore they are not part of the new legislation's remit. As a consequence, the MDD will not apply to plasma devices also after the new legislation will come into force in May 2020.
The end of the book.